Chapter 1, I Want to Lose Weight. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. On a scorching summer day, east of the Federation, fog emanated through pond cloud rainforest like thin chiffon. Ancient towering trees interlocked each other, and birds would occasionally flit through the lush tree crowns, chirping as they flapped their wings and flew across the horizon. High in the sky, the sun, which had seemed capable of existing eternally, no longer appeared anything like how people remembered. Instead, it had been penetrated by an ancient greenish-bronze sword, one so indescribably massive, many years ago. Only a small portion of the sword's tip was exposed. The ancient sword had come from the cosmos and seemed to express its antiquity. There was a potent suppressive force that formed a halo, which enveloped the firmament as though it held the land in place, letting all life revere it. The sword sun and the rainforest looked picturesque from afar but was disturbed by a humming sound that came from a distance. A red hot air balloon flew slowly toward the rainforest. The hot air balloon's hull was very large, capable of holding hundreds of people. In there, many young men and women in groups of 3 or 4 chatted happily. They were new students of Ethereal Tao College, one of the 4 great Tao colleges in the Federation. They hailed from Phoenix City and were on board Ethereal Tao College's cruiser, traversing thousands of kilometers, to seek higher education. Perhaps because they were all greatly anticipating their upcoming education, not to mention the unspoken attraction between men and women, the students had plenty of fun on the 5,000-kilometer voyage. Due to the long distance, the cruiser was equipped with dining halls, cultivation chambers, medical facilities, and many other amenities. There were quite a number of students in the cruiser's dining hall. Sitting at a table was a young fatty with his belly bulging out. He was about 17 years old, and he wore a blue baggy robe. His tiny rotund face could barely be considered to have intricate features. As he created smacking sounds while patting his belly, he gazed at the 8 empty plates in front of him, a little regretful. I'll have gained another 1.5 kilograms after this meal. Why didn't I bear with it? I can't die early if I want to become the Federation president. The fatty frowned with a grimace as he felt filled with regret, burping in the process. The young fatty's name was Wang Baoli. He was also one of the students who had recently been accepted into Ethereal Tao College. His lifelong dream was to become an official, or more precisely, become the Federation president. The reason he had such an ambitious dream was intricately tied to a childhood experience of his. In his memories, his father would frequently pat him on the head while speaking earnestly and sighing wistfully. Baoli, being an official is the best. Remember, although money can solve everything, you can still be bullied by others. If you do not want to be bullied, the only way is to be an official, becoming a person who lords over the rest. Wang Baoli did not understand his father's words until he entered elementary school. One fateful day, he failed to hand in his homework on time and ended up being berated by the class monitor. Despite giving the class monitor 2 sweets, his name was still jotted down, and the class monitor snitched on him. All of this left a permanent mark in his young heart. Hence, he wished to become the class monitor from that moment forth. It was not to bully others, but to ensure that he would not be bullied by others. But as he grew up, he realized that many people bullied the class monitors. Therefore, he felt that only by becoming the highest official, the Federation president, could he ensure that no one would dare bully him. The reason he had racked his brains to enter Ethereal Tao College was because all the Federation's high officials had graduated from the 4 great Tao colleges. However, he did not lead a blessed life. His family clan's bloodline was quite an oddity. He even remembered that night 1 year ago when his father, who could be described as a bag of bones, had shown him the family tree. It was the first time Wang Baoli had seen it. He realized that all his ancestors had died early, before the age of 35, if their body weight exceeded 100 kilograms. That night, Wang Baoli had a dream. He had reunited with his fat forefathers before he successfully became the Federation president. The matter of losing weight was elevated to something of great importance over the following year. The Spirit Inception era meant rich spirit chi and a renewed interest in ancient martial arts, therefore, there were many weight loss techniques. However, Wang Baoli's weight remained stable, despite the new era. He even experienced a slight rise in weight even after he attempted all of them. As his memory surfaced, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve to begin losing weight the next day. Having made up his mind, Wang Baoli immediately felt relieved. As he picked his teeth, he hummed a tune while looking at the distant blue sky outside the windows. His mind became active again. I wonder if Physician Lu likes the gift I gave him. That is an antique I got from home. That old geezer will probably like it. Wang Baoli comforted himself and guessed that if he managed to win Physician Lu's favor, it would be equivalent to him having a tiny backer in the Tao College. Teachers have limits to their authority, but I still have to give them some gifts in the future. Being so old, Physician Lu definitely has quite a wide social circle. I have likely taken the right step. Upon thinking of this, Wang Baoli felt delighted. In his mind, he was one step closer to the position of the Federation President. In regard to becoming the Federation President, he was very confident. This confidence stemmed from his research of the autobiographies of high officials, which he had gathered from a young age. He had even figured out a few trump cards needed in order to become a high official. He was in a good mood as he looked at the blue skies outside the window, finding it especially beautiful. But then, his eyes suddenly widened. He noticed that a black cloud was gathering in the distant sky. It spread out, covering the sky as lightning bolts flashed within it. The cloud slowly approached, and it also gained the attention of many as they exclaimed, "It's an electromagnetic pulse." Wang Baoli was alarmed as well. After the spirit inception era was ushered in, the appearance of spirit chi caused many stunning phenomena to arise in the world. Flying crafts from the past could no longer ensure safe travel. It resulted in the production of hot air balloon cruisers propelled by spirit stones. Amid constant exclamations, a rumbling thunder suddenly boomed. The black electromagnetic clouds burgeoned in size rapidly as the lightning within began spreading outward. Like a black net, it illuminated the horizons in a dazzling manner, causing the hearts of the spectators to race. Even the cruiser slowed down. Just as people were feeling apprehensive, the door to the dining hall was pushed open. As though a cool wind had rushed in, a white-robed elder entered. His face was covered in wrinkles, but he had an ethereal air to him. His appearance exuded a feeling of propriety, especially his shimmering eyes, making him look like a person of righteousness. The moment he arrived, his domineering voice resounded throughout the dining hall. Everyone is to immediately report to the spirit cultivation chamber. Wear your magnetic spirit attire, for we will be entering the electromagnetic domain in less than 3 minutes. The moment he spoke, all the students in the dining hall hurriedly stood up reverently. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. The elder in front of him was Physician Lu, the person he had previously gifted. From how he walked with flair, Wang Baoli was increasingly convinced that his investment from before was right. He thought to himself that the old man was likely someone extraordinary, and he had really made the right move. Just as he was reveling in his delight, the old physician swept his gaze across the room and saw Wang Baoli. With a snort, he walked over, took out half a black mask, and threw it at him. Don't waste your efforts on such inane acts when you are still so young. To think you have already learned the art of gifting before you've even entered the Tao College. I'm quite a learned person with experience. Keep the mask for yourself. The old physician's expression was solemn. He reprimanded Wang Baoli with an honest and upright demeanor, as though he expected better from him. Wang Baoli received the mask as his heart skipped a beat. He turned somewhat worried, as he could tell that the old physician was angry. Just as he was about to give an explanation, he suddenly recalled one of the trump cards he had learned from the high officials' autobiographies. One of them was that it was wise to thicken one's skin to admit one's mistakes in front of a superior. Typically, that would reduce a major issue to a minor one. Therefore, he took a deep breath and hurriedly took on a contrite and penitent look to admit his fault. Teacher, you are right, I was at fault. The old physician turned a little intrigued. He could not deliver his planned tirade when the student had admitted his mistake so readily. Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the old physician's expression. He felt a little smug, thinking how useful the high officials' autobiographies were. The old physician snorted, raised his head, and scanned all the students in the dining hall. He raised his right hand and pointed at them. And all of you. All of you are future students of our ethereal Tao College, but look at what you have been doing the past few days. You have to forever remember that, as warriors, we should first establish ourselves, watch our speech, and finally mind our conduct. The vice-abhorring physician's words resounded through the dining hall. Everyone who heard it could not help but lower their heads in shame. As for Wang Baoli, his eyes immediately lit up. He felt it was the appropriate moment for him to shine. He quickly took out a tiny notebook and began writing on it. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the old physician with a diligent and attentive look on his face. At times, he would even nod seriously as though he was trying to remember every single word. Obviously, this was also from the teachings in the high officials' autobiographies. When his other classmates saw this, they looked at Wang Baoli as though they were looking at a man of God. The old physician momentarily fell into a daze when he saw this. An unprecedented sense of oddness arose in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such an oddity after enrolling so many batches of students. He could not help but take a few looks at him before he slowly sneered. "Little fellow, it's not that easy to suck up to me. You ought to thank the electromagnetic pulse. If not for that, I would have reprimanded you for 3 days and 3 nights. I would be rather interested to see if you can write all of that in your tiny notebook." The moment he said those words, the mood immediately changed. The aura of an expert emanated from his body as it seemed to manifest as a suppressive force that blanketed the entire dining hall. Every student became alarmed. They all felt that the old physician clearly had the upper hand in the battle of wits. Wang Baoli blinked as he touched the recording jade slip in his pocket. After weighing the situation and noticing how they were approaching the electromagnetic pulse steadily, he gave up the thought of taking it out. He felt that backing down in front of a superior was nothing embarrassing. The old physician became delighted when he saw the expressions on everyone. He generously threw them a few more words of motivation. "Remember, put all your effort into cultivating. In the future, you must not be greedy or deceitful. Don't even think about finding girlfriends. I have to make it known to you that lust and danger are just 2 sides of the same coin. The way all of you have been acting for the past few days has been preposterous." Just as he said that, a sweet voice suddenly sounded from the old physician's voice transmission bangle. "Grandpa physician, where are you? Where do the magnetic spirit clothes go on? What should it cover? Quick, come and help me." The charming voice made the old physician tremble involuntarily. He barely forced a dry cough as he stared sternly at everyone. Only then did he turn around in a rush, and at the same time, he spoke excitedly into the voice transmission bangle. "Oh, I'm coming. Baby, don't fret. I'm coming to help you right now." The turn of events had simply happened too quickly, and the contrast was striking. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Wang Baoli was taken aback. He drew a deep breath moments later. Following that, there was an uproar as Wang Baoli clenched his teeth and cursed. "Shameless. What that old pervert said was utter bullshit. There are only so many female schoolmates. There aren't enough for all of us, but he is actually trying to snatch resources from us at his age. Isn't it all because he's some kind of official?" Wang Baoli became more infuriated the more he thought about the matter. He joined in the conversations with the classmates around him. It only strengthened his determination to become an official. Another alarm sounded, ending everyone's conversations. All of them immediately rushed to the spirit cultivation chamber. The spirit cultivation chamber was located in the core region of the cruiser, and like its name, it was a place for students to cultivate. At the same time, it was the place where the most security was deployed whenever the cruiser crossed any special zones. As people gathered in the spirit cultivation chamber, they were made to sit in rows under the direction of the ethereal Tao College teachers. They were dressed in the magnetic spirit clothes that ethereal Tao College had handed out. Wang Baoli was still dwelling on his anger toward Physician Liu even after he changed into the magnetic spirit clothes. He casually looked up and surveyed his surroundings. His depression immediately turned for the worse when he spotted a certain someone. He could not help but furrow his brows as he gave a look of disparagement. Sitting where his sight had landed was a girl with long, slender legs. She looked charming, but she had her brows knitted and a look of disgust, too. Clearly, they were very familiar with each other, but also hated each other from the looks they were giving one another. What bad luck! Both of them grumbled inwardly as they looked away. It was as though just a glance of each other was a sore sight. I see that flat-chested 2-minute everywhere I go. How irritating! Wang Baoli muttered under his breath. He had been classmates with the girl, 2-minute, ever since he began schooling. She was usually proud and aloof, and she constantly made things difficult for him as her role as class monitor. She also happened to be the receiver of the 2 sweets he had given back then. What's so impressive about her? Isn't she just some lame class monitor? When we arrive at the Dow colleges, I'll use the teachings of the officials and get some kind of official role, snorted Wang Baoli. Soon, everyone had changed their clothing. The teachers in the ethereal Dow College cruiser checked everyone's attire and explained certain important matters. They also warned everyone that things could become dangerous once the cruiser entered the electromagnetic domain. The risk of death was not negligible. After everyone's expression changed, the teachers left solemnly. The door to the spirit cultivation chamber was sealed as the lights dimmed. Although there were murmurs in the spirit cultivation chamber, the nervousness people felt turned more intense over the passage of time. Gradually, no one spoke as the chamber fell into silence. It got so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeats. Even Wang Baoli, who still felt disgruntled, turned nervous. As the remaining minutes counted down, the entire cruiser suddenly shook, signifying its entry into the electromagnetic domain. Outside, the black electromagnetic clouds looked extremely grand. It resembled a huge mouth that seemed to devour the tiny hot air balloon cruiser. This phenomenon contained a destructive might that could sweep away everything. Perhaps only the stunning sword sun above the heavens could ignore such destruction, as though it could weather that turmoil and anything else thrown at it for millennia to come. This year was the 37th year of the Spirit Inception era. In AD 3029, Earth's technology progressed rapidly, and the world was united with no national borders. It entered a Federation era, and it was during this period that the massive sword flew from the cosmos and penetrated the sun, sending shockwaves across the world. The hilt of the sword might have been damaged from the beginning, but the powerful impact shattered it into numerous fragments, which scattered across space, with portions of it landing all over the Earth. Accompanying the arrival of the greenish-bronze sword and the falling of the fragments, the Earth suddenly had a perpetual new source of energy that permeated everywhere. It was later named Spirit Chi. Spirit Chi was like air. Some places were denser and others thinner. The Federation and other factions obtained the scattered fragments, and through them, found the relevant information needed for cultivation training and cultivation artifacts, pill refinement, and spirit stone refinement. The text on the fragments looked ancient, which made people's interest in ancient texts become mainstream. The appearance of Spirit Chi quickly eliminated the need for all existing resources. It changed the lives of people and formed the Spirit Internet. It also changed the progress of Earth's civilization. It initiated a cultivation civilization all over Earth. From then on, ancient martial arts became popular as a revolutionary change happened throughout the world. Thus, the era of immortal cultivation began. History called it the Spirit Inception era. In the black electromagnetic cloud, the red hot air balloon cruiser slowly proceeded forward. Lightning flashed continuously as bolt after bolt struck the cruiser incessantly. Thankfully, there was a soft halo surrounding the cruiser, allowing it to fly stably. As for the spirit cultivation chamber in the cruiser's core, all the students, including Wang Baoli, were in there. They had unknowingly fallen asleep as though there was a strange power that pulled them into a dream. At the cruiser's helm were 8 teachers. Some of them were drinking tea while others were smiling. They were having light-hearted conversations, looking completely different from when they frightened their students. Their leader was an elder with a face covered in wrinkles. He held a smoke pipe as he sucked on it. If Wang Baoli was here, he would definitely have recognized him as the shameless physician Lu. The old physician smiled faintly when a middle-aged teacher asked, "Chancellor, everything is in order. Shall we begin the trial for this student cohort?" Begin. Chapter 2, Wang Baoli, what did you do? Chapter 2, Wang Baoli, what did you do? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The bright moon illuminated the nearly starless evening sky. It was still the same pond cloud rainforest, but there was an additional chilly air to the night. Occasionally, one would see rivers formed from the accumulation of rainwater, which appeared charming under the moonlight. However, the cries of beasts or birds easily left one feeling uneasy. In a corner of the pond cloud rainforest beside a river, there were two girls who looked a little wretched, but still innocent. One of them was tall, and the other looked adorable, each possessing a unique charm. The tall girl was watching her surroundings nervously while the adorable girl took off her undergarments, revealing her snow-white skin. She winced as she massaged the wound around her armpit. She had a chaotic look in her eyes as she muttered softly, "2 it has been 3 days. Who knows when rescue will come? Our camp is quickly running out of food." The tall girl, 2 fell silent when she heard that. She felt her life had changed completely over the past 3 days. She had been a student of Ethereal Tao College 3 days ago, but now, she was lost in a land filled with danger. The pond cloud rainforest looked beautiful, but in fact, its ground was moist and filled with decay. Animal bones could be seen from time to time, and there were many foot-long centipedes and colorful snakes making their occasional appearances. The sight left one's scalp tingling. Animals had also evolved rapidly, like humans, ever since the Spirit Inception era. They had great strength and were extremely savage. It made the wilderness a forbidden zone for humans. As the two girls agonized over their predicament, a fatty who had an unyielding look on his face stood not far from them under a tree. With his head up, he stood there peeing. The fatty was none other than Wang Baoli. He had not noticed the two girls, nor did he see the tiny flowers beneath his feet. They had originally stood tall and proud, but now, the flowers were swaying wildly because of the stream of pee. Darn it! I, Wang Baoli, have always claimed to be able to read people, seeing through the hearts of all. I never expected that I would fall for Ethereal Tao College's scheme. This Ethereal Tao College is way too wicked. They managed to put on such a realistic act. To convince us of the situation, they even made everyone see the cruiser explode. Wang Baoli was infuriated deep down. The past 3 days had truly put him on tenterhooks. 3 days ago, he and his schoolmates had fallen asleep in the spirit cultivation chamber without even realizing it. They were awoken by a loud bang, and before they could even get their bearings, their bodies were thrown right out of the cruiser by a powerful impact. Thankfully, the magnetic spirit attire had the ability to reduce shock and repel lightning. He had landed in the pond cloud rainforest safely but had then witnessed the cruiser explode amid the electromagnetic pulse. Wang Baoli and the others found themselves scattered across the forest. There was a lack of food, and the beasts were ferocious. Their future was still a question mark, and the horror the students faced made them change drastically. Some revealed their true characters. Others formed groups, and a few forged ahead alone. Some were decisive, and some were weak. The concept of survival of the fittest was just too jarring and sudden for these students who had just been enrolled into Ethereal Tao College, but under such a drastic change, it seemed to trigger certain things in them. Be it greed or ferocity, selflessness or kindness, all of them sprouted and were magnified. Shameless! Wang Baoli grumbled deep down. He had believed everything he encountered the past 3 days to be real. He had been so frightened that he had put up with the thought of staying in the camp of his arch-rival, 2 when he bumped into her. After 3 days passed, he realized that by not eating proper meals, he had miraculously lost about 3 kilograms through his voice transmission ring's weight-measuring feature. His shock from the revelation turned into suspicion. This was just too different from the experience Wang Baoli had in the past. He had once fasted and worked out crazily for a month in order to lose weight, but for an unknown reason, not only did he not lose weight, he even gained 1.5 kilograms. Now, he had lost about 3 kilograms in 3 days. That was completely impossible for him. Especially when he recalled the autobiographies he had read. In them, people reminisced on their days in their respective Tao colleges and seemed to mention, in vague terms, that the Tao colleges would have so-called freshman tests from time to time. If not for Wang Baoli's thorough research, it would have been very difficult for him to have noticed this point. Having connected the dots together, he was baffled by how everything that had happened was done so realistically by Ethereal Tao College. It was very likely that there had only been a slip-up because they had designed the experience based on an ordinary person. But clearly, he was no ordinary person. He was 50% certain that everything he saw in front of him was an illusion. And the evidence that fully convinced him of his theory was the black half-mask that the old physician had returned to him. With this thought in mind, the peeing Wang Baoli could not help but lower his head to look at his chest. An indescribable sense of peculiarity arose in his heart. He acutely remembered that he had casually kept the black half-mask close to his chest before he stepped into the spirit cultivation chamber. After the terrifying turn of events, he'd had no time to even think about it. It was only moments ago that he realized by sheer chance that his hand could pass through the mask, despite it looking normal. It was as though he could not touch the mask. It seemed like the virtual world, which could replicate almost anything, found it difficult to decompose the mask's components to model it. And with the passage of time, even its external shape had begun to turn unreal. At the same time, it exuded some blurry fragments of text. Although he could not read it clearly, the changes in the mask made Wang Baoli's confidence in his theory go from 50% to 100%. If he continued analyzing according to his theory, it was not hard to guess the goal of the test with the fake catastrophe as its backstory. It's impossible for it to be a measure of strength. After all, everyone has yet to study any ancient martial arts. Then, the goal of this test must be to test one's mettle in the face of danger. Perhaps it's also to test one's confidence in the Tao College? As Wang Baoli peed, his mind whirled constantly. From time to time, he would even have a few pea shivers. As the tiny flower in front of him was getting pelted into a mess, Wang Baoli's breathing hastened a little. He felt that he had to grasp the opportunity in front of him to gain bonus points. That's what I'll do. Upon coming to this conclusion, Wang Baoli shook himself vigorously, and just as he was about to pull up his pants, he suddenly saw the tiny river not far away. Under the moonlight, although Du Minute was standing there, Wang Baoli's eyes were not on her. They were fixated on the adorable girl who was cleaning her wound. There's a humanoid beast. Wang Baoli's eyes widened as he gasped. His heart raced when he caught sight of them. Du Minute, who remained vigilant of her surroundings, sensed the gaze. She looked over, and her eyes met Wang Baoli's. After a moment of shock, her expression changed, but before she could scream, Wang Baoli glared at her, pulled up his pants, and shouted first. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man pee?" The moment he said that, Du Minute choked from all the things that she wanted to say. She trembled in rage, for she had never met another man as shameless as Wang Baoli. She could not help but curse. "Darn fatty, you call yourself a man?" Wang Baoli nearly swelled in anger when he heard that. The snarky Du Minute had been his arch-rival since he was young. They felt repulsed by the sight of each other, and in a twist of fate, they had always been in the same class. Now, they had both enrolled in Ethereal Tao College. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and scoffed. "Darn washboard, you call yourself a woman?" Du Minute nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when she heard the biting remark. A vein protruded from her forehead, and just as she was about to charge over, Wang Baoli let out a long sigh. "My untainted body has been completely seen by the two of you. How can I live on?" He looked as though life held nothing more for him as he pulled up his pants and ran off. His heart was racing while cold sweat covered his back. He complimented himself for being quick to react, or else he would have been in trouble. Du Minute widened her eyes angrily when she saw Wang Baoli escaping. In response, she chased after him. As for the adorable girl in the river behind her, she had a bewildered look after hearing the duo's biting exchange. She did not feel like Wang Baoli had sexually harassed her. When she saw Du Minute run off in pursuit, she donned her clothes and quickly chased after the duo with her face red. Du Min's angry tirade broke the pond cloud rainforest silence. People from the temporary encampment up ahead rushed over when they heard the disturbance, blocking Wang Baoli from proceeding further. The person leading the group was a torch-wielding youth dressed in white. He had a burly build with eyebrows like swords and eyes like stars. He stood out from the crowd with many students surrounding him. Clearly, he was the leader. This person was Liu Daobin, the person who had united everyone in this encampment over the past 3 days, showcasing his personal charm. "Wang Baoli, what did you do?" Liu Daobin noticed Du Minute rushing over furiously at a glance. And Wang Baoli, who was being pursued, was holding up his pants as he proceeded forward. Liu Daobin had been taken aback by such an odd scene. He had long taken a liking to Do-Minute, so he instinctively loathed Wang Baoli. All I did was pee. Before Wang Baoli could finish his sentence, they heard a loud scream coming from the two girls far away. A stench instantly permeated the area as soon as they heard the scream. Swashing sounds like waves crashing into the beach spread quickly like a storm passing through. Wang Baoli jerked his head around, and at the same time, the expressions of Liu Daobin and the other students changed. They saw countless snakes slithering out from the ground and tree branches around Do-Minute and the adorable girl. The snakes looked extremely venomous, judging from the myriad of colors they could see. The numbers were just too great, and it looked like a sea of snakes was surrounding the two girls. The duo had a drastic change in expression when they saw the snakes surround them. It was even worse when the snakes opened their mouths lined with venomous fangs. Venomous liquid dripped down as they hissed. The stench was revolting. Liu Daobin jolted. He did not have the time to bother with Wang Baoli. He charged straight for Do-Minute. There were a few other students who ran over to help with reddened eyes. All of this happened too quickly. At the instant everyone rushed over to help, there was an infantile cry coming from the distant forest. It left one's heart palpitating. A red line, which was as thick as a human's arm, could be seen clearly despite the darkness. It flitted over at an astounding speed. The body that leaped occasionally revealed a pale white head. It no longer looked like a snake's head, it resembled that of a baby. However, the look in its eyes made everyone's heart thump heavily. Red bone white neonate snake. One of the students recognized it. Everyone panicked, and people retreated amid shocked exclamations. Liu Daobin became flustered as his hair stood on end. He felt his heart palpitating furiously. The red bone white neonate snake was simply too infamous. It was listed as one of the top 1,000 dangerous creatures in the Spirit Inception era. Although its body was weak, it was very fast, and its venom was potent. Just being tainted by a sliver of its venom was enough to reduce one to a pool of blood, leaving the victim with only red bones. That was also how it had earned its name. Even though he liked Do-Minute, he instinctively felt that she was not worth losing his life for. He subconsciously took a step back to avoid the red bone white neonate snake, afraid that he and the rest would perish while it reveled in its murderous deeds. Wang Baoli took a deep breath when he saw this scene. Following that, he immediately recalled that everything was, in fact, fake. He immediately relaxed as his eyes lit up. He knew his opportunity to shine in front of the teachers had appeared. Since it's all fake, what's there to be afraid of? Upon coming to this conclusion, Wang Baoli immediately puffed out his chest and looked at his schoolmates, who were running away contemptibly. Although the flat-chested Do-Minute has a biting tongue and is ugly, and she is always using her privileges to make things difficult for me, I, Wang Baoli, am a person of sublime character, a righteous person, a man not afraid of sacrifice, a person who has transcended mediocrity, and someone who is willing to help his schoolmates. In such a dangerous environment, how can I retreat? Others might be afraid to forge forward for fear of death, but, for my schoolmates, I have no fear. The shameless fatty nearly moved himself with his own words. Did he forget that he was only in a virtual world? It appeared he had forgotten the fact. He immersed himself completely in his acting. Washboard, I'll show you what it means to be a man today. When everyone else was retreating in horror, not only did Wang Baoli refuse to retreat, he even roared and puckered his lips. He raised his chin as though his rotund face was as sharp as a blade. Filled with manliness, he strode forward and charged into the snake horde with indomitable might. The figure with extraordinary might and an imposing stance seemed to represent righteousness. He ran straight for the two girls. This scene immediately left Do-Minute dumbfounded. Even though she was amid the snakes, she still found the situation jarring. However, the adorable girl beside her could not help but become excited. As for the rest, they were astounded by Wang Baoli's raw and imposing might. At the instant the red bone white neonate snake approached the girls, Wang Baoli arrived like a descending god. He grabbed the snake that struck horror into the hearts of many and threw it far away. He exuded a mighty and overbearing aura, as though a saint had possessed him that very instant. He emanated an awe-inspiring air, and without even hesitating, he carried the excited girl and stuffed the dazed Do-Minute under his armpit before rushing back toward the crowd. However, there were just too many snakes. On his journey back, he got bitten in the ear several times. His face was already black by the time he returned. However, he endured it by gritting his teeth. Only when he had safely brought the girls back did he lose his footing. Completely enervated, he collapsed. It seems I was a little foolhardy. Myas hurts. It's proof that being a real man is very difficult, Wang Baoli lamented inwardly. He saw Du Minute still looking at him. She seemed to have fallen into a daze. As for the adorable girl, her eyes contained gratitude, as well as a peculiar look. The crowd around him looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Although he found his eyelids heavy, he still felt a little proud of himself. When the painful wounds on his ass began to turn numb, Wang Baoli immediately grabbed Du Min's hand. Du Minute, I saved your life. I can't feel my ass now. I heard that one can be saved if the venom is sucked out. Help me. Without finishing his sentence, Wang Baoli fainted. Just as his head toppled, he saw that he was about to fall on Du Min's chest. He realized something and forcibly changed directions, landing on the adorable girl's breasts. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd had odd looks on their faces. Du Min's face turned grim when she saw how Wang Baoli still had a repulsive look on his face, despite being unconscious. At that moment, in the Federation's dominion, a great distance away from the pond cloud rainforest, a red cruiser was approaching Ethereal Tao College. Inside the spirit cultivation chamber, hundreds of students were sleeping peacefully. Wang Baoli was among them, too. He seemed to be having a beautiful dream, evident from the pleasant smile at the corner of his lips, as his head was cocked to the side. In the main hull of the cruiser, all the teachers, including the old physician, were staring blankly with widened eyes. They were looking at one of the crystal screens floating in front of them. The screen showed the unconscious Wang Baoli, who had just saved Du Minute in the pond cloud rainforest. What's this fatty's name? Although they are in a hallucination nexus, it feels no different from reality. His performance in there must stem from his true character. Such bravery and the fearlessness when it came to saving his schoolmates makes him a good seedling, one not seen in 100 years. He's the kind of excellent student that our Tao College yearns for the most. The teachers exclaimed one after another as they marveled at Wang Baoli. There were even a few teachers who were moved as they considered if they should rope in Wang Baoli immediately to join their faculty. Even the old physician, also known as the Chancellor of Ethereal Tao College, was slightly dumbfounded. He hesitated, as he had a hunch that something was not right. Did I really make an error in my judgment? As he pondered over it, he took out Wang Baoli's file from the student's dossier and began reading it. Chapter 3, Schoolmates, Count on Me. Chapter 3, Schoolmates, Count on Me. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli still found himself inside the hallucination nexus when he woke up. A day had passed, and the snake's venom was not as potent as people imagined. Thanks to the schoolmates who were skilled in the treatment of snake venom, Wang Baoli failed to have his beautiful wish fulfilled. Thankfully, when he regained consciousness, Bunny, whose real name was Zhu Xiaoya, took care of him meticulously. For once, Du Minute did not clash with him. This made Wang Baoli feel at ease. He began recalling the rescue he had accomplished. The teachers must have seen it, and he must have gained quite a number of bonus points from the test. The only thing that left him depressed was that while the group traversed the forest in search of their schoolmates over the following days, Liu Daobin seemed like a completely different person. Perhaps because he was feeling ashamed of what had happened, he would consistently choose to charge straight ahead to quickly resolve any problems whenever they encountered any danger along the way. It robbed the already frail Wang Baoli of opportunities to showcase himself. And worst of all, there were no more serious situations like the horde of snakes. It made Wang Baoli feel like he was wasting the potential of his talents. While wallowing in depression, all he could do was watch Liu Daobin gain more points for the test. If Liu Daobin continues like this, his score in this secret test might even be higher than mine. Wang Baoli eventually turned anxious, but these emotions did not last too long. They had set up camp in a narrow passage between huge rocks, also known as a one-line sky, and late into the second night, they heard the ferocious howling of wolves. The howl seemed able to penetrate rock, piercing straight into the ears of all present. People awoke shocked as they looked over. They immediately saw numerous pairs of blood-red eyes amid the boundless woods in front of them. There were countless savage wolves, which had surrounded them in a fan-shaped formation. Some were running on the ground while others had leaped into the trees. They let out snarling howls with eyes filled with bloodlust. It was a shocking sight. This scene seemed to form a repressive wind that changed the expressions of Liu Daobin and company. They were covered in sweat as their scalps turned numb. Quick, run! There's a pack of wolves. They are nether-bone wolves. After the encounter with the snake horde, Du Minute appeared to have matured a lot more. She immediately shouted for everyone to enter the one-line sky and use the geological formation to ward off the pack of wolves. Liu Daobin appeared ambivalent before he finally gritted his teeth. He did not immediately retreat when facing the pack of wolves. Instead, he called upon his schoolmates to fend off the wolves to stall for time. Bunny helped Wang Baoli up in a fluster. Although she trembled, she still managed to drag him toward the one-line sky with everyone else. However, Wang Baoli was already filled with anxiety at that moment. From his point of view, it was fine if he had yielded a few points to Liu Daobin before. Now that a huge opportunity had presented itself, how could he allow Liu Daobin to snatch it away? Instantly, a sacred fire seemed to blaze in his eyes. He regained his might once again as he stopped in his tracks. Xiaoya, leave first. After Wang Baoli said that, he ran straight for where Liu Daobin was. He grabbed him, and while Liu Daobin was shocked, Wang Baoli threw him toward the one-line sky, while shouting loudly, "Brother, retreat first! I'm here!" Liu Daobin was completely confounded. Before he could react, he saw Wang Baoli charge into the pack of wolves without any hesitation. "Everyone, leave quickly! I'll protect you!" At that moment, Wang Baoli exuded righteousness and sacredness once more. A distance away, Bunny felt her heartstrings tremble once again as she looked at Wang Baoli. There were other male schoolmates who had already retreated back to the one-line sky. But stirred on by Wang Baoli, they felt order and zeal course through their bodies. They turned around, and as they were about to follow in his footsteps, a red-eyed Wang Baoli kicked all of them back. Wang Baoli had an awe-inspiring righteousness about him as he roared, "Brothers, leave first!" He was very alert, afraid that others would vie with him for points. From his point of view, the pack of wolves was still worth points even if they looked savage. As for the students who had been kicked back to the one-line sky, they felt palpitations through them while their eyes filled with gratitude. They could not help but feel pumped when they saw Wang Baoli's selfless figure, his might, and his cause that was greater than himself. They attempted to charge forward once again. Wang Baoli instantly turned anxious as he rushed to push each and every one of them back. He was afraid that they would come back again, so he gritted his teeth and raised his hands up by the one-line sky's entrance and pressed down on the rock walls, using his body as a meat shield. He anxiously roared, "I've already been poisoned by the snakes. There's no way for me to escape. Don't worry about me. Leave quickly, all of you." Wang Baoli's every word was dripping with raw emotion. It left the people rushing forward quivering, and at that moment, the pack of wolves sped up. They swarmed over and snarled, their bloodlust being felt thoroughly. They pounced at Wang Baoli crazily. This scene shook the students, who had retreated into the one-line sky, to their very core. "Wang Baoli, come back quickly! Heavens, he's using his flesh and blood to block the pack of wolves to not be a burden on us." Bunny, Du Minute, and all the other students in the one-line sky were moved by his gesture. They only felt that the present Wang Baoli and his rotund figure appeared like a majestic mountain, a picture that would be engraved in their memories for all eternity. Liu Daobin was similarly moved. His breathing hastened, and his displeasure toward Wang Baoli completely dissipated. All that was left was a deep sense of shock. The scene of Wang Baoli holding up his arms to the walls like a human blockade felt like he was holding up the collapsing sky. Even Wang Baoli was moved by his own actions. He felt that if he were a teacher, he would definitely be deeply moved after seeing all that he had done. But in order to gain more points, he secretly thought of sucking up to the college. He said firmly, "It is my honor to have been accepted by Ethereal Tao College even if I die here. I live and die as part of Ethereal Tao College." Wang Baoli felt pleased, completely satisfied with his own words. He did not believe that the teachers would not be moved by his words and actions. However, this sense of complacency did not last long. Wang Baoli, who had only considered gaining more points in the test, had forgotten one thing. That was, he could feel pain. Although he was hallucinating, the pain was no different from that of real life. As the howling wolves approached and clamped their jaws on him, he instantly seemed to drown amid the dozen or so wolves right in front of everyone. It hurts. Wang Baoli's body quivered as his breathing turned heavy. All he could see were the jaws of the wolves, and he smelled the blood on them. The excruciating pain that ensued when their fangs bit at his flesh made him nearly forget that it was all an illusion. But he was determined and had no intention to retreat. His body turned into a bloody mess, exposing white bone in many spots. All he could hear was the shredding sounds and wolf howls mixed together like a death knell as his consciousness became haze. But despite such excruciating pain, he displayed the one outstanding quality he possessed amid all his flaws. That was grit. It was not easy to encounter a situation worth so many points. I can't waste it. I want to score past the maximum in this test by getting all the bonus points in one go. Wang Baoli roared inwardly. Just as he wanted to hold on a little longer, a red figure suddenly dashed past the weeping and retreating students from a distance away at a stunning speed. The red figure was a short-haired youth who looked about 18. He was handsome, and there was a coldness in his eyes and brows. He wore a red attire that only made it easier for him to do combat. He had a huge bow slung over his shoulder, and his body was like a flitting ape in the woods. As he approached, he drew his bow and released an unexpected barrage of arrows. 9 arrows shot out instantly. The arrows were just too fast as they whistled through the air and past the crowd. They whizzed through the one-line sky and whistled over Wang Baoli's head, beneath his crouch, and past his limbs. 9 ferocious wolves were struck as they let out sharp painful cries. Not a single shot missed its target. The immense strength contained within sent the 9 wolves flying upon impact. This sudden turn of events made all the retreating students fall into a daze. Even Wang Baoli was taken aback. The 9 arrows had flown past him in such close proximity that he had been given quite a fright. Before he could even react, the red-dressed youth moved even faster under the watchful eyes of everyone. As though his strength had suddenly surged, he followed closely behind the arrows and charged through the one-line sky, leaped above Wang Baoli's head, and shot another 9 arrows. With a few alarming thuds, which were accompanied by the tragic cries of 9 wolves, the surrounding wolves were terrified. They instinctively retreated, and the red-dressed youth used this opportunity to land, grab Wang Baoli, and retreat rapidly. Wang Baoli's body jolted. He did not care about the pain, he was anxiously watching as the gap between him and the wolves widened. Brother, put me down. I can still last a little longer. The red-dressed youth was moved by Wang Baoli's words, even though he was quite an aloof person. Wang Baoli's body was mangled, as though it would crumble at any moment. You have already done very well. Leave the rest to me. Wang Baoli turned more agitated when he heard that. He felt like the youth was taking his lines for himself. Just as he was about to say another word, the youth took a deep breath. He raised his right hand suddenly as the muscles on his arm instantly swelled several notches. Wang Baoli saw the startling sight of him drawing the huge bow in his hand, aiming at the rock wall to the side. Very quickly, more than 10 shots had been delivered. The strength used was just too great. Cracks appeared in the rocks, and the wall collapsed, crumbling into countless fragmentary stones. With a rumble, the one-line sky was completely blocked. Wang Baoli widened his eyes as he looked at the youth's beefy arm and swallowed the words that he had been about to say. Everything had happened too quickly. As the one-line sky collapsed, the red-dressed youth blinked and carried Wang Baoli back to the crowd. The students not far away felt their minds and hearts quake when they saw this scene. Liu Daobin drew a gasp and opened his mouth, but no voice came out of it. The ancient martial realm's 2nd level, physical seal. I haven't reached physical seal yet. I have only perfected my 1st level, the red-dressed youth explained as he gave Liu Daobin a glance and lowered Wang Baoli. You already have the might of a physical seal even without attaining it. Thank you for saving us. Liu Daobin quickly cupped his fist to salute him. The other schoolmates rushed to do the same. There were even quite a number of girls who looked at him with reverence. Instantly, the red-dressed youth was the center of attention. As for Wang Baoli, he was lying on the ground, watching all of this in depression. He knew that the red-dressed youth had saved him out of goodwill, but he felt that he had lost his opportunity to win points. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do about that. The ancient martial realm. Wang Baoli sighed inwardly. Ever since the Federation entered the Spirit Inception era, most citizens had only been able to learn a beginning cultivation technique known as Qi fostering art. Despite it being an era of cultivation, the technique allowed one to absorb spirit Qi to extend one's longevity and use one's body as a medium to condense spirit stones for sale. That was why it was spread widely. For actual cultivation, the barriers of entry remained very high, and it was difficult to meet the requirements. It also needed a foundation, which was why ancient martial arts had experienced a resurgence. After the Federation concluded various studies, the 3 levels of the ancient martial realm were formed. Blood Qi, physical seal, pulse enrichment. Only by reaching the perfected stage of the pulse enrichment level, would one be qualified to vie for the fate of the Tao that was equivalent to a golden opportunity. However, most of the ancient martial realm cultivation techniques were in the hands of the various factions of the Federation. The most orthodox method of obtaining them, for most people, was to be accepted into one of the 4 Tao colleges. Apart from that, they could only obtain them by offering their services to various large factions or families. He's about my age. He's likely from a renowned family. Wang Baoli sighed. The feeling of having his limelight stolen only made the excruciating pain burn more intensely. He could not help but grunt painfully to attract the attention of everyone. Many people rushed over immediately. Wang Baoli felt a lot better when he realized that people still valued him. However, he found it too painful, and now that his score was likely enough, he decided to simply pass away. Hence, he took a deep breath and spoke in a trembling voice. I can't hold on much longer. Schoolmates, after you become students of my ethereal Tao college, you must. Wang Baoli had fully gotten into character with his emotions. He was about to deliver his words filled with roused magnanimity. But at that moment, the red-dressed youth had a solemn expression. He walked to Wang Baoli's side, took out a bottle of pills, and fed him one. For a person willing to sacrifice himself for the Tao college, I, Chen Ziheng, will absolutely not let him die just like that. Fellow schoolmate, you can now rest. Leave everything to me. Chen Ziheng's words were resolute and decisive. Complemented by his combat strength, he immediately projected a convincing impression into the hearts of everyone. While everyone else expressed their gratitude, Wang Baoli was dumbfounded as he stared at Chen Ziheng in a daze. Once again, he felt like the fellow in front of him had snatched his lines. He wanted to redeem the situation, but as the medicine spread, Wang Baoli turned dizzy, feeling so weak that he could not say a word. All he could do was lie there in anger and sadness. As he looked at the sky, which was gradually brightening, he only had one thought deep in his mind. He must be like me. He's cheating. Chapter 4, Ethereal Tao College. Chapter 4, Ethereal Tao College. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. While Wang Baoli had fainted out of anger and sadness, the red-hot air cruiser in the real world continued crossing the sky rapidly. It was quickly approaching Ethereal City's protectorate. Chaos ensued in the main hull of the vessel. The alchemy faculty wants Wang Baoli. Don't even think about snatching him from my combat faculty. He's mine. Nearly all the teachers were flushed with excitement. They would bang the table at times while arguing incessantly about which faculty Wang Baoli would join after he entered the Tao College. All of this stemmed from Wang Baoli's self-sacrifice. The shock he had left with them was just too great. His bloody, mangled body had moved all of them. Plus, the words he had said were like bolts of lightning that shook their very core, especially his last sentence. It had made their hearts palpitate intensely. I live and die as part of Ethereal Tao College. This sentence effused bravery and loyalty. He was the kind of student that every faculty in the Tao College yearned for, therefore, how could they concede him to the others? As the debate continued, a thin, middle-aged teacher with a goatee took out a jade card with reddened eyes when he realized that he was unable to recruit Wang Baoli on his own. He injected his spirit powers into it and roared, "My Dharmic Armament faculty uses its mandate that can only be used once every 5 years. We mandate that Wang Baoli is to be a specially recruited student of the Dharmic Armament faculty. None of you will snatch him from me." The moment he said those words, the jade card in his hands shimmered immediately. Instantly, the back of the crystal with Wang Baoli's name on it had the additional words Dharmic Armament Faculty on it. This scene alarmed everyone. The mandate was just too precious. Typically, teachers would monitor the students after their matriculation before approving their enrollment into their respective faculties. Only a select few would be offered an olive branch by the faculty members. Regardless, it was a choice that went both ways, except every faculty had one mandate that they could use once every 5 years. It could be used to mandate that a particular student would become a member of their faculty. Furthermore, it came with extravagant treatment and resources. The student would also gain special privileges that far exceeded their peers. It was like handing an important position to the student. As a result of these perks, such a mandate was typically given to students with special backgrounds or those who excelled flawlessly. It was extremely precious. Although Wang Baoli was excellent, the others had hesitated to use their mandates on him. They could not help but shake their heads with a wry smile. Upon seeing his colleagues' expressions, Goatee felt that he had made the right decision. He believed that with Wang Baoli's character, his loyalty to the Dharmic Armament faculty would definitely be one of committed devotion after they nurtured him properly. No matter how talented one was, it was still possible for them to commit acts of betrayal. The only ones who could not be bought with money were those with a righteous character and absolute loyalty. Only such disciples would step forward bravely at critical moments, making them worth every cent spent nurturing them. Goatee immediately became contented when he thought of this. He looked at the still frowning old physician, who was staring at Wang Baoli's information in deep thought. "Chancellor, our Dharmic Armament faculty has mandated that Wang Baoli is ours. You have to be impartial about this." The old physician lowered his head and continued reading the dossier record as he spoke nonchalantly. "Don't worry. He is yours, but I hope you do not regret it." The ethereal Tao College had detailed information about every matriculated student starting from when they were young. There was a subtle keenness in his eyes as he said those words while reading the information. "Chancellor, Goatee was taken aback when he heard that. The other teachers were perplexed as well. He once attempted to lose weight for a month. He fasted and exercised vigorously, but not only did his weight not decrease, it increased. Such an impossible situation that does not happen to ordinary people happened to him." The old physician sneered. He then flipped through the physical characteristics of every student in the hallucination nexus. His eyes landed on Wang Baoli's weight changes after the test began. The old physician raised his head and said firmly, "If I'm not wrong, this Wang Baoli has known for a while now that it is a virtual world. He knew that it was an exam and was cheating. That's impossible." Goatee drew a gasp as he held his chest. He felt faint. "We will know if he's been cheating by testing him." The old physician looked at Wang Baoli through the crystal screen. His right hand rose to control the nexus as it suddenly stirred. In the hallucination nexus, the students had just survived the calamity, but before they could rejoice, they suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar from the forest in front of them. It swept toward them like a storm. Towering trees were destroyed from the sound waves and were blasted apart. The ground also quaked as a huge bear about 100 feet tall crawled up from the ground and roared. Most of its body appeared to be rotting, but its eyes had a ghostly fire, as though it had an undying body. It effused a suppressive might that left everyone trembling to the core. It was the overlord of the woods, its presence caused the woodland animals and birds to tremble in fear. That's impossible. Heavens, that is an ancient boar spectre bear. It's an ancient boar spectre bear, a powerful being whose strength is equal to the perfected ancient martial realm, capable of tearing apart an expert at the second level of the ancient martial realm. Liu Daobin instantly turned limp, and Bunny, Do-Minute, and the rest revealed looks of extreme horror. Even the red-dressed youth had a drastic change in expression. Most terrifying of all, the ancient boar spectre bear charged straight for them after roaring. Every step it took shook the ground as it exuded an imposing might. "Run, quick!" It was unknown who shouted as everyone began scattering on instinct. Even the color in the red-dressed youth's face drained as he gave up the thought of putting up a fight. He quickly retreated. Wang Baoli was only jolted awake from his unconsciousness. When he saw the savage bear, his eyes lit up. His already weak body began heaving up and down rapidly. There are actually more bonus points. In his excitement, Wang Baoli struggled to crawl toward the gigantic bear. Schoolmates, quickly leave. Ignore me. I'll help you stall for time. Wang Baoli said as he barely managed to pick up a rock to throw at the approaching bear. Bear, eat me. As long as I, Wang Baoli, am alive, I will absolutely not allow you to harm my schoolmates. Wang Baoli roared. The escaping students once again felt so touched that words could not describe it. Many of the girls even wept for him. Inside the cruiser's main hull, the old physician sneered when he saw the gigantic bear's massive body charge at Wang Baoli, about to rip him apart alive. See that? The excitement in the punk's eyes. Have you ever seen anyone with such an expression while at death's doorstep? It's as though he's afraid he won't die. The other teachers all had strange expressions when they looked at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli really looked heroic if they looked at him normally, but if they observed him with suspicion, the flaws in his act became apparent. This punk is way too shameless. It would have been fine if he cheated, but he is acting way too out of line. The teachers in the main hull could not bear to continue watching. As for Goatee, he was clenching his teeth, feeling deep regret as his heart seemed to bleed. He was just short of beating his chest and stamping his feet. Heavens, my mandate. Finally, the old physician waved his right hand once again. Immediately, every image in the crystal shattered and dissipated. All right, we will be landing in the Dow College soon. That's the end of the test. The final scene Wang Baoli saw was the moment the hallucination nexus collapsed. The gigantic bear had covered the sky, and following that, it turned turbid along with the world, before turning completely black. When he regained consciousness again, he felt his body jolt. It felt like a force was pushing him forward. He opened his eyes, realizing that he was back in the cruiser's spirit cultivation chamber. He even heard the exclamations of the people around him. This? Weren't we in the Pond Cloud rainforest? Why are we here? Was I dreaming or were all of us dreaming? Wang Baoli blinked as he immediately feigned a blank look as he screamed. Quickly leave, all of you. Don't bother about me. Bear, I'll fight it out with you. His voice was just too loud. Due to his act of courage in the Nexus, it was difficult not to win the attention of others. He immediately attracted many looks when he shouted. The students around him were even more agitated. It's brother Wang Baoli. What a great pal. Wang Baoli, you are the boss from now on. Minute and Bunny were looking at him too. Having survived the calamity, the way they looked at Wang Baoli was no longer the same, especially Bunny, whose eyes were brimming with tears. If she was not wearing the magnetic spirit attire and sitting a distance away, she might have leaped into his arms. All of this left Wang Baoli extremely pleased with himself. Just as he considered how he should receive the adoration of everyone, he heard a stern voice reverberate throughout the spirit cultivation chamber. All students, we have arrived above the Dow College. Everything that just happened was part of our ethereal Dow College's freshman test. Your results will contribute to your overall grade. Finally, I would like to welcome you to ethereal Dow College. Perhaps the stern voice managed to calm their hearts, or perhaps it was the fact that they were close to the Dow College, but all the students inside the spirit cultivation chamber collected themselves and psyched themselves up as they turned to look outside the windows. Although Wang Baoli felt a little wistful, he could not conceal his feelings of anticipation. When he looked down at the ground beneath him through a window, he immediately saw a massive lake. The lake looked like a mirror that paved the ground. It was extremely beautiful as it reflected the colors in the sky. There were 3 islands in the lake aligned parallel to one another. There were many boats sailing between the islands. As they approached, one could even see buildings with an air of antiquity on the islands as well as numerous people. In the periphery of the islands, it looked like there were tens of thousands of people, constituting a tiny city. Our Ethereal Dow College is a renowned college that was established in AD 2348. It experienced the Federation era and participated in the Battle of the Beasts. It also ushered in the Spirit Inception era and changed its teachings to the Tao. It has more than 7 centuries of history and has nurtured countless elites and heroes. It has contributed significantly to the progress of mankind. Even the previous Federation president graduated from Ethereal Tao College. The lake you see is called the Green Forest Lake. As the saying goes, years as a green forest pass by happily, the happiness within matches that of a youth. As for the 3 islands, they are the Heaven Traversal Island, core to the Tao College, the Upper Academy Island for Tao disciples, and the Lower Academy Island for students like you. Of those who inherit our Ethereal Tao College's legacy, there is the guiding principle to change the world and bring world peace. The stern voice resounded in the spirit cultivation chamber. It was filled with pride as it spread through the hearts of everyone. Everyone, including Wang Baoli, could not help but feel stirred by Ethereal Tao College's presence and heritage. As the Lower Academy Island beneath them rapidly increased in size, they could see more than 10 towering mountain peaks on the biggest mountains. They looked like sharp swords that aimed for the skies. Every mountain peak had countless buildings. There were huge words on them, which were especially clear, even when seen from the sky. Dharmic Armament Faculty, Alchemy Faculty, Combat Faculty, Array Runes Faculty. Before they were able to take note of everything, they felt a sudden jerk following a great boom. The cruiser had traversed 5,000 kilometers from Phoenix City to land straight in the Lower Academy Island of Ethereal Tao College. They had arrived at Ethereal Tao College. Chapter 5, Specially Recruited Student. Chapter 5, Specially Recruited Student. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Ethereal Tao College was extremely large, especially with the Lower Academy Island, which was truly majestic. It could accommodate 100,000 students during their studies. In the southeastern area of the Lower Academy Island, dozens of gigantic hot air balloon cruisers were parked in an aerial port. There were countless students filled with curiosity and excitement. They were getting off the cruisers with their luggage in tow. Although it was noisy, it was mostly filled with joyful laughter. These people came from different regions of the Federation. They were the new batch of students that had been accepted into the Tao colleges. On one cruiser's deck, Wang Baoli and company, who had come from Phoenix City, were carrying their luggage. All of them looked excitedly at the white clouds in the blue sky and the mountain peaks of the different faculties in the distance. They felt refreshed and were brimming with an indescribable sense of anticipation. However, compared to their youthful spirits, the old physician and the other teachers who walked out from the main hull had strange expressions. They were already very familiar with the students who had come from Phoenix City. They were especially familiar with Wang Baoli. They could not help but glance at him a few more times. Being accustomed to taking cues from the words and countenance of people, Wang Baoli naturally noticed it. Although he was among a crowd of people, he was still concerned about the results of the test. He was constantly paying attention to where the teachers were. Only then did he notice that something was amiss. Why are they looking at me like that? Are my results too heaven-defying? Ha ha, that must be the case. Wang Baoli immediately turned excited. However, there was a sense of curiosity amid the excitement. The reason was that among the teachers, there was a man with a goatee whose eyes appeared both angry and sad when he looked at him. What's the situation? Wang Baoli was perplexed. He found goatee problematic, but before he could think through things carefully, all the teachers, including goatee, walked straight for them. As they approached, a person sped up among the teachers and said to the red-dressed youth, "Chen Ziheng, come here. I'll show you to the registration booth." Chen Ziheng had a thought before he nodded and walked over before being taken away by the teacher. As they walked, they conversed. The teacher appeared to be giving him recommendations enthusiastically. When Wang Baoli saw this, his eyes lit up. Immediately, his breathing hastened. He had a guess. Would the results from the test begin showing their effects from this moment forth? His heart raced as it filled with anticipation. He puffed his chest out, afraid that the teachers did not see him. "Shu Lushan, follow me. Liu Daobin, come." Soon, the teachers began shouting one name after another. The people called were taken away. This scene made the hearts of people race. They could also tell that those who were named had done well in the test. They had won the favor of the teachers and were taken away ahead of the rest. They were offered olive branches from the respective faculties. Wang Baoli felt complacent. Although he did not hear a teacher shout out his name, he was very confident about his results in the test. He felt that the later one was called, the more excellent the students were. He even strongly looked forward to meeting the teacher who thought highly of himself. What should I do if I caught the eye of all the teachers? Man, how troubling. I wonder how I should choose. Wang Baoli felt happy deep down as he raised his head and puffed up his chest. However, after waiting all day, with even 2 minutes called away before, only about 80% of the hundreds of students were left beside him, he was somewhat dumbfounded. No way. Wang Baoli wiped the sweat from his forehead, finding it impossible to maintain his composure. The teachers constantly took other students away until there were almost left. Almost all the teachers were gone, with the old physician leaving after taking a glance at Wang Baoli. The only person left was Goatee, who looked like someone owed him a fortune. Wang Baoli felt a little faint seeing this. At that moment, the nasty-looking Goatee's chest puffed up a few times. He looked extremely unwilling but was forced to do something out of no choice. It was as though he had to finish going down a path he had chosen. Only then did he shout, "Wang Baoli, why aren't you coming over yet?" The words seemed to have been forced through his clenched teeth. After saying that, Goatee turned and disembarked the cruiser. Wang Baoli instantly became excited. He felt the voice was as beautiful as a lark's. He did not have the time to consider the expression Goatee had. He ran over hurriedly and very obligingly followed Goatee. It appeared as though he would not hesitate to help carry any luggage he had if he had any. As they left, the remaining disciples were made to disembark the cruiser. These students without anything special about them would choose their own faculties in the coming days. Goatee was taking wide strides away from the Lower Academy Island's aerial port, his face grim. There was a small cruiser parked in front of him, and standing by it were students from previous cohorts. They were waiting excitedly while decked in their blue college uniforms. Whenever they saw pretty girls walk past, they would immediately run over to introduce themselves warmly and show concern. When they saw Goatee arrive, they quickly acted reverently. "Teacher, walk slowly. What faculty are we from?" Wang Baoli's breathless voice sounded from behind Goatee. Goatee was an expert himself, so he walked fast. Wang Baoli, who had yet to cultivate any ancient martial arts, found it difficult to keep up. Goatee was utterly depressed. He took out a purple jade pendant, threw it to the approaching Wang Baoli, and snorted, "Report to the Dharmic Armament faculty by yourself. I have something to tend to and will be leaving first." With that said, he stepped into the small cruiser and quickly flew off. Wang Baoli was equally depressed after catching the jade pendant. He could also tell that something was wrong with the way the teacher had treated him. Was my performance so good that it was seen through? Sigh. What faculty is the Dharmic Armament faculty? Wang Baoli smacked his head and stood there with the jade pendant in hand. He felt vexed. He subconsciously took out a bag of snacks and began munching. He felt that Goatee was just too unreliable. Helplessly, he could only seek out answers himself. Since it was matriculation day, there were many people on Ethereal Tao College's Lower Academy Island. There was a sea of people at the aerial port, and their body heat only accentuated the hot weather. Although there was a lake breeze, it only blew hot air over. Wang Baoli stood there wiping his sweat. He saw a hawker stall selling ice water a distance away. It was advertised as ice spirit water. Although it was expensive, Wang Baoli was not the kind of person who would deny his wants. Even though it was expensive, he ran over and bought a few bottles before putting them in his luggage. As he drank the chilly ice spirit water, Wang Baoli looked around. He looked at the bustling aerial port and even saw a few people live streaming the matriculation of the freshmen. He could also vaguely hear them requesting virtual gifts. After asking around, Wang Baoli did not waste too much time. He gained some understanding of the Dharmic Armament faculty and immediately felt pumped. He sat on a small cruiser that was headed for Dharmic Armament Peak. There were many people at Dharmic Armament Peak as well. Some were visiting to make an informed choice of a faculty. Some had long made up their minds and were there to submit their applications. There was also quite a number of volunteers, seniors of the Dharmic Armament faculty. They were responsible for welcoming the students. They showed the freshmen, who came in waves, around the faculty. There were heads bobbing up and down far into the distance. It was quite a lively scene. As the crowd proceeded forward, Wang Baoli heard a female senior with an oblong face give an introduction with great excitement and seriousness. It matched what he had heard about the Dharmic Armament faculty. He felt that it was quite an impressive faculty. The Dharmic Armament faculty might appear to be about the refinement of artifacts, but there is some difference to it. It's about refining all items in the world into treasures. Our ethereal Tao College's Dharmic Armament faculty is considered the cream of the crop in all of the Federation. We are skilled in everything from Dharmic artifacts and combat artifacts to day-to-day artifacts used by commoners. Also, every student who graduates is greatly sought after. The excitement in the senior's voice showcased her pride in her faculty. Back when you were in the sky, you must have noticed the 3 massive platforms of my Dharmic Armament peak. They represent the 3 main halls, where spirit stones, inscriptions, and spirit kernels are studied. Unlike the foundational schools in our hometowns, there is relatively more freedom in the Tao College. There is no fixed curriculum for each faculty. From freshmen to seniors, they can enter any class to be instructed. As for the rest of the time, most people spend their time cultivating by themselves. Although there are exams every year, they are not very strict. Only the placement exam for the upper academy is critical. If you are unable to advance into the upper academy within 5 years, you will be asked to leave the Tao College. Wang Baoli kept the tidbit in mind when he heard the female senior mention the placement exams. The people around him did the same. However, you need not be too worried. Advancing into the upper academy is still something very far off for you. Alright, this is where freshmen can apply to join the faculty. Noticing that everyone was looking at her, the guide smiled. She stopped by a stone mirror about 100 feet tall by the mountainside. The stone mirror looked ancient, and it appeared as though it had experienced the vestiges of time. There were what seemed to be runic patterns on it. It looked very daunting. Place your application card on it, and you can descend the mountain. It will take the lower academy a maximum of 3 days to notify you of your acceptance. Each faculty will reveal their admission list too, said the female senior before she wiped her sweat. Her mouth was a little dry from all the talking and heat. She stood by the side, looking at the students. She turned wistful as she seemed to see herself from yesteryear. I wonder how many of them will be admitted. But then again, it can't be many. After all, not more than 4,000 are accepted per batch. As she sighed, Wang Baoli immediately noticed that she was wiping her sweat. He scurried over, took out a cold bottle of ice spirit water from his luggage, and handed it to her. Senior, it must have been tough on you. I would like to thank you on behalf of all us freshmen for explaining so much to us. You should drink some water in this scorching heat. Wang Baoli had an honest expression, and his voice sounded sincere. She could not help but size up the fatty in front of her. She immediately had a liking for him. His thoughtfulness was truly rare among all the freshmen she had guided. The other schoolmates also looked over. After all, Wang Baoli had not only represented himself, but all of them. It also gave them a good impression of him. Wang Baoli was pleased with himself when he saw how a bottle of ice spirit water had garnered him good impressions from so many people. He felt that his potential as an official had risen once more. Soon, the students approached the stone mirror with a sense of anticipation. One by one, they took out a blank jade card and placed it on the stone mirror. Light shot out from the jade card, signifying the completion of the imprint. Everyone had one jade card. The teachers who accompanied them had handed the cards out after they arrived at the lower academy island. However, Wang Baoli was somewhat dumbfounded when he saw the jade cards in their hands. What the heck? Why don't I have one? Wang Baoli quickly asked around, and after learning of the situation, he once again came to realize how unreliable Goatee was. Wang Baoli was the only one left after everyone else had imprinted their jade cards. The guide could not help but look at him and ask out of concern, "Junior, do you have any questions? My card is a little different from the others." Wang Baoli hesitated for a moment as he fondled the purple jade pendant close to his chest. He carefully placed it on the stone mirror. The instant the jade pendant touched the stone mirror, it suddenly released intense purple light. Even the stone mirror was illuminated in its entirety as a rumbling boom resounded throughout Dharmic Armament Peak. There was a shockwave that blasted outwards. All the surrounding students felt their hearts jolt as they retreated in shock. What's the situation? What's the matter? Even Wang Baoli was given a fright. That was not even the end. Even more astonishing were the majestic bells that resonated on Dharmic Armament Peak along with the soaring light. It seemed to reach a crescendo, as though it was about to announce something to the entire Dharmic Armament faculty. Clang! 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 Instantly, every student on Dharmic Armament Peak, be it the students ascending the mountain, the students in the lecture halls, or those cultivating in various buildings, looked up. Beside the rock mirror, the senior with the oblong-shaped face felt her mind buzzing. She widened her eyes as they filled with disbelief. She exclaimed in shock, "Specially recruited student. What did you say?" Wang Baoli was even more perplexed. At the same time, a gong reverberated. On Dharmic Armament Peak, in a hall filled with spirit chi, Goatee was sat reading an ancient text. His originally calm heart turned restless once again. Why did that little bastard come so quickly? He felt vexed. The thought of him losing the mandate that could only be used once in 5 years made him terribly regretful. It would have been fine if no one had disturbed him, but the bell was reverberating loudly. Immediately, a few figures flew into the grand hall. They were the other teachers from the Dharmic Armament faculty. Daoist Zhong Yud, I heard you specially recruited a very promising student for our Dharmic Armament faculty. Ha ha, old Zhong, I always knew that you had a good eye. Where's that good seedling? Quickly summon him and let us meet him. As teachers entered with excited looks, Goatee's face turned ashen. The feeling was akin to having to tearfully finish eating the shit that he had just bought. He could only force a smile. That's right. He's a good seedling. I have an artifact to refine. I'll be making a move first. With that said, he left quickly. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to stop himself from smacking the good seedling to death. Chapter 6, Big Trouble. Chapter 6, Big Trouble. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After finishing his registration and obtaining a cultivation technique, Daoist robes, and other miscellaneous items, Wang Baoli put on the red Daoist robe meant for specially recruited students. He was standing near a mountain peak. Although it was a little remote, he could not help but grin when standing before a beautiful building with excellent scenery. In front of him was a purple stone door, which opened automatically, revealing a cave abode. This is the legendary cave abode? Wang Baoli could not contain his excitement. For many students, they could only reside in buildings that resembled dormitories. Only a select few had the right to live inside a cave abode at the mountain peak. After all, that which is rare is dear. A mountain could have many buildings built, but the number of cave abodes was fixed. It was difficult to increase the number. Furthermore, the cave abodes had array formations that gathered spirit chi, making them have much denser spirit chi than the buildings. Despite having a small cave abode, what Wang Baoli had was enough to make countless students green with envy. He could acutely feel how different his robe was from the other students. He looked at his cave abode, and noticing that there was no one around, Wang Baoli finally could not help but roar with laughter. He felt highly spirited. After entering the cave abode, he realized it had a veranda despite it not being very big. It stretched out 20 feet past the edge of the mountain peak. Standing there felt like he was standing in the sky. The complacent Wang Baoli walked to the veranda and took in the scenery. He was in an extremely good mood as he took out a bag of snacks. Wang Baoli ate his snacks while he reveled in his good mood. He took out the martial cultivation technique that was unique to Ethereal Dao College. He saw, on the first page, 3 words written with bold, vigorous strokes. Ancient Martial Arts. It was not something unique to the Dharmic Armament faculty. All students in the lower academy were required to study this foundational cultivation technique. After freshmen were matriculated, they would enter their various faculties according to their choices, where they would learn all the unique knowledge the faculty had to offer. As for ancient martial arts, it was provided to all faculties, intended as a foundational cultivation technique that supported the knowledge gained from each faculty. The ancient martial realm has 3 stages: blood chi, physical seal, and pulse enrichment. As dusk approached, the wind turned colder. It blew at Wang Baoli, making him feel extremely comfortable. The expression he had while reading the cultivation technique also turned more focused. Only when the evening glow by the horizon was fully replaced by darkness did Wang Baoli look up. He had finished reading the ancient martial arts manual. He finally had a full understanding of the ancient martial realm. Those at the blood chi stage have immense strength. Those at the physical seal are extremely precise and accurate. Once pulse enrichment is attained, one would be pushed to the peak of human physical conditioning. Wang Baoli took a deep breath. He recalled the scene of the red-dressed youth, Chen Ziheng, striking the mountain. His eyes slowly began to burn with excitement. To become Federation President, ancient martial arts are necessary. Besides, I can lose weight while cultivating in it. It kills many birds with one stone. In his excitement, Wang Baoli began his attempt at cultivation. However, he suddenly had a change in expression. He raised his right hand and pulled out the black half-mask. Wang Baoli looked at the mask ruminatively. He could not forget how the mask had turned incorporeal during the test. There was also the blurry text that had appeared. This must be a treasure. Wang Baoli's heart raced. His parents were involved in archaeology, and it was for this reason that his house seemed to be filled with objects that appeared like junk. Wang Baoli had once fantasized that one of the antiques hid a treasure, but he had played with nearly every one of them from a young age. He had even secretly dripped some blood to see if anything spectacular would happen. With the mask in hand, he carefully studied it once more. Other than the somewhat ice-cold material, he still did not notice anything extraordinary about it. When he finally recalled that the mask produced changes only in a special environment like the test, his eyes lit up. It looks like there's a need for me to borrow a similar dharmic artifact. Perhaps I can unravel the secrets of this mask. With this thought in mind, he noticed that the sky had turned dark. The somewhat tired Wang Baoli returned to his cave abode and arranged his luggage happily. He had not packed a lot of clothes. Most of his items were strange. There was even a large megaphone. All of these are treasures gathered by me to aid me in becoming an official. If I hadn't been able to find my luggage in my dream, I would not have needed to go through so much hardship. Wang Baoli yawned as he looked at the treasures in his luggage, satisfied. Just as he was about to sleep, he suddenly jolted and sat up. I can't grow dizzy from success. The high officials' autobiographies illustrate many cases of people who lose themselves to their momentary success. They tend to end up in tragedy. Wang Baoli drew a gasp. After repressing the excitement in him, he began pondering over the reason for the way the teachers looked at him and the way Goethe treated him. Matching it to his status as a specially recruited student, the answer was evident. They must have discovered that something was amiss. When Wang Baoli came to this conclusion from his analysis, his heart turned cold as a chill ran down his spine. I have to stay low during this period of time. It would be best if it appears as if I don't exist. If not, there will only be trouble. Wang Baoli turned vexed. He did not wish to lose everything he had at present. While suffering from his headache, he could not help but blame the lack of a backer for his predicament. I need to think of a way to quickly get a backer. 3 days passed by quickly. As the various faculties released their lists of admitted students, all the students moved into their various faculty peaks. College life was about to begin after the matriculated students fully grasped the college rules and regulations. Wang Baoli kept a low profile during the 3 days. He began his attempt at cultivating ancient martial arts. He virtually did not step out of his cave abode, afraid he would gain the notice of Goethe. He believed that he might be a lot safer if he survived the sensitive period. Although he had a nice wish, news regarding the various districts' tests began to spread on the Dow College's Spirit intranet as the students settled in. It quickly became a hot topic. After all, nearly 100 hot air balloon cruisers with nearly 100 venues had undergone their district tests simultaneously. Many excellent students caught the attention of people. Did you hear? Among one of the freshmen from Skycloud City is a person named Lu Jingnan. He actually set a trap to slay the barbed bone iguana. He was extremely impressive. That's nothing. I heard that an expert named Chen Ziheng appeared in Phoenix City's test. He is only just short of the physical seal stage of the ancient martial realm. He was offered invitations from 8 different faculties at the same time. He's famous. As the Lower Academy Island's various faculties began discussing the freshman on the Spirit intranet, more people were gradually mentioned. The one who steals the show must be Chen Yameng. Rumor has it that she was born with a spirit body. She can refine spirit stones that are 80% pure. She could have entered the best college in the Federation, White Deer Dao College, but our ethereal Dao College spared no expense and gave her an irresistible offer. Chen Yameng is truly extraordinary. There's another person who is her equal. He might even surpass her. He's Shui Yifan. Rumor has it that he was born with ink star eyes. Every time he activates them, everything around him appears slow. Furthermore, he is already at the perfected physical seal stage. His identity is a greater mystery, and he is rumored to be a member of the 5th-generation Sky Clan. He has been specially recruited by the combat faculty. Amid the discussion, all the noteworthy freshmen were brought to the forefront. Even the senior students felt the heat when they heard the news. And for Wang Baoli, who was desperately trying to keep a low profile, he rose to prominence like a bright star. After all, he had been specially recruited, and his performance in the test had been spread by hundreds of students from Phoenix City. There are 2 specially recruited students this batch. One of them is Shui Yifan, and the other is Wang Baoli. Speaking of Wang Baoli, he has extremely high morals. He is filled with righteousness and is willing to sacrifice himself for others. In order to save his schoolmates, he charged into a sea of snakes despite the appearance of a red-bone white neonate snake. In order to give his schoolmates a chance to survive, he fed himself to the wolves. He once said the heart-stirring statement that he would live and die as one of ethereal Dao College. Also, even after seeing an ancient boar spectre bear, Wang Baoli still struggled to crawl over, despite his grievous injuries. He attempted to use his body to lure the spectre bear away so as to save his schoolmates. This matter spread rapidly, causing Wang Baoli to become famous. His name was soon known to all on the Lower Academy Island. Wang Baoli, through his voice transmission ring, could not help but turn cold from fright when he saw the talk on the Spirit intranet after logging in. He felt that trouble was brewing, and he quickly posted a thread. "Hello everyone, I'm Wang Baoli. All of you were mistaken. I was actually very afraid back then. The reason I charged into the snake swarm was not that I am selfless, but that I find my schoolmate, Zhu Xiaoya, very pretty. I wanted to court her." Really? Wang Baoli posted his message through clenched teeth. He hoped that he could lower the attention he received by sullying himself. He did not dare to keep a high profile. But he did not imagine that the moment he posted the message, it quickly gained the affirmation and replies of countless students. Most of them were female students. They replied, calling him a real man. Wang Baoli nearly fainted as he was close to tears. He lamented about how he had bolstered the impressions people had of him despite believing that it would do the opposite. Thus, he posted another message. "Actually, I only blocked the pack of wolves because I was poisoned. I knew I was about to die, so I would rather enjoy a quick death. The person who saved everyone was not me. All the credit should be given to Chen Ziheng." Wang Baoli was just about to heave a sigh of relief after writing that. He felt that by giving Chen Ziheng all the credit, attention would be placed on Chen Ziheng and not him. However, Wang Baoli's relief only lasted a short while. Chen Ziheng suddenly posted a reply, claiming that Wang Baoli was inferior to him when it came to martial arts, but in terms of heroic spirit, tenacity, and selflessness, he was inferior to Wang Baoli. The moment the message was posted, it immediately caused the Spirit intranet to boil over. After all, Chen Ziheng was famous. What he said carried weight. Immediately, countless people began discussing the matter. It made Wang Baoli's plan of diverting away attention fail once again. More attention was placed on him, even more than Chen Yameng. All of this made Wang Baoli feel like slamming his head against the wall. He reeled in despair as tears rolled down his cheeks. Even his organs were trembling. "Heavens, are you guys trying to get me killed? Spare me. I admit my mistake, all right? With tears streaming down his cheeks, he gritted his teeth and posted once again. "Everyone, please don't mind me anymore. I'm just an ordinary fatty. There is nothing good about me. I'm gluttonous, lustful, and avaricious. I only barely passed the placement exams, and the spirit stones I can refine are only a little better than 50%. I'm really just an ordinary person." Wang Baoli felt that this act of sullying of himself was complete. Any bad thing he could think of had been added. However, the development of the situation nearly shocked his jaw off. This time, it was Liu Daobin who stepped forward. He left a message that resonated in an unprecedented manner with countless students. "Chen Yameng is impressive. Zhui Yifan is even more remarkable. However, they were already the best of us freshmen. They have more than what it takes to rescue people or complete tests, but Wang Baoli is different. He was saving people with his life. It's just like how a wealthy person can give you 100 spirit stones, but when compared to a poor person who gives you all his savings of 100 spirit stones, how can that act have the same meaning? Wang Baoli is just like us. He is only an ordinary student, so how can he be without flaws? But it is such a person, with him sacrificing himself to save others, that makes it even more shocking. That bloody scene is something I will never forget my entire life." His words immediately stirred a fervor. It caused the comments on the Lower Academy Island Spirit intranet to increase exponentially. Topics on Wang Baoli exceeded Zhui Yifan's, making him stand out amid the batch of freshmen. Wang Baoli was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the Spirit intranet in a daze. He did not think he was that great. It took him a while to recover as his eyes were filled with despair. He took out a bag of snacks while looking as though life held nothing for him. He began munching on the snacks. "I'm finished. I'm finished. I'm in big trouble." Indeed, it did not take long before the teachers on the Phoenix City cruiser took notice. They could not maintain their silence and publicly announced the news that Wang Baoli had cheated on the test. Like massive ripples formed from a stone drop, the announcement immediately caused a huge upheaval all across the Lower Academy Island. Chapter 7, An Entire Population of Miners. Chapter 7, An Entire Population of Miners. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the news of Wang Baoli's cheating broke, the shock that everyone felt was as elevated as the pedestal he had been previously placed on. Topics on Wang Baoli cropped up again, becoming the hottest topic among the freshmen. Even topics of the older students paled in comparison. There were even many who directly posted threads on the Spirit intranet, angrily demanding that punitive action be taken against Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli sighed when he saw his worst fears happen as he expected. He sat gloomily in his cave abode and looked around, his heart filled with sorrow. Wang Baoli attempted to console himself. It's said that when heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering, and his sinews and bones with toil. Is heaven testing me? He felt that he was facing extremely great trouble. Just a little misstep could doom him. After being gripped by momentary nervousness, his brain began whirling for a solution. Days later, the various faculties in Ethereal Tao College's Lower Academy Island began the first lectures for freshmen. That day, Wang Baoli carried his tiny bag early in the morning as he walked out his cave abode with an austere expression. "What's the big deal? It's nothing. What's there to be afraid of?" Wang Baoli looked up at the sword sun and took a deep breath. His eyes revealed a look of determination. Dressed in his specially recruited student robes, he headed for the Spirit Stones Hall, one of the 3 main halls of the Dharmic Armament faculty. Many students were headed for the hall in groups. All of them were looking forward to classes. They walked briskly while chatting, but when they saw Wang Baoli in his red Daoist robes, they were taken aback. They instantly recognized him, and their expressions changed. The topics they were talking in whispers quickly changed to that of Wang Baoli. "It's Wang Baoli. He actually appeared. Say, how long do you think he can stay in the Tao College? I heard that a teacher has proposed to expel him to serve as a warning to others." Although everyone spoke softly, Wang Baoli met too many students along the way. Some of the chatter reached his ears. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not have been able to hide their fluster and anxiety. However, As an oddity who had studied high officials' autobiographies from a young age, Wang Baoli made having a thick skin a basic skill. He remained composed as he strode straight toward the hall. The stone platform that the hall was on spanned a huge area. It was sufficient to hold 10,000 people. Although the construction was simple, it was filled with an ancient air. 8 gigantic stone columns supported the massive flying phoenix pavilion. The pavilion's entrance was noisy. Apart from the empty lecture stage, there were countless tables and chairs in a stepped fashion. They were occupied by people, and the most eye-catching thing in the hall was a gigantic stone wall to the right of the lecture stage. The wall was blue in color, and on it were 100 names. Every name had a number labeled beside it. Beside first place was the number 90, and for the 100th place, it was 82. There was a string of smaller numbers behind those numbers. A huge rock stood upright outside the hall's entrance. On it was the motto of the Dharmic Armament Faculty. Divine armament shall destroy the myriad Tao if restrainment by Dharmic artifacts and numinous treasures proves fruitless. When Wang Baoli approached, he remained composed despite there being bold freshmen and senior students present as he looked at the motto on the rock. The sentence was domineering. It was a strong, impactful principle that a single Dharma could suppress the myriad Tao. Even though Wang Baoli was caught up in his thoughts, he could not help but halt when he saw the words. He was stunned by them. Wang Baoli might have only been interested in the Dharmic Armament Faculty in the past, but at that moment, he turned even more inclined toward the Dharmic Armament Faculty after reading the sentence. Trying to expel me? What a joke! I, Wang Baoli, have been studying high officials' autobiographies for 10 years. What sort of storms have I not weathered? Wang Baoli focused his mind and stepped into the hall, striding straight in. With his eye-catching red Daoist robes appearing in the hall, he immediately attracted the attention of the students around him. It was unknown whose sharp voice it was that first shouted Wang Baoli's name. After the shout, innumerable pairs of eyes landed their gazes on Wang Baoli instantly. There were more than 10,000 people, and their gazes were all focused on one person. The pressure was enough to turn one limp, especially since there were jeers coming from the crowd. Wang Baoli, to think you have the shame to attend classes. What specially recruited student? It's something obtained purely from cheating. How unjust it is if such a person is not punished. Wang Baoli, you are not welcomed here. If this were anywhere else, perhaps no one would have said such words so directly. After all, there was no deep vendetta between them. But in the massive hall, with so many people present, the atmosphere easily stirred up emotions. Instantly, there was a buzz that demanded punitive measures against him. Liu Daobin was also among the group. He felt conflicted, and he sighed inwardly when he looked at Wang Baoli. He also felt odd. Despite knowing that Wang Baoli had cheated, he still could not wipe the bloody scene from his mind. If it were me, I'll probably turn and leave. Liu Daobin shook his head as he reflected on the situation. Wang Baoli was still standing at the entrance. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw Wang Baoli very naturally pull out a megaphone from his bag. He placed it by his mouth and widened his eyes before suddenly shouting loudly, "All of you shut up." He had shouted to begin with, and through the special amplification of the megaphone, it sounded like thunder. It resounded throughout the hall, drowning out the voices of 10,000 people. Those who were closer to Wang Baoli, who had jeered the loudest, nearly stumbled due to the roar. Instantly, everyone felt their ears buzz as there was complete silence. Some were in a daze. Even in their wildest dreams, they had never expected a student to have a clearly modified megaphone in his bag. People were there to study. They found it puzzling that anyone would bring a megaphone to school. It was truly too incredulous. The dramatic turn of events, especially the deafening megaphone sound, left everyone dumbstruck. Even Liu Daobin was dumbfounded. He could not help but take a few looks at the ridiculous megaphone in Wang Baoli's hand. Wang Baoli looked in satisfaction at the scene before him as he stuffed the megaphone into his bag in a composed manner. This was one of the treasures he carried with him all the time. From his reading of the high officials' autobiographies, he knew very clearly that having a powerful megaphone in a speaking contest was extremely useful. Wang Baoli raised his head and puffed out his chest, walking forward when he saw everyone stunned. He noticed Liu Daobin, who seemed hesitant. After looking at Wang Baoli's tiny bag, Liu Daobin waved at him. This Liu Daobin is quite an interesting fellow. Wang Baoli's eyes lit up as he rushed over to take a seat. Only then did the crowd in the hall recover. Many were infuriated, and just as they wanted to retaliate, a bell rang. A thin, white-haired elder dressed in black Daoist robes slowly walked in. He had a cold expression, looking like someone that one should stay away from. He naturally suffused a repressive aura, causing the heart of every student in the hall to palpitate. They shut their mouths and quietly looked at the black-robed elder, who had walked onto the lecture stage. Wang Baoli also quickly looked over. The black-robed elder swept his gaze over the crowd before saying, "The Dharmic Armament faculty has 3 main halls. They are the Spirit Stones Hall, the Inscriptions Hall, and the Spirit Kernel Hall. I am one of the 5 lecturers in the Spirit Stones Hall, Zhu Yunhai. The stone wall beside me is the Dharmic Armament roll of the School of Spirit Stones. I wish for all of you to have your names on it one day. Class shall begin now. But before we study the refinement of spirit stones, I want all of you to understand one principle. Why do we get the entire population to cultivate a qi nurturing technique when we want to refine spirit stones?" As the elder spoke, he nonchalantly clenched his fist. A milky white stone the size of a fist appeared out of thin air. This scene left the hearts of many students palpitating once again. Liu Daobin was well read as he drew a gasp beside Wang Baoli. He uttered, "Teacher Zhu has a storage dharmic artifact." Wang Baoli similarly widened his eyes. Although he had heard of storage dharmic artifacts, he had never seen one before. No one sold them in the world. Occasionally, he would hear on the news that one had been sold at a major auction. Furthermore, the final price was far beyond his imagination. None of the students were strangers to the milky white rock. It was the necessary empty stone needed to refine spirit stones. 37 years ago, with the sword of the cosmos flying over, a new energy source suddenly appeared in this world, and it's none other than spirit qi. The concentration of spirit qi is extremely rich, but it appeared too suddenly. It did not exist in the past, and according to the Federation's research, if the spirit qi continues nourishing the land, it will affect jade in a few centuries, which will result in spirit stone mines. The black-robed elder spoke calmly. The white rock he held was constantly emitting an increasingly intense halo. One could faintly notice that the elder's surroundings were silently warping. It seemed like invisible spirit qi was being controlled by him and guided into the rock. However, we are presently in the 37th year of the spirit inception era. We are far from having spirit stone mines. To gain spirit stones, we need humans to create them. Therefore, various factions have promoted the qi nurturing technique, making it open to the population. The goal is to make everyone a miner to create spirit stones so that it can be used as a currency. It will result in a massive number of spirit stones that can supply the whole world with cultivation resources. Also, due to how different people have different affinities with spirit qi and other various reasons, the spirit stone purity each person refines is different. This gives rise to what we call natural endowments. For example, to qualify for the White Deer Dao College, one needs to refine spirit stones with a purity of more than 70%. As for our ethereal Dao College, it's lower, but it still needs at least 50% purity. His words and the changes to the empty stone left the students in the hall speechless. Such an opinion was completely different from what they knew. And the way the elder refined the spirit stone in such a composed manner was equally stunning. The entire population takes on the role of miners. He can refine a spirit stone while speaking. Wang Baoli's heart was racing as well. He could refine spirit stones, too, but he needed to fully focus every time. Just a tiny distraction would result in failure. The black-robed elder was unconcerned with the student's shock. He calmly refined the spirit stone as he continued speaking once again. Then here comes a new question. Is there really only one qi fostering art? I can tell you with full certainty that what the population studies is the first volume. Its main use is to strengthen one's physique, allowing spirit qi to enter the body. Although it's not possible for them to store it in their bodies, it will quickly dissipate out of their bodies like a draft. But if they hold an empty stone, they can use their bodies as a conduit with their minds, allowing them to refine spirit stones. Spirit stones also have grades. Inferior grade, medial grade, superior grade, as well as the rainbow spirit stones that approach perfection. As for the second volume, only dharmic armament refiners can gain access to it. This is because the sword hilt fragment that contained the chi fostering art was a description of dharmic armament refinement. It's only because the first volume had the additional information pertaining to the refinement of spirit stones, that it was spread among the population, allowing everyone to cultivate in it. The black-robed elder spoke at an appropriate speed. Having said that, the empty stone in his hand had already turned resplendent. Waving his right hand, the luster dissipated. Ash scattered from the empty stone's surface and exposed a much smaller, chestnut-shaped spirit stone. Mist seemed to swirl in it as it shimmered. Although the second volume is good, those who cannot refine spirit stones with a purity higher than 80% are not qualified to study from it. As such, in my class, I will not talk about the second volume. I'll only be talking about the refinement tricks as recorded in the first volume. The hall was silent. Everyone was looking at the spirit stone in the elder's hand. Everything seemed to pale in front of it. With this spirit stone as a comparison, they felt as though the spirit stones they refined were mere fakes. He refined a spirit stone of at least 90% purity while speaking. Other than being a teacher, Teacher Zhu must definitely be someone remarkable outside. Wang Baoli drew a gasp. The lesson that day seemed to have opened up a brand new world for him. Chapter 8, Wit and Counterattack. Chapter 8, Wit and Counterattack. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Inside the Spirit Stones Hall, Zhu Yunhai's voice remained as calm as ever. It was as if he was not delivering a lecture to students but simply expressing his understanding of dharmic armaments. A casual comment of his would leave the students enlightened, making them see the light. However, the need to pay close attention was extremely demanding on these newly matriculated students. They could only first write down whatever was said. It developed to the point of them not being able to keep up with their note writing. Many students began to murmur quietly as a way to relax. Wang Baoli finally understood why the dharmic armament faculty only had 3 main halls. Just this hall that taught spirit stone refinement techniques had enough content to make it impossible to fully understand everything, simply from attending a few classes. He was somewhat exhausted, and Liu Daobin had finally snapped back to attention. He looked at Wang Baoli and could not help but whisper, "Wang Baoli, you are in trouble. I heard that several teachers have proposed to have you expelled." His eyes were filled with pity, but when he saw Wang Baoli's tiny bag, his face could not help but twitch. Which teacher said that? Wang Baoli was somewhat peeved. Although he had made up his mind and was prepared, he still felt annoyed. Liu Daobin patted Wang Baoli's shoulder and sighed inwardly. He reminded himself to use Wang Baoli as a warning for himself. Just as he was about to console him, 2 people suddenly walked in from the hall's main entrance. The 2 were obviously senior students. They wore black daoist robes, unlike the other students. They had stern expressions, and the moment they appeared, all the senior students in the hall turned alert and attentive. What happened? Even people from the college discipline department have come. It's actually them. There is always bloodshed wherever they appear. Even though the freshmen did not know the duo's identity, they came to a certain level of realization from hearing the discussions of the senior students and noticing the duo's austerity. Wang Baoli's heart skipped a beat. Zhu Yunhai knitted his brows together as he looked at the 2 black-robed students. The duo politely greeted him by cupping their fists before handing him a jade slip. After Zhu Yunhai finished reading with knitted brows, he looked up and scanned the students. Finally, his eyes landed on Wang Baoli. Immediately, all the students in the hall traced his gaze with different looks on their faces. They received their answer. They knew about Wang Baoli's situation. It seemed that the lower academy had taken notice and was here to punish him. Even though Wang Baoli already had a countermeasure to deal with the situation, he still felt somewhat nervous due to the environment he was in. Especially with the 2 black-robed students looking at him keenly. They were clearly not there for a friendly chat. "Wang Baoli, come with us," one of the 2 members of the college discipline department said coldly. But before Wang Baoli stood up, Zhu Yunhai grunted coldly. "Enough, that can wait until class is over. Leave for now." The two college discipline department students paused when they heard that. They did not dare offend the teacher and could only tersely assent with their heads bowed. They retreated to the hall's entrance to wait. The lesson continued as Zhu Yunhai ignored them. Wang Baoli felt relieved and looked at Zhu Yunhai with gratitude. Although he already had a countermeasure, having more time was always better. It gave him time to perfect and clarify his thought processes. He closed his eyes and calmed himself. Many of the students gloated for the remainder of the lesson, but that was still not everyone. Most students felt that the matter did not involve themselves and continued jotting down notes. Liu Daobin sighed inwardly. He was unsure how to comfort Wang Baoli. He knew that once Wang Baoli was expelled, they would be people from two completely different worlds. Even if they bumped into each other in the future, it would still be an extremely regretful situation. Time passed, and 4 hours later, Zhu Yunhai finished his lesson and left. All the students instantly looked at Wang Baoli. The cold gazes of the two black-robed students from the college discipline department also landed on Wang Baoli. "Do you want us to invite you?" Wang Baoli opened his eyes. He had a calm look on his face. The feeling he exuded felt different from the usual one. He walked down without a word, followed the two senior students, and left the hall. With his departure, the hall immediately broke out into a cacophonous discussion. Is this Wang Baoli really getting expelled? Could it be anything else? Didn't you see the college discipline department? I've never seen anyone taken away by them who's ended up fine. Amid the discussions, many people ran out and followed. They wanted to watch the entire process. After all, this matter would cause great repercussions considering Wang Baoli's specially recruited status. It even went beyond the confines of the Dharmic Armament faculty. Students from other faculties also paid attention to the matter after learning that Wang Baoli had been taken away. Wang Baoli ignored the crowd following behind. He had an unprecedented calm about him along the way as he followed the two senior students from the college discipline department. They went straight to the Dharmic Armament faculty's mountaintop. The two senior students walking ahead were sneering inwardly. They had taken away quite a sizable number of people over the years. There was no lack of people, like Wang Baoli, who acted strong-willed. They would be impressed if Wang Baoli could maintain his composure when he left the college discipline department. The entire journey happened silently. The number of people that followed behind increased. Only when they arrived at a building on the mountaintop did the two senior students halt. They made way and gestured for Wang Baoli to enter alone. Wang Baoli took a deep breath as he looked at the closed doors of the building. It was impossible not to be nervous, but he knew that he had to survive this ordeal. He gritted his teeth, and pushing open the door, he strode straight in. The moment he entered the building, Wang Baoli immediately felt dozens of pairs of eyes bearing down on him. In front of him sat dozens of teachers. Some were middle-aged, and others were elderly. All of them had stern expressions, but there were a few looking disappointed. The old physician and goatee were also among the teachers. In contrast to the old physician's calmness, goatee appeared conflicted and did not seem to have the heart to continue. Among them there was one who was clearly chairing the investigation. It was a thin middle-aged man. He wore a black daoist robe, and his eyes shimmered. He had thin lips, and his body emanated an obvious frosty air. It made the building's temperature a lot colder than the outside. Not all the people were teachers of the Dharmic Armament faculty. However, as Wang Baoli was the Dharmic Armament faculty's specially recruited student, the hearing regarding Wang Baoli's cheating was held on Dharmic Armament Peak. Noticing that Wang Baoli had entered, the black-robed chairman spoke slowly with a cold tone. Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and went forward to cup his fist while speaking in a deep voice. Yes, sir. According to our investigations, you engaged in the consequential and vile act of cheating during the district test. According to the college's rules, the punishment should be in the form of immediate expulsion. As you are a specially recruited student, we have summoned you here for a hearing. After the black-robed middle-aged man finished his piece, he turned to look at his colleagues, not giving Wang Baoli so much as a chance to explain himself. My fellow colleagues, we can begin. I personally suggest that the punishment meted out to Wang Baoli should be to revoke his privileges as a special recruit and have him expelled. The 4 Dow colleges will be informed to never admit him again. His words seemed categorical and extremely cold as they resounded through the room. Wang Baoli's expression changed. He wondered why a person he was meeting for the first time would be filled with such malice despite not having a grudge with him. His suggestion was practically ending any future that awaited him. There was a brief silence before another teacher spoke coldly. He should be expelled. Such a despicable and shameless person has no right to be admitted into a Dow college. That's right. I suggest that he be expelled, too. Although the punishment is somewhat harsh, we are being irresponsible toward the Federation if we leave such acts unchecked. Teachers offered their views one after another. Wang Baoli was a person of no importance to them. Since the black-robed man had set the tone of the hearing, there was no reason for them to refute him. Wang Baoli breathed slowly as he listened to the teachers. He did not move as though he had fallen into a daze. However, his hands were clenched. As for Goatee, he shook his head and sighed. The revoking of his status as a special recruit would be sufficient. Nobody is perfect. There's no need for such a harsh punishment. However, he did not receive the support of the crowd. Soon, other teachers spoke, and expulsion became the main agenda that was discussed in the room. Only the old physician remained silent. The black-robed man did not seem interested in asking for the old physician's opinion. He stood up and was about to announce the outcome when Wang Baoli raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with anger and sadness. "Teachers, please give me a chance to speak." The black-robed man frowned. The reason he had been so harsh was that he had planned on recommending someone else as the Dharmic Armament Faculty's specially recruited student. Yet, before he could make his recommendation, the title had been snatched by Wang Baoli. He grunted coldly and was about to ignore him, but it was at that moment when the old physician spoke. "Go ahead." With him saying so, the black-robed man could only acquiesce as he looked at Wang Baoli. Wang Baoli took a deep breath, his body nearly trembling. "Teachers, I did know that everything in the test was fake, but what did you expect me to do? Could I have told all the students that the so-called test was, in fact, fake? Could I have?" His final sentence was nearly delivered with a roar. Without waiting for the teacher's response, Wang Baoli appeared like he was in a fervent state as he continued in his elevated emotions. "Once I reveal the truth to them, I would have wasted all the efforts already made by the school to administer the test. When that happened, I would have crossed the school. Tell me, what should I have done? In moments of danger, I saw my fellow schoolmates injured, some bleeding. And yet, I couldn't tell them everything was fake. All I could do was save them. Was I wrong in saving them? Tell me, what should I have done?" The veins on Wang Baoli's forehead protruded. His entire body was quivering like he was in a fit. He appeared to be venting all the anger in his eyes. Is saving people wrong? Should I not have saved them? Despite me knowing that everything was fake, I had to consider if I was cheating, thinking about the pros and cons of my actions. Do I have to act indifferent as I watch my fellow schoolmates cry, be injured, or even be killed? Could I even be considered human if that's what I did? Wang Baoli was nearly shouting at the top of his lungs. All his emotions were fully expressed, his voice echoing through the room. All the teachers were stunned. "All you saw was me acting. But I wish to ask each and every one of you, if you were in my shoes, what would you have done? Would you have turned a blind eye to the deaths or would you have rescued the people like I did? I'm a student of Ethereal Dow College. I don't claim to be capable of changing the world and bringing world peace, but I, Wang Baoli, am an upright man." Wang Baoli's eyes were welling in tears. He raised his right hand and pounded his chest, producing loud thuds. Every word he said sounded extremely earnest. Many teachers were visibly moved. The finale was most impactful with Wang Baoli laughing out tragically. "If sacrificing myself to protect others is considered a crime, I admit to it. If being intelligent and sharp is considered a crime, I admit to it. If that is the case, I, your humble student, Wang Baoli, am willing to receive any punishment meted out to me." Wang Baoli's voice boomed loud and clear as he suddenly bowed toward all the teachers. The entire room fell silent. All the teachers drew a gasp as the looks on their faces changed constantly. They looked at Wang Baoli in a daze. Every sentence he said contained righteousness and logic, shaking them to their very core. The teachers like Goatee, who had seen Wang Baoli's acting, felt moved, but they had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. As for the black-robed man, he squinted and glared at Wang Baoli. He wanted to say something but found no words. Although he felt that Wang Baoli's statements were flawed, they were tightly bound with righteousness. He was very familiar with such techniques, one commonly espoused by high officials. However, it was rarely seen among students. The feeling that denying Wang Baoli's words meant that he was denying righteousness left him at a loss for words. When he looked at his colleagues, he knew that Wang Baoli had survived. He sighed. The puny figure that he believed he could easily squash had suddenly transformed into a prickly porcupine. The old physician gave a deep, meaningful smile as he closed his eyes. Soon, Wang Baoli walked out of the building. There were thousands of people surrounding it. Many of them were envious of his status as a specially recruited student, others were gloating at his misfortune. They were planning to see Wang Baoli make a fool of himself when a mighty voice boomed from inside the building, resounding throughout the Dharmic Armament faculty. According to the college's investigations, the student, Wang Baoli, did not violate any rules in the freshman test. He will retain his status as a specially recruited student. Chapter 9, Great Void Chi Devouring Art. Chapter 9, Great Void Chi Devouring Art. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The weathered voice resounded throughout the Dharmic Armament faculty, filled with stateliness. All the students outside the building could not help but jolt when they heard it, especially those who had been gloating prior to the announcement. They widened their eyes and struggled to close their jaws. It was unbelievable. Instantly, there was silence outside the building. All eyes landed on Wang Baoli as they watched him walk out in triumph. His red specially recruited student robes stood out even more. Everyone subconsciously took a step back and made way for him. They watched Wang Baoli depart, and after a long while, there were audible gasps heard, which developed into an uproar. He actually walked out fine. How is that possible? Didn't he cheat? Why did the announcement say that he did not violate the rules? Amid the uproar, Liu Daobin stood among the crowd. He was stunned as well. Heroic scenes of Wang Baoli's performance in the test, and the surprising scene of him pulling out a megaphone in the lecture hall surfaced in his mind. Truly unfathomable. A moment later, Liu Daobin took a deep breath. He immediately realized that the reason Wang Baoli had become a specially recruited student was definitely not a result of plain luck. He could sense an extraordinary quality from Wang Baoli. Liu Daobin was not the only one stunned. Not far from him, the college discipline department seniors that had escorted Wang Baoli to the building exchanged looks and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. While others were in an uproar, Wang Baoli returned to his cave abode. News of the Dao College clarification, that he had not violated any rules, had been spread throughout the Lower Academy Island over the Spirit Intranet. Everyone that had paid attention to the matter was left shocked and baffled. Instantly, Wang Baoli's name filled the Spirit Intranet. And at that moment, Wang Baoli was sitting on his cave abode's veranda, watching the Spirit Intranet with glee. Unlike how he had sullied his own reputation previously, he was feeling very pleased that he was becoming famous. To become a Federation high official, the people's impression is extremely important. It looks like I have the necessary foundation. Wang Baoli beamed with joy, feeling like he was one step closer to his dreams. However, I must not let my guard down. Wang Baoli recalled the black-robed man in the building. His vicious words and actions that were bent on dooming him left Wang Baoli's heart palpitating. This person is a high official of the Lower Academy Island, and I do not know his exact identity. I am in a very passive state. With this thought in mind, Wang Baoli rushed to search on the Spirit Intranet. Only when dusk fell did he finally identify the person. His breathing turned rapid. The Vice-Chancellor. Heavens! Wang Baoli's heart began thumping in his chest as he rubbed his eyes. After confirming that he had not seen wrong, he immediately turned nervous. The man's position was too high. From Wang Baoli's point of view, the Vice-Chancellor of the Lower Academy Island was a relatively high post. I did not offend him. Does my family have some secret I'm unaware of? Did we once offend him? Wang Baoli's thoughts ran wild. It was quite a headache. After a while, he recalled the high officials' autobiographies he had researched. His eyes revealed a look of determination. Nearly all high officials will encounter political enemies successively in their lives. It can be said that as they rise up the ranks, they will battle their political enemies again and again. This vice-chancellor is probably my first political enemy. Having designated the man as his political enemy, Wang Baoli immediately stopped panicking. Instead, his fighting spirit rose. He began considering the advantages he had as a specially recruited student. Although he had not left his residence during the past few days, he had learned about the privileges a specially recruited student had on the Spirit intranet. One of the privileges allowed him to go to the treasure repository of any faculty and borrow a dharmic artifact for free. The lease lasted 5 years. With this thought in mind, Wang Baoli quickly got up, left his cave abode, and found the treasure repository. With his identity as a specially recruited student, he walked into the treasure repository after a series of identity verifications. There were students present, and they immediately recognized him on sight. Although some ignored him and continued their selection processes, most whispered excitedly. The treasure repository appeared ancient. It looked like a 5-floor pagoda from the outside, but inside, there were rows of shelves. Placed on them were dharmic artifacts filed by the dharmic armament faculty. Some looked inconspicuous, others resplendent. One could see thousands of dharmic artifacts at a glance. It also showcased the deep heritage of the dharmic armament faculty. After all, every single item was top quality, meant to be rented or borrowed by students. The rental prices depended on the dharmic artifact, but that was something Wang Baoli did not need to consider. Since it's free, I obviously have to borrow an expensive one. After scanning the first floor, he headed straight for the 5th floor under the envious gazes of the students on the 1st floor. Standing in the empty 5th floor, Wang Baoli became increasingly aware of the perks of being a specially recruited student. He began his selection. This sword is not bad. This bell looks beautiful, too. This glove is good. It's completely silver in color, and it's obvious it's something impressive. After looking around, Wang Baoli fell into a dilemma. He liked all the dharmic artifacts that were on display. He was momentarily unable to decide. This went on until his eyes landed on a white pillow made of jade. He was instantly attracted to it. The pillow's name was Hallucination Dharma Pillow. It shared similar effects to the hallucination nexus, which was used during the test. It could create illusionary scenes, but due to its low grade, it was difficult to do overly complex things inside. Thus, few people borrowed or rented it. Besides, it was expensive. If not for his experience with the black mask, Wang Baoli would not have taken notice of the Dharma pillow. After some thought, he decided to borrow the dharmic artifact. After registering the rental, Wang Baoli left with the Dharma pillow. He was filled with anticipation along the way. He moved increasingly quickly before he began dashing back to his cave abode. He planned on unraveling the black mask secrets. In the dusking sky, there was still an evening glow, which spread across Dharmic Armament Peak, seemingly dyeing it with a thin, red veil. The warm colors exuded an indescribable beauty. It was made even better as the night breeze brought away the heat, replacing the area with a coolness. It made many students leave their dormitories and chat happily on the peak. It was unknown if it was due to the redness of the evening glow that masked Wang Baoli's specially recruited student robes, but as he traversed the mountain trails, not many people noticed him. Instead, there were exclamations as people looked into the distance. When he looked over, he saw a youth dressed in robes different from a specially recruited student's. He wore pure white daoist robes, which seemed to exude an elegant grace. However, he had average looks and was plagued by freckles. Even so, there were a few female students beside him, their eyes filled with an intense glint. Other than the girls, there were more than 10 other students behind him. They surrounded him, some helping to carry his bag, others carrying ice spirit water for him. The entourage was walking over from afar. It's the head prefect. The head prefect of Spirit Stone Hall, Jiang Lin. Unlike the way they treated a specially recruited student, all the surrounding students, regardless of gender, immediately went forward to greet the white-robed youth the moment they saw him. They were respectful and polite, as though they had met a teacher. It made the white-robed youth appear to have a noble air about him. He nodded in acknowledgement before departing with his entourage. He had seen Wang Baoli, but it appeared that to him, there was no difference between ordinary and specially recruited students. One that was not a head prefect was simply a younger pupil and not his equal. Wang Baoli widened his eyes as he watched the departing white-robed Freckles. He felt a little green with envy, believing that Freckles had stolen his limelight. What's a head prefect? Wang Baoli snorted and lowered his head to open up the spirit intranet. He searched for the information while walking back to his cave abode. But as he did so, his breathing slowly turned abnormal. By the time he returned to his cave abode, he was completely shaken. This is a head prefect? Head prefects were those who were ranked first on the hall roll of each faculty. The number of halls determined the number of head prefects. For example, the Dharmic Armament faculty had 3 main halls, so there were 3 head prefects. Apart from proving their excellence in their respective halls, head prefects had another title, Chancellor Disciples. The head prefects of every faculty were considered disciples of the Chancellor. They addressed each other as senior and junior brothers. They were different from their fellow students. Aside from that, a head prefect had an authority that even specially recruited students lacked. Specially recruited students only enjoyed a few more advantages compared to ordinary students, whereas a head prefect held power in the Tao College. They were in charge of enforcing the college rules and regulations on the students of their respective faculties. Just this power alone left countless students nervous and awed. This authority was considered extremely powerful in the Tao College. And most important of all, the faculty dean had no right to dismiss the head prefect. The reason was that head prefects were not appointed, but instead, promoted according to their results. This was the rule of ethereal Tao College. Only the Chancellor had the authority to dismiss a head prefect, but the altering of the rules was something even the Chancellor would not wish to employ unless it was something extremely vile. Similarly, with such status and authority, a head prefect would not dare turn lazy and complacent. Once they were surpassed by others, they would no longer be first. They would instantly lose their title of head prefect and everything that came with it. Wang Baoli's eyes were burning when he read the information detailed on the spirit intranet. However, it was extremely difficult to become a head prefect. He recalled that the number beside the head prefect on the Spirit Stone Hall's roll was 90. This represented that the spirit stones refined had a purity level of 90%. Unless I can refine a higher purity spirit stone than him, it's completely impossible. Wang Baoli sighed. He stopped his pangs of envy. He was not a person willing to be envious of others. To him, the reason a head prefect could be so impressive was that he had something that was far beyond one's reach. Wang Baoli stopped thinking about it amid regret and his aspirations. He took out the hallucination Dharma pillow and the black mask. After some thought, he activated the Dharma pillow as the scene before his eyes turned hazy. His surroundings changed, and he found himself by an icy river. A biting cold wind blew at him, jolting Wang Baoli. It's truly realistic. Wang Baoli gave his surroundings a quick look. The sky was filled with snowflakes and the ground was covered in ice. He could even see some Arctic critters in the distance. Everything looked extremely realistic. Wang Baoli quickly turned his attention back to his right hand. He drew on the experience from before. He had held the black mask in his hand before entering the hallucination realm, so when he lowered his head, he immediately saw the black mask in his hand. It was a blur. Its surface was clear in certain parts and blurry elsewhere. They were intercrossed as though the hallucination realm could not fully decompose its features. It worked. Wang Baoli became excited as he carefully observed. The mask turned stable after some time, but it remained incomplete. However, text that had previously appeared surfaced once again. Perhaps because he could raise the mask up in front of him or some other unknown reason, the text appeared clearer. After Wang Baoli carefully studied the text, he gradually discerned it. Great Void Chi Devouring Art? Wang Baoli blinked and continued reading until he finished reading all the text. His body turned stiff before it began trembling. His eyes revealed an intense excitement. Great Void meant the production of something out of nothing. Qi devouring was something much more potent than qi nurturing. To be precise, the Great Void Qi devouring art was similarly a method used to refine spirit stones, but it did not need empty stones to be used as vessels. Instead, it could produce spirit stones out of nothing by using one's body to devour spirit qi. Due to not having any need for empty stones and the different method employed, the art produced spirit stones with purities that far exceeded those produced by the qi fostering art. It could even produce the legendary perfect spirit stones that only Dharmic armament grandmasters could refine, not to mention purities at the 90% level. It was no longer an unreachable dream. This. At that instant, Wang Baoli immediately dismissed Ethereal Tao College's cultivation technique. The position of head prefect filled his excited thoughts while his yearning to be head prefect became his motivation. He became fanatical that very instant. Chapter 10, Invincible Combat Faculty. Chapter 10, Invincible Combat Faculty. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The Great Void Qi devouring art had similarities with the Qi fostering art, but its principles were very different. The Qi fostering art guided the world's spirit Qi into the body, but due to invisible orifices in the body, it was impossible to retain the spirit Qi. However, because of that, one could use the body as a medium to guide the spirit Qi into the empty stone in one's hand to form spirit stones. Through this process, one's body would subtly strengthen. As for the Great Void Qi devouring art, it was akin to forming a black hole in one's body. It caused the body to possess an extremely powerful suction force that seemed to devour everything. It would crazily absorb the spirit Qi in the world. Even if one's body had countless orifices that prevented the retention of spirit Qi, this suction force far exceeded the speed at which spirit Qi diffused. It would ultimately result in a constant accumulation of spirit Qi in one's body. Simultaneously, due to such intense compaction, there was no need for empty stones to condense spirit stones in one's hand. As such, the purity would naturally far exceed what others were capable of. After all, the biggest difficulty a Dharmic armament master faced in purifying a spirit stone was the removal of the impurities the empty stones contained. Similar concepts of such a cultivation technique had been suggested in the Federation, but no one had succeeded in doing so. It only existed in one's imagination, but now, the Great Void Qi devouring art right in front of Wang Baoli was able to perfectly resolve all the problems. It looks like the suction force increases in intensity through the cultivation of this Great Void Qi devouring art, becoming stronger and stronger. Wang Baoli left the hallucination realm excitedly. He sat cross-legged in his cave abode, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He could feel that the role of head prefect was already waving at him. He seemed to forget everything as he closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the research and cultivation of the Great Void Qi devouring art. He had built up a Qi fostering art foundation over the years, so he was no stranger when it came to directing the spirit Qi. As he calmed his mind, he immediately detected the world around him and its nearly limitless spirit Qi. Although the Great Void Qi devouring art looked easy, it was still quite difficult to cultivate it in practice. Wang Baoli stumbled in the beginning. Several times, he would suck the spirit Qi but fail to exceed what diffused. However, one of his best qualities was that once he had a goal, he would form an obsession over it. Just like in the hallucination realm test, he had ignored the excruciating pain in order to gain more points. According to the Qi devouring art's explanation, a devouring seed has to be formed internally first, making it become a part of the body. Only then can it exceed the rate at which it diffuses. At that moment, the obsession particular to his character erupted. In the following half-month, he stopped attending classes. Even if he had to eat, he would do so in a hurry. He would quickly return to immerse himself in his research and cultivation. At the same time, beside a pond on Chancellor Peak, which stood centered among the various faculty peaks of Lower Academy Island, was a thatched cottage where the old physician was fishing. The gentle wind blew, shaking the drooping willow. The reflection in the pond made it quite a sight. Beside the old physician stood the vice-chancellor. The black-robed middle-aged man's forehead was sweating profusely, looking very uneasy. After a long while, he took a deep breath and gave the chancellor a deep bow. "Chancellor, I was at fault." The old physician did not seem to hear him. He continued his fishing, and only after some time did the vice-chancellor wipe the sweat from his forehead. With greater respect, he whispered, I was wrong to ignore the fact that Wang Baoli's matter could be used as a positive example, allowing the students to be greater aligned with the Tao College. Instead, I chose another option. I even got a teacher from the alchemy faculty to expose the cheating incident. With that said, he realized that the old physician's expression remained unchanged. Vice-Chancellor sweated even more as he whispered once again. I was even more wrong to covet the Dharmic Armament faculty's specially recruited allocation. I acted in my own self-interests and attempted to expel Wang Baoli out of the Tao College. I even influenced the other teachers. Vice-Chancellor wiped his sweat again, feeling wry. He had made a mistake in his judgment. He had previously believed that the Chancellor was displeased with Wang Baoli, and thought that he could take the opportunity to punish Wang Baoli as well as benefit himself. However, he had never expected Wang Baoli to turn the tables eventually. One of the crucial reasons for that was Wang Baoli's speech, but the more important reason was the way the Chancellor viewed the matter. Only then did the old physician look up, giving the Vice-Chancellor an insouciant look. Since you are aware of your faults, take your leave. Vice-Chancellor heaved a long sigh of relief. He had been a subordinate to the Chancellor for many years. He knew that, with the Chancellor saying so, it meant that the matter was mostly resolved. He politely bowed before leaving. Only when he walked far did he recall Wang Baoli. His eyes flashed with a cold glimmer, but he knew that he could not act for the time being. Furthermore, such a trivial figure was nothing to him even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. However, little did he know that after he left, an elder appeared silently from beside the old physician. He looked like a servant as he stood behind the old physician with a bent back. Chancellor, brilliant! You managed to put Vice-Chancellor Gao Quan in his place through this matter without so much as a stir. I guess after this incident, he will temporarily hold back greatly. Although he admitted to many of his mistakes, he did not admit his greatest fault. His influence has reached far too wide and deep. In addition, I have investigated the matter. The Dharmic Armament Faculty Spirit Colonel Hall's head prefect has been manipulating in secret. Similarly, the Vice-Chancellor enjoys a close relationship with this child. The Dharmic Armament Faculty specially recruited nomination was also coveted by the Spirit Colonel Hall's head prefect. It seems like it was instigated by his father, said the elder with a chuckle softly. The father of the Spirit Colonel head prefect. As one of the 17 senators of the Federation, such an influential figure would not engage in such crude tricks. Let the matter rest. The old physician smiled as a derisive look appeared deep in his eyes. I would have thought highly of him if he had associated himself with a senator, but to associate himself with this child, this Gao Quan is ultimately one who lacks brains. Chancellor, toward such a double-minded wretch, should we not? The elder hesitated for a moment. It's still not time. The old physician's eyes had a profound look in them. A figure who he had gone to great lengths to establish as one to attract hatred was of great value. Others would hardly understand his decisions. There will always be someone who can't resist the temptation to touch Gao Quan. Regardless, anyone who touches him will have to go through me. The old physician chuckled as he thought inwardly. Time passed. Wang Baoli had spent 3 months cultivating. In those 3 months, Wang Baoli's infrequent appearance had made talk about him in the Dharmic Armament Faculty wane. In addition, the demanding education curriculum slowly made fewer people pay him any attention. In a particular way, Wang Baoli had indeed accomplished his goal of keeping a low profile as he had wanted in the beginning. As the saying goes, everything comes to those who wait. 3 months later, Wang Baoli's body barely formed a black hole devouring seed. As he sensed the suction forces released by his body, Wang Baoli wiped his sweat in excitement. He felt that he was again one step closer to success. He hurriedly cultivated once more. After he possessed the devouring seed, the spirit chi in the cave abode immediately resembled flowing water. The spirit chi slowly had its trajectory change as it surged toward Wang Baoli. This was not only limited to the spirit chi inside the cave abode. Even the spirit chi outside did the same. Eventually, almost all the spirit chi in the region he was in seemed to be stirred. An invisible vortex was formed, and the center of the vortex was the black hole devouring seed, in Wang Baoli's body. Large amounts of spirit chi were sucked in, finally exceeding the amount that his body naturally diffused. It caused his spirit chi to condense and accumulate. When it entered his body, it brought an indescribable sense of comfort to him, as though countless tiny hands were massaging his entire body. Thankfully, despite immersing himself in the comfort, Wang Baoli still knew what he needed to do. He gradually lifted his right hand and used the great void chi devouring art to condense a spirit stone. But at this point, another difficulty of the great void chi devouring art revealed itself. The thick spirit chi could condense, but it would also fail if he were not careful. And once he failed, the massive amount of spirit chi that had condensed would spread out and quickly be sucked back into Wang Baoli's body, accumulating once more. I refuse to believe it. Wang Baoli nearly lost his mind. With success close at hand, it made him more adamant. He bought large amounts of food in one go, most of which were snacks. He did not leave his cave abode as though he was in seclusion. He did everything at home, fully engrossing himself in cultivation. Gradually, his rotund body became even rounder without him realizing it. His fat thickened, especially the fat that was filled with a luster. Although it was not crystalline, the fat appeared extremely fine and glossy. His body was definitely far from ordinary. It was spirit fat formed through the accumulation of spirit chi. After all, fat was the conversion of excess energy in the body. And now, the spirit chi in Wang Baoli's body far exceeded the average person's. As he was constantly devouring spirit chi and failing at refining the spirit stones, he could not help gaining more and more fat. Thankfully, the specially recruited student robes he wore were made of a special material that was very flexible. Up to this point, he had not burst his clothes. As for Wang Baoli, his face's shape had changed, and his body gleamed with an oily luster, his eyes turning smaller and smaller. Unknowingly, this continued for a month. Midway, Wang Baoli also realized the gain in weight, but having engrossed himself in the refinement of spirit stones, he directly ignored it. Finally, on this day, Wang Baoli looked in excitement at the chestnut-shaped spirit stone in his hand. After testing its purity, he laughed out loud. I succeeded! Ha ha, I finally succeeded! It no longer has a purity of 50% but 75%. Wang Baoli was extremely excited. All his years in Phoenix City, he had only been able to refine spirit stones that were slightly better than 50% purity. But now, he could refine ones that were at 75%. After all, the cut-off score of the best Tao college in the Federation, White Deer Tao College, was 70% and above. Satisfied, Wang Baoli felt that he was presently formidable enough. Just as he was about to get up to walk around to release his excitement, he nearly failed to stand up. This left him in a daze. He looked down at his body, which had nearly doubled in size compared to half a year ago. His red specially recruited Daoist robes had deformed from his weight gain, revealing a body filled with spirit fat. He became short of breath as his eyes widened suddenly. This, Wang Baoli cried out. No longer overabsorbed with the spirit stone refinement, he immediately realized his present state. He was in big trouble. Heavens, I only let my guard down a little and, how did this happen? Wang Baoli trembled as his family genealogical table surfaced instantly in his mind. He was immediately gripped by terror as he hurriedly extended his thick fingers, counting while being too worried for tears. But after counting all day, he realized that regardless of how he counted, according to the ages of the Fatso forefathers at their times of death, he did not seem to have much longer to live. This left him close to tears. I haven't become head prefect or the Federation president. I really do not want to reunite with Fatso forefathers. In Wang Baoli's horror, his mind was filled with thoughts of losing weight. However, he had done so several times with all of them being nearly ineffective. It drove him nuts. Exercise. I want to exercise. I want to run. There might be still some hope with the fat having just appeared. Wang Baoli gritted his teeth. The first thing he thought of was running, therefore, he rushed out of his cave abode's door. Despite having grown fatter, it was still not irredeemable yet. He was still able to exit the door. The moment he walked out, sun scattered on his exaggerated red Daoist robe. Wang Baoli immediately felt anguished when he saw his massive shadow. With a loud roar, he used all his strength and ran frenetically on Dharmic Armament Peak. As he ran disconsolately, Wang Baoli noticed something different about himself. He did not seem to tire out, and the rich spirit qi in him provided for all his energy expenditure. It allowed him to run rapidly, making him find dharmic armament peak too small. He knew too many people there as well, so he quickly ran down the peak and began running around Lower Academy Island. That day, many dharmic armament faculty students saw a red ball brush past them. All of them were stunned, some exclaiming in surprise, but because the red ball ran too fast, especially with its face hidden, they could not identify it. Therefore, there were quite a lot of rumors and discussion on the spirit intranet. I saw a ball today. I saw it too. It looks a little familiar. It resembles the daoist robes of a specially recruited student. While the dharmic armament faculty engaged in discussion, there was a group of combat faculty students running along the lake in Lower Academy Island. Among them was the specially recruited Zhui Yifan, as well as people like Chen Ziheng. A middle-aged man followed them, a teacher of the combat faculty. He was leading the students in a run with a solemn expression. Compared to the students in the other faculties, the combat faculty was more akin to soldiers. This was because the combat faculty focused on everything related to ancient martial arts. They stood atop all the faculties when it came to actual combat. It was required for every student from the faculty to have a strong physical body. Therefore, one of the basic classes was training that involved running around the island. The goal was to quickly enhance the freshmen's physical fitness, allowing them to successfully enter the blood qi realm. Although only half a year had passed since school began, the combat faculty continued having the island circling class. Faster! Did you even eat? The combat faculty teacher yelled as he stared at the students beside him. Although he was verbally putting them down, he was still very pleased when he saw them brimming with energy and vigor, especially Zhui Yifan and Chen Ziheng. Although they could already circle the entire island, they obediently joined in the run. It pleased him greatly having such good students. You have to remember. My combat faculty disdains the refinement of artifacts and pills. What we want are our bodies. What we want is to push the body to its limits. Be it a Dharma treasure or a toxic pill, they are all crap. We, the combat faculty, can crush them with a fist. As the middle-aged teacher boomed, the students also roused themselves and roared in succession. Our punches and kicks are the strongest. Our running speed is the fastest. We are physically invincible. Instantly, the rousing fervor made it seem like they could suppress down all alchemical and artifact refinement weaklings. The middle-aged man was very pleased seeing the youth spirit. Just as he was about to add on, a red meatball rolled past his body from behind. Chapter 11, Teacher, Count Me In. Chapter 11, Teacher, Count Me In. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The meatball was simply too fast. Due to it being red in color, it appeared even more eye-catching under the sunlight. Its rapid movement stirred up strong winds as it directly overtook the combat faculty students and proceeded far into the distance. The combat faculty teacher was taken aback. The students, who were about to shout, were stupefied. What should have been uniform gusto singing instantly turned into a mess. What the heck was that? Is that a newly invented hot air balloon? The combat faculty students broke out into a discussion. Only the teacher hesitated for a moment as he revealed a suspicious look. However, when he saw some students trying to sneak off, his eyes suddenly locked onto them. What are you looking at? What happened to running? With his shout, the students quickly stopped looking and began running while questions hung over their heads. Slowly, those questions dissipated as they shouted with gusto. At that moment, Wang Baoli was completely oblivious to his surroundings. He was covered in sweat, and his mind was occupied with the thoughts of losing weight. It was as though a group of fatso forefathers was chasing after him, and if he ran any slower, he would reunite with them. Another 4 hours passed, and it was already noon. The combat faculty students were completely exhausted at the beach of the Lower Academy Island. However, with the teacher whipping them into shape, they continued running, shouting their slogans non-stop. Combat faculty is invincible. Combat, but before they could finish their chant, they heard booming footsteps behind them once again. The exhausted students saw a gigantic red meatball rolling past them at breakneck speed. This time, it appeared even faster as the sand that it stirred in its wake inundated them. It's that hot air balloon again. It looks a little smaller. What do you mean hot air balloon? It's a person. Heavens, did he finish one round? Immediately, the entire combat faculty was astounded as a series of exclamations thundered. All they could see was the rapidly departing red meatball. By the side, their teacher drew a gasp as well. He rubbed his eyes as though in disbelief. While feeling perplexed, he saw the students discussing. He berated them once again before they began running. Only when the students were truly exhausted did he allow them to rest on the ground. As for himself, he sat by the side. His mind kept thinking about the red meatball. As for the students, they were engaged in discussion. Was that really a person? Heavens, how did he run so fast? That's way too fast. That's not right. His clothes look somewhat familiar. While the crowd was discussing, Chen Ziheng had a suspicious look. He vaguely felt that the red figure looked familiar. However, he could not immediately put his finger on who it was. He knit his brows in deep thought. Even when they began running once again after their rest, Chen Ziheng had yet to recall the reason for that sense of familiarity. However, soon after they began running, they heard the rumbling sound behind them again. This time, everyone including the teacher turned their heads instantaneously. What they saw was the red meatball that had passed them twice. It whistled over whilst stirring up a strong wind, quickly passing by once more. And this time, the meatball was clearly smaller again. They could now determine that it was indeed a person. In addition, they could hear cries from the meatball. It appeared as though the person was extremely deranged, letting out cries subconsciously. Under the combat faculty's astounded looks, the meatball left. Wang Baoli, exclaimed Chen Ziheng when he finally recognized the meatball. Many people around him had also recognized the meatball. After they heard Chen Ziheng's exclamation, all of them nearly jumped up. It really is Wang Baoli. I was wondering why the clothes looked so familiar. Aren't those the robes of a specially recruited student? To think that it was Wang Baoli. He actually became that fat. The exclamations grew more intense. The meatball's identity had set back the combat faculty students too much. After all, Wang Baoli was, as they called, a weakling from the Dharmic armament faculty. Even the teacher drew a gasp. His astonishment was filled with embarrassment, and he felt an indescribable anger as he acted out by suddenly looking at the rowdy students. You bunch of trash. Look, you can't even match someone from the Dharmic armament faculty. How dare you call yourself members of the combat faculty? Our combat faculty is first when it comes to speed and our fists. Our bodies are invincible. You pile of trash, listen up. All of you are to double your training. If you do not overtake Wang Baoli, none of you are to sleep. Run the entire night, the teacher roared. The students all turned furious as well. Even they felt disgraced that they had been overtaken by someone from the Dharmic armament faculty. They refused to take it lying down for, from their point of view, the fatty must have rested midway, probably not running the outer circle. Instead, he must have taken shortcuts to provoke them. How could they tolerate such acts of provocation? It was more heartfelt for Zhui Yifan and Chen Ziheng. Although they did not say a word, they exchanged looks, for they were unconvinced of Wang Baoli's prowess. Although they were competitors, Wang Baoli's appearance had immediately given them direction. They united in the face of a common enemy. Therefore, all the members of the combat faculty were filled with rage, eager to prove themselves. Their hearts burned with fighting spirit as they waited for Wang Baoli to appear once more. They had decided to let Wang Baoli know that their combat faculty was first when it came to speed. Soon, the sky turned dark. At dusk, Wang Baoli appeared once again with his rumbling footsteps. Immersed in his deranged state of swearing to lose weight, he did not sense the combat faculty's anger at all. After he flew past them, he did not even look back. All the students from the combat faculty roared and chased him with everything they had. Wang Baoli, you will definitely lose. Wang Baoli, how dare you compete in running with our combat faculty? We'll let you know who's king. Belligerent shouts continued incessantly as the combat faculty students ran at full speed with their eyes reddened. From afar, the group of people thinned out into a long line as their shouting sounded. It was quite a sight to behold, so much so that it caught the attention of the other faculties. Gradually, they finished one round. The bright moon hung high in the sky as the shouts were replaced by heavy breathing. All the combat faculty students had despair in their eyes. Is that fellow even human? How is he so good at running? Is he some sort of beast? Everyone was infuriated as their paces slowed down. Their bodies were trembling, and their legs were turning limp. More and more people failed to keep up with Wang Baoli. Only a handful managed to barely do so, but eventually, only Chen Ziheng and Zhui Yifan remained as they gritted their teeth. However, even they were close to their limits. Chen Ziheng had even used his physical seal realm's cultivation level, but the gap between him and Wang Baoli only widened. After finishing one round, he collapsed to the ground, panting. He became depressed when he saw that the sky was brightening. Which of us is from the combat faculty? Me or him? The final person to collapse was Zhui Yifan. Even though he was indignant and his eyes were crimson red like blood in his fervent state, he only managed to keep up for half a round. As morning broke, his feet turned limp and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. We are from the combat faculty. We can't let those weaklings from the Dharmic armament faculty who refine artifacts beat us. Zhui Yifan, unleash your strength once more. Overtake him. The teacher had been accompanying him all this while. He, too, was exhausted, but he could not release the gloom in him. As he looked at Wang Baoli's seemingly untired figure distance itself from them, he could not help but bellow angrily. Teacher, I really can't take it. Zhui Yifan wanted to keep going, but when he saw Wang Baoli's rapidly departing figure, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. He smiled bitterly. The teacher widened his mouth again, but he realized that he had nothing but bitter things to say. He recollected how the Dharmic armament faculty had always been weak. How did it produce such a freak? What an insult! He let out a disheartening cry. From that day forth, he would see Wang Baoli dash past them while he led the students daily. It was as though Wang Baoli had never stopped once. This experience had dealt a great blow to him as a teacher, needless to mention the students' reactions. Eventually, he gave up making the combat faculty students run around the island. Out of sight, out of mind. He sighed as he led his students, who heaved a sigh of relief, away. He planned on letting these students familiarize themselves with the equipment so that they could begin strength training. Even Zhui Yifan felt that the teacher's arrangement was brilliant. The blows that he had been dealt over the past few days could be said to have been the strongest in his entire life. At that moment, Wang Baoli had finally slimmed down greatly after running for 1 week. He was filled with excitement, but also regret. He recalled vaguely that he had seen runners like him early on, but they had gradually disappeared. Persistence is a quality. Amid his wistfulness, Wang Baoli discovered that his body was clearly stronger than before. He did not seem too far from the blood chi realm either. This feeling was very intense. In fact, while running over the past week, he had realized that he was nearly immune to fatigue, as though he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. Amid his pleasant surprise, Wang Baoli ran for a few more days. Eventually, he was sad to realize that running no longer showed an effect. In his frustration, he happened to pass by a training area. He also saw that the students from the combat faculty were engaged in weight training as well as strength and endurance tests there. When he saw these people working up a sweat, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran over. Teacher, teacher. My name is Wang Baoli. Can I use this place for training? Wang Baoli said immediately, his eyes filled with yearning anticipation. His appearance immediately caused the ground that was filled with grunting sounds to fall silent. All the combat faculty students instantly looked at the red-robed Wang Baoli. Chapter 12, Breakthrough. Chapter 12, Breakthrough. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Nearly all the combat faculty students had unfriendly looks. Their eyes seemed to burn with fighting spirit. Even Chen Ziheng's face looked grim, his expression turning very serious. Zhui Yifan was the same. After he clenched his fists, his mouth warped into a sneer. Even the combat faculty teacher looked Wang Baoli deeply in the eye. The strange scene of hundreds of bulky men looking at him left a chill running down Wang Baoli's back. He felt that something was amiss. Have these people from the combat faculty gone silly from all the training? Wang Baoli subconsciously took a few steps back and began to turn suspicious. As he had been too engrossed in running previously, he had ignored everything that happened around him. The only thing that had occupied his mind was the Fatso forefathers chasing him. Therefore, he had not noticed the combat faculty students and their setbacks. Everyone is a member of Ethereal Tao College. Haha, since you wish to train here in private, it's all the same if I go elsewhere too. Wang Baoli smiled dryly when he saw the situation before him. Just as he was about to leave, the combat faculty students rushed forward and surrounded him, preventing him from leaving. What are all of you doing? This is Ethereal Tao College. I'm a specially recruited student of the Dharmic Armament faculty. Wang Baoli became frightened as he stared at them immediately. The combat faculty teacher had a deep, meaningful smile on his face. He took a few steps forward and grabbed Wang Baoli before laughing out loud. Student Wang Baoli, there's no need to be afraid. Come, train with our combat faculty. He smiled with a pleased look as he secretly rejoiced. Even if Wang Baoli was good at running, he was definitely no match for the combat faculty when it came to strength. After all, members of the combat faculty spent nearly all their time on training their bodies. They had the absolute advantage in strength. Nothing would have happened if Wang Baoli had not delivered himself to them, but since he had, how could he be spared? We have to vent our anger well. We have to show him how powerful our combat faculty is. With a smile, the teacher escorted Wang Baoli straight to the training grounds. He pointed at the hundreds of gigantic barbells on the ground and said with a smile, Wang Baoli, come, come, come. They are free for your picking. With that said, the teacher looked at the other combat faculty students and shouted, and all of you, quickly begin training. Wang Baoli hesitated for a moment. Just as he wanted to speak, the combat faculty students rushed at the barbells like tigers and wolves. Each of them raised one and stared at Wang Baoli provocatively. Something is wrong. Wang Baoli turned wary, but against so many provocative glares, he could do nothing. With eyes widened, he went forward and grabbed a barbell. After taking in a deep breath, he raised it up with a grunt. The moment Wang Baoli raised the barbell, the teacher felt extremely pleased. He shouted, countdown begins. Punks, all of you are to use all your strength. While the teacher reeled in excitement, the students began the rather atypical competition amid deep grunts. Nearly everyone was grunting as they raised the barbells, especially Chen Ziheng and Zhui Yifan. They were at the second stage ancient martial realm, so although their barbells were extremely heavy, it was still a weight they could handle. They are trying to compete with me. Wang Baoli did not accept defeat either. He realized that it was not that heavy when he raised the barbell. He also managed to raise it with his strength. Immediately, there were heavy breathing sounds coming from everyone on the training ground. 10. 20. 30. Have you guys even eaten? Use more strength, bellowed the teacher, his voice constantly reverberating. Gradually, the all students completed at least 50 repetitions, and people began to falter. The barbell's weight indicated that the average person was very strong if they could handle 5 repetitions. At that moment, nearly everyone had lasted 50 repetitions. This was already quite an uncommon feat for them. Their bodies were trembling as though they could not keep at it. Is it that heavy? Wang Baoli felt a little puzzled. Despite having raised 50 repetitions, the weight was not something unbearable to him. Most importantly, the spirit fat in his body was rapidly being depleted as he raised the weights, turning into spirit chi that nourished his body. Not only was he not tired, he even felt more energetic and alert. However, Wang Baoli noticed the crowd's angry gazes. With a displeased inward grunt, he deliberately quivered as though he was about to fail at any moment. He even heaved heavily. I want to raise one last time. With him saying that sentence, the students that were about to give up seemed to gain strength from his words. They gritted their teeth and, with a cry, forcibly raised their barbells once more. But when they looked at Wang Baoli, they realized that he too had raised his in a shaky manner. They immediately felt gripped by anxiety. I want to raise it one final time again. Wang Baoli panted as though he was about to collapse at any moment. He had let out the statement with his face reddened. The other students clenched their teeth again, but they were ultimately at their limits. Nearly half of them failed to continue. With a plop, they dropped the barbells, but thanks to the safety precautions, they were not injured. At least 100+ more people were holding on. All of them raised their barbells once more as they held their breaths, but soon, they realized that Wang Baoli had raised his barbell despite saying the same words. Everyone, keep it up. He can't hold out much longer. The enervated students lay on the ground but continued supporting their fellow faculty mates. Their cheers slowly grew softer, and eventually, they were left clenching their teeth. Wang Baoli had repeatedly claimed that it was his last time, but he had never once faltered. Instead, more and more of the remaining 100+ people gave up successively, despite their rage. Finally, fewer than 10 people were left holding on as they trembled. They were also at their limits, but every time they were about to give up, they would see Wang Baoli's trembling body and think to themselves, perhaps this is Wang Baoli's final one. But, these people ended up reeling in despair one after another. Only Chen Ziheng and Zhui Yifan stood standing. Yet, Wang Baoli was still shaking as he raised his barbell. I can still last a little longer. This is really the last one. Wang Baoli stumbled as he took a step back. He forced himself to stand up straight, and with a pant, he raised it again. Shameless! He's too much! The surrounding students could not help but shout angrily. Even the combat faculty teacher was cursing in his heart. The act that Wang Baoli put on from the beginning appeared too shameless to him. Chen Ziheng, Zhui Yifan. I can let your running loss to the Dharmic Armament faculty pass, but are you going to lose at weightlifting as well? Roared the teacher. Chen Ziheng's eyes turned red, and the two remaining students seemed to give it their all. They clenched their teeth, raising their barbells once again. After raising more than 100 repetitions, Chen Ziheng looked at the trembling Wang Baoli, who could still continue. With a lamenting cry in his heart, he collapsed weakly. Even Zhui Yifan finally reached his limit. In the end, he had already released all his potential. An attempt to raise the barbell while shaking only left him spinning. He could not continue. Wang Baoli seemed to be sharing the same fate when he looked over. His body seemed to stagger, and he did not seem capable of raising the barbell again. Zhui Yifan immediately felt his hopes raise while the other students turned excited as well. Fatso forefathers, lend me your energy. Wang Baoli was perspiring all over. With his roar, he gradually lifted the barbell as all the students, and even the teacher, were secretly calling for him to drop the barbell inwardly. Immediately, everyone glared angrily. Zhui Yifan's eyes turned a deeper red as he found the situation unacceptable. He attempted to raise the barbell again, but bereft of any more strength, he collapsed. His eyes turned black, and the despondent feeling in his heart could hardly be described. At that moment, everyone in the training ground had an ugly expression. They stared at Wang Baoli, who was the only one remaining. Wang Baoli raised the barbell again and again as though there was no end. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. While they rested, Wang Baoli was raising the weights. When they recovered and continued again, Wang Baoli was still doing the same. When they headed off for their meals, Wang Baoli was still lifting. Only on the third day did they leave. Under the moonlight, Wang Baoli was still lifting. In the end, everyone was left dumbfounded. If he had raised the barbell normally, everyone could have tolerated him, but he would always roar, claiming that it was the final repetition. After shouting for so long, his voice did not even turn hoarse. This rascal is too crafty. Darn it! Doesn't he tire out from shouting for so long? Everyone felt miserable. The combat faculty teacher also turned disheartened, he felt completely defeated. He planned on leaving with the students and never engaging in outdoor training whenever he saw Wang Baoli. But, at the instant they were about to leave, an extraordinary aura suddenly blasted out of Wang Baoli's body. At that moment, his body seemed to emanate red light that resembled fire. This red light effused from within his body, through his skin, before inundating the vision of everyone present. This was blood qi that stirred the skies. Extremely rich blood qi rushed everywhere. Wang Baoli's body also shrank rapidly, eventually returning to his original size. All the spirit fat burned at that instant, providing him with the energy needed to reach the blood chi realm. This scene immediately left the minds of the people that were planning to leave a buzz. They stood there and felt as though they had been struck by lightning, leaving them completely awestruck. I succeeded! Wang Baoli threw the barbell in excitement. He roared with laughter when he saw his restored body line. He next noticed that he had reached the blood chi realm, which made him even more pleasantly surprised. He ran off quickly and exuberantly. Even when he was long gone, the combat faculty crowd at the training grounds did not extricate themselves from their daze. A series of gasps spread only a while later. He actually broke through? Heavens, he stepped into the blood chi realm faster than us despite being from the Dharmic armament faculty. Did I see wrong? He broke through, from lifting weights. Incredulous exclamations and discussions broke out among the students. The scene that they had witnessed incited them just too much. It would have been fine if they had lost to Wang Baoli twice, but to watch him break through left them envious. Even the combat faculty teacher spent an entire day in a deranged grievance. He could not help but blow up. You bunch of trash! You can forget about sleeping. He's from the Dharmic armament faculty. He can even break through from lifting weights. What about all of you? Keep training. Do not stop until you break through. This time, none of the students complained. Instead, many of their eyes lit up. They felt that perhaps it was really a good way of breaking through. All of them rushed to train with hastened breaths. It was unknown if lifting weights was really effective or if it was due to the immense shock, but after that night, one student from the combat faculty actually managed to break through from lifting weights. As such, this matter caused a stir throughout the combat faculty. It was like a legend. As a result, even a long time after that incident, there were people from the combat faculty who would go to that very spot to lift weights, hoping to try their luck. Chapter 13, Cleansing Pill. Chapter 13, Cleansing Pill. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After leaving a legend in the combat faculty, Wang Baoli returned to his cave abode in the Dharmic armament faculty. He sat on the veranda in satisfaction as he looked at the beautiful blue sky. He felt good as he picked up a bag of snacks and began chomping on its contents. I'm already so thin, I need some nourishment. Wang Baoli sighed as he caressed his tiny fat face and his bulging belly. Although his weight loss plan had ultimately allowed him to lose all the spirit fat, he still was in the shape of a fatty. However, Wang Baoli was already satisfied with this outcome. Those grandpa fatties are unlikely to catch me now. Wang Baoli chuckled as he felt the mighty blood chi in him. As he reeled in his delight, he took out another bag of snacks and began eating. Only when dusk fell did Wang Baoli fill himself with snacks. He ignored the tiny pile of empty snack wrappers on the veranda and returned to his cave abode to begin refining spirit stones. With his prior experience, he soon managed to gather the surrounding spirit chi through the circulation of the great void chi devouring art. After he sucked the spirit chi, he condensed it in his right hand and finally formed a chestnut-shaped spirit stone. This spirit stone was not especially crystalline but was still rather translucent. It felt like a valuable treasure in hand, making Wang Baoli grin from both ends. A purity of 75%. I need to work harder and quickly achieve a purity of more than 90%. In Wang Baoli's excitement, he turned passionate just from the thought of the position and power the position of head prefect entailed. He hurriedly cultivated. 7 days quickly passed. In those 7 days, Wang Baoli would occasionally attend classes in Spirit Stones Hall and not be as diligent as before. However, he still spent most of his time cultivating the great void chi devouring art until he discovered a problem. After the Spirit Stone's purity reached 75%, it was very difficult to make any progress. It was as though he had met a bottleneck, and no amount of hard work seemed to rectify the problem. This made Wang Baoli anxious. After several days of attempts with no progress, he patted his stomach vexingly. He took out the black mask and grumbled. Did I cultivate wrong? Did I not discover something due to the blurry text? With that thought, Wang Baoli felt that he was out of solutions. He took out the hallucination pillow and entered the hallucination realm again. It was still the ice plain with snow fluttering and biting cold wind. Wang Baoli was not in the mood to experience the pleasant cold feeling as he hurriedly looked at the blurry mask in his hand. Moments later, he saw the words again. After careful perusal, he finally determined that he had not made any mistakes in his cultivation. Odd. There's no mistake, but why am I stuck at 75%? Wang Baoli was feeling even more depressed as he sighed after grumbling. Just as he was about to leave the hallucination realm to think of other solutions, the black mask seemed to hear his words and began warping rapidly. This scene shocked Wang Baoli as he looked over. He was astonished to discover that the great void chi devouring art was gone. Replacing it were new words. And those words actually gave him the answer to solving the problem of the spirit stone's purity. Such a scene astounded Wang Baoli. He rubbed his eyes and glared at the mask, roaring, "Come out! Who's in there? I see you! Come on out!" With that said, Wang Baoli braced himself and stared intently at the mask. However, the mask remained unchanged. Finally, Wang Baoli looked suspiciously at the words that had appeared as his eyes gradually lit up. Cleansing pill. The words on the mask told Wang Baoli clearly that to obtain higher purity spirit stones, he needed pills known as cleansing pills. Only such a pill could selectively remove the impurities in his body, allowing spirit chi to flow unobstructed in his body. As such, he could raise the purity. Wang Baoli fell into a dilemma when he saw this. He was intrigued by the solution, but he also found the mask strange. He remained hesitant even when he left the hallucination realm. After logging into the spirit intranet, he began investigating what cleansing pills were. Not long later, he found an introduction to cleansing pills on the school's spirit intranet. The pill was harmless to people and had excellent effects. It could cleanse a person's body of impurities, causing ancient martial realm warriors to be agiler. However, the pill was extremely expensive, and the difficulty of refining it was extremely high. It was not something ordinary alchemy faculty students could refine. Only the alchemy faculty head prefect might be able to luckily refine one. Typically, he would eat it for himself. As the herbal ingredients used were precious, even a head prefect would bemoan at his financial inadequacies. Only an alchemy faculty teacher could refine one at great cost. Basically, such cleansing pills were pretty much priceless in all of Ethereal Tao College's lower academy. Upon seeing the cleansing pill's introduction, Wang Baoli no longer hesitated. He felt that even if the mask was odd, the pill was still something beneficial to him. He was immediately overcome with burning passion. In the following days, apart from classes and cultivation, he spent nearly all his time investigating the pill. He even contacted Bunny and Do-Minute, who had entered the alchemy faculty. He got them to help him seek out information, but their search turned up nothing as well. He was left at a loss. After all, the pill was rare and valuable. Even if someone wanted to sell it, it was not something ordinary students like Bunny or Do-Minute would learn of. Although Wang Baoli was a specially recruited student, he had not yet been at the school for even a year. It was still difficult for him to come into contact with things of that level. Hard work paid off eventually. Bunny placed great emphasis on Wang Baoli's request. She kept feeling that Wang Baoli had saved her life. Even though she had learned the truth about the test, she could never forget Wang Baoli's bloody figure, just like Liu Daobin. Therefore, she handled Wang Baoli's matter with great seriousness. Furthermore, with her sweet and adorable looks, coupled with her bubbly character, she managed to learn of something a month later. Baoli. There's an auction in half a month's time in Ethereal City. They will be selling one cleansing pill there. When Wang Baoli received Bunny's voice transmission, he immediately turned excited and kissed his transmission ring. Xiaoya, I love you. Inside the alchemy faculty's dormitories, Bunny was sitting on her bed. When she heard Wang Baoli's kissing sound from the voice transmission ring, she blushed instantly. Do-Minute, who was opposite her, looked over suspiciously. Xiaoya, what's the matter with you? No. Nothing, Bunny immediately lowered her head, her heart pounding. While feeling embarrassed, she had strange, indescribable thoughts. As for Wang Baoli, he circled his cave abode in excitement, pumping his fists into the air at times. His eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness. the auction requires spirit stones, but they are too easy for me. Spirit stones with 75% purity are worth a lot. Most importantly, I don't need any capital. Wang Baoli laughed out loud. He felt like the cleansing pill was already his. This was because he had accumulated quite a number of spirit stones from his prior refinements. And he did not require a lot of spirit stones, they were basically unnecessary to him. Even if he used all of them in exchange for cleansing pills, he would not flinch at all. However, I can't be careless. The high officials' autobiographies have mentioned that one should never underestimate one's enemy. With this thought in mind, Wang Baoli immediately decided to refine more spirit stones in the remaining half-month. Therefore, in the next half-month, Wang Baoli spent most of his time refining spirit stones. Time passed, and the day of the auction came. That morning, Wang Baoli walked out his cave abode brimming with spirit. The green forest lake, where Ethereal Tao College stood, was on the eastern outskirts of Ethereal City. Ethereal Tao College's students were usually not restricted from entering the city. Although it was Wang Baoli's first time heading there, he was no stranger to it. He took a boat, and after reaching the lake bank, he ran straight for Ethereal City. He soon arrived, and compared to his hometown, Phoenix City, Ethereal City was way bigger. It was more than 100 times bigger than Phoenix City. After all, Phoenix City was only one of the countless tiny cities in the Federation. As for Ethereal City, it was one of the 17 main cities of the Federation. Outside the city, there were giant walls that resembled metal plates. They were lined with countless sharp spikes that twinkled. When the sunlight bounced off them, they exuded a stern feeling of death. Apart from that, there was a massive array formation surrounding it. It was only activated at normal strength and not pushed to its limits. Even so, it was still able to effuse a stunning feeling that enveloped the region. From afar, one could see many pagodas towering over the city walls. Each one of them had a giant spinning ball at the top, intermittently releasing lightning out of it. It contained terrifying force and seemed like it could handle all enemies in the sky. All of this was a result of the ancient greenish-bronze sword that had come from the cosmos. After it penetrated the sun, its hilt had shattered into fragments that landed on Earth, its fragments spreading across the globe. Many of the factions of yesteryear had searched and gained control of them. Cultivation techniques had begun forming different schools of thoughts. Like a bed of flowers blooming across the land, it had changed the situation across the entire Federation. Although the main body of power was the Federation, it was comprised of 4 major factions. Many tinier factions had dependent relations with them. If not for the Beast War early in the Spirit Inception era, the Federation might have dissolved long ago. And it was due to the Beast War that, despite the Federation appearing peaceful, there was some friction between large and small factions occasionally. However, they only kept each other in check to certain limits. There was just no large-scale conflict. After all, the Beast War of yesteryear had been a calamity for all humans in the Federation. The Federation had faced the risk of extinction simply because of the sudden appearance of Spirit Chi. The appearance of Spirit Chi had not only given humans the opportunity to cultivate, it had also included wild beasts and vegetation. The rich Spirit Chi had caused a large number of wild beasts, vegetation, and avian creatures to mutate. Some far exceeded humans, making them extremely powerful. The Beast War had been a result of that. Although that battle had ended with the Federation gaining a stronghold in the cities, be it the desolate wilderness or the ocean, all of them were where the land and flying beasts ruled. Therefore, cities needed strong defenses. In addition, due to the dangers that lurked outside the city walls, most people lived their entire lives in the cities. Venturing out had to be done with others or with specially hired combat cultivation escorts. Just like how Wang Baoli and the students had traveled to the Tao College. At that moment, Wang Baoli stood outside Ethereal City as he took in the lofty city. He took a deep breath, looked up, and puffed his chest before walking in. Chapter 14, The Dharmic Armament Faculty's Advantage. Chapter 14, The Dharmic Armament Faculty's Advantage. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Ethereal City was a large city with trees shading the streets. The population was huge as well, probably numbering more than 100 million. Countless flying vessels traveling across the city, and there were many cars shuttling back and forth on the ground. As for the dense horde of passers-by inside the city, all of them appeared to be in a rush, as though they were very busy. Thankfully, Wang Baoli's voice transmission ring had a map and location functionality. Furthermore, he had plenty of time. He headed toward the auction house according to the directions. Along the way, he engaged in sightseeing. He looked at the buildings and stores that lined the streets and experienced the bustle that was different from his hometown, Phoenix City. Although there was nothing new that surprised him, there were many things that caught his eye. For instance, he was looking at a building not far from him as he unwittingly exhaled in awe. The building looked like an ancient Roman Colosseum, but it was massive, more than 10 soccer fields large. If one looked at it from the sky, the entire building looked like a giant fist. And high in the sky, there were roaring disturbances as though many battles were taking place simultaneously. This is probably the legendary fight club where freestyle fighting is employed, right? Wang Baoli took another few glances. He had read an introduction of the place before on the news. When he looked at the club's entrance, there were quite a number of strong men dressed in black uniforms standing outside. They were Blood Chi realm experts, each looking quite threatening simply by standing there. I'll be heading to the auction house today, so I'll have to come back another time. Although Wang Baoli was usually wise beyond his years, he was still a youth. He was nevertheless very interested in such hot-blooded combat fighting. Filled with anticipation, Wang Baoli took another few more glances before leaving. He marveled at his surroundings until noon, finally arriving at his destination, Cloud Hawk Auction House. As one of the 4 biggest auction houses in Ethereal City, Cloud Hawk Auction House might not have been as magnificent as Ethereal Auction House, but it was still a grand sight. From afar, it looked like a male hawk with its wings spread. It was erected in the northern region of Ethereal City, spanning more than 15 kilometers. Tall walls split off from its periphery, and it was swarming with guards. As for the auction venue's interior, it was even more luxurious. It was enough to host 10 auctions simultaneously, each holding 10,000 people. That was especially so for the large venue in the middle, the Cloud Hawk Auction House's premier venue. Any auction that happened there would be able to stir up Ethereal City. The auction that was being held this time was not qualified to be held in the main venue. Instead, it was held at Auction Hall number 3 in the right wing. Wang Baoli did not have an invitation, but he had long learned of the rules. He had reserved a spot through the Spirit Internet with his status as Ethereal Dao College's specially recruited student. With his identity jade token in hand, Wang Baoli was checked by the guards at the door. He successfully entered the venue, and as he was relatively early, there were not many people present. He was guided by beautiful attendants into Auction Hall number 3. Although it was numbered 3rd, it was able to seat 10,000 people. Each seat had autonomous functions. Not only was it comfortable, it also provided ice spirit water as well as snacks. One could see the surroundings clearly from that spot as well as the high platforms ahead. This place is way too extravagant. Wang Baoli drank the ice spirit water and ate the snacks. He felt that the entrance fee of 1 spirit stone was worth it. As he enjoyed the service happily, more people entered. The auction hall slowly became lively. Many people knew each other and sat together, chatting and laughing in the process. There was no lack of Ethereal Dao College students. They came in groups, but most of them were senior students. Occasionally, there were freshmen. They discussed the auction with excitement and wonder. Wang Baoli, who was drinking the ice spirit water, even saw Zhui Yifan among them. As for Zhui Yifan, he also noticed him. Immediately, his smiling face turned cold. The setback that Wang Baoli had caused him was just too intense. Wang Baoli was an extremely sore sight for him. With a snort, he turned around and began chatting with a few newly acquainted senior students. What's his deal? Thinking how great he is and all. Wang Baoli snorted as well, finishing the ice spirit water in one gulp before opening a second bottle. After a long wait, a rousing musical tune boomed throughout the venue when the auction hall reached an adequate number of people. Everyone turned silent as a bright beam appeared on the stage in front of them. Beneath the beam was a decently dressed, middle-aged man. He slowly walked out and, with a smile, bowed to the audience. Everyone, welcome to Cloud Hawk Auction House. I'm Li Jingtao, your auctioneer for today. All right, without further ado, let the auction begin. The middle-aged man's voice was loud and clear, reaching every corner of the hall. He waved his right hand, and immediately, a projection appeared behind him. In it was a huge bone. The bone was purple in color, emanating a lustrous glimmer. A ferocious feeling could be felt through the projection, causing many people to feel shaken. Lightning bird, an extremely savage creature that lives in electromagnetic storms. Upon maturing, it will grow a lightning bone. This bone is extremely beneficial when it comes to the refinement of pills or dharmic armaments, or even the cultivation of warriors. Although it's an ordinary adult lightning bird, the difficulty of obtaining this lightning bone is equally difficult. The starting price is 20 spirit stones. After the middle-aged man spoke, there was a temporary silence in the auction hall. Wang Baoli widened his eyes, too. Although he knew of the beast war and knew how powerful ferocious beasts were, this was the first time he was seeing the lightning bone of a lightning bird. He could not help but take a few more glances at it. The bidding soon started, and to Wang Baoli's astonishment, the lightning bone was eventually auctioned off at the high price of 60 spirit stones. It's worth so much. Wang Baoli touched the tiny bag he carried. His confidence dropped immediately. However, he turned confident once again when he thought of his 75% pure spirit stones. After all, the auction house used 50% pure spirit stones to settle the payment. Every 10% increase in purity increased the price manyfold. As the auction proceeded, one item after another appeared through a projection. Things were constantly snapped up. Although some items failed to receive any bids, most of the items were bought by someone. Wang Baoli felt his horizons broaden. Apart from the various materials from the different beasts, there were also pills, dharmic artifacts, and even cultivation techniques. However, most of them were incomplete fragments. There were a few times that Wang Baoli was tempted by the items, but he endured the enticement, waiting for the cleansing pill's appearance. Finally, the auctioneer smiled when the auction was halfway through. He waved, and a milky white pill manifested behind him. The pill was not crystalline, but it would give anyone who saw it an impulse to swallow it. It was as though it was an innate desire. The moment the pill appeared, its herbal fragrance permeated the entire auction hall. Immediately, many people felt energetic, especially Zhui Yifan and some of the senior students. Their eyes were bright. Wang Baoli sat straight up as well, his heart racing while his eyes stared intently at the pill. I won't go into detail about the cleansing pill. I believe many of you are here for this pill. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. 101. 102. 103. Instantly, bidding voices erupted in the auction hall. Zhui Yifan had also bid, looking bent on obtaining it. I offer 150 spirit stones. Wang Baoli turned anxious as he suddenly shouted, 160 spirit stones. 170. Zhui Yifan frowned as he grunted. 180. Wang Baoli did not hesitate as he raised the price once again. The others gradually gave up, leaving only Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan as the remaining bidders. The price went from 100 plus to more than 500. Such a price, even if the cleansing pill was something rare, made it overvalued. Everyone exchanged looks before looking at Wang Baoli and Zhui Yifan, whose faces were red. Zhui Yifan clenched his teeth as he stood up and said angrily, Wang Baoli, do you dare compete with me when it comes to spirit stones? My family is filthy rich. I bid 700. He was a scion with no lack of spirit stones, and due to the prior running and weightlifting incidents, he found Wang Baoli a very sore sight. Worst of all, he was in desperate need of the cleansing pill. Therefore, he bit the bullet and bid a stunning price. Screw you. Wang Baoli's breathing turned heavier. Although he had accumulated quite a number of spirit stones, he had about 1,000 or so when converted to 50% purity. He stood up as well, staring angrily at Zhui Yifan before shouting, 1,000 spirit stones. The moment this price was offered, there was a silence before an uproar broke out. They felt that the price was already ridiculous. Zhui Yifan was also shocked. His breathing heavy, his neck tensed, he shouted once more. He was from the combat faculty and was just short of the pulse enrichment realm. In his agitation, his voice was extremely loud. 1,100 spirit stones. Wang Baoli widened his eyes. His ears hurt from the tumultuous voice. Hence, he took out the megaphone from his bag and pointed it at Zhui Yifan, shouting, 1,500 spirit stones. The voice was so loud that, not only did it give Zhui Yifan a fright, the surrounding crowd drew a gasp as well. Even the auctioneer's body faltered. He looked at Wang Baoli with an odd expression. If this was the end, one could only claim that Wang Baoli's voice was loud. After his bellow, he did not wait for anyone to react. He took out an empty stone in front of everyone's watchful gazes. With it in hand, he began refining spirit stones. As a large amount of spirit chi was condensed, the empty stone in his hand rapidly transformed, turning into a spirit stone at a discernible rate. This scene could be said to be an absolute blow to everyone present. You want to match the spirit stones I have? Screw you. I can create them on the spot. Come. Let's see who has more. Wang Baoli roared, staring at the dumbfounded Zhui Yifan, his eyes filled with disparagement. He can actually refine on the spot? I recall that he's from the Dharmic Armament faculty. Then what's there to compete over? While the crowd smiled bitterly, Zhui Yifan nearly went mad. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined that such a thing could happen at an auction. Although it was known that the Dharmic Armament faculty was well known for its spirit stone refinement, he had never witnessed it personally before. But at that moment, Wang Baoli's actions were like a critical strike on him. Although his family was rich, he also shrank back. After all, the number of spirit stones he had was limited, but Wang Baoli was practically printing money. The feeling was identical to the running and weightlifting incidents. It left Zhui Yifan trembling. The senior student beside him, who he had just become acquainted with, looked at Zhui Yifan pitifully as he shook his head with a sigh. This is the Dharmic Armament faculty. To think you attempted to compete with him. Did you not notice that all the senior students shut up once they noticed him? The Dharmic Armament faculty is known for being a walking money printing machine. Who can compete with that? When the other senior students heard that, they sighed as well. Clearly, people from the Dharmic Armament faculty had left a deeply buried scar in each of these senior students. Chapter 15, This is Snatching Money. Chapter 15, This is Snatching Money. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. When Zhui Yifan heard that, the anger and disappointment in him could hardly be described. He felt disconsolate upon seeing Wang Baoli create spirit stones on the spot. This is unfair. How can the Tao College leave such unbalanced matters unchecked? If this goes on, won't the auction house end up being reserved specially for people from the Dharmic Armament faculty? Zhui Yifan was trembling in anger. It felt impossible for him to vent the aggrieved feelings and anger in him. However, before he could finish, a senior student beside him laughed. You are really naive. They specialize in the art of printing money. Why would the Tao College interfere in that? But what you said is right. Auction houses are prepared for the Dharmic Armament faculty. Didn't you notice? The moment he bid, everyone fell silent. You are still a freshman and lack experience. The senior student sighed. Many of his peers beside him sighed as well. Once people from the Dharmic Armament faculty appear in an auction house, they will always have first dibs. Once they are done picking, the rest will be left to us from the other faculties. There's no other way about it. We earn money, and if we are lucky, snatch money, but they create money. Isn't that so? They can create as much as they want. How can you compete with that? The senior students had a lamentable tone to their words. It drove Zhui Yifan crazy once again. In his rage, he felt like he had suddenly become a pauper. However, he caught wind of the term snatch money and could not help but ask, the Tao College allows the snatching of money. The senior students did not reply and only smiled. Zhui Yifan felt despondent that even the senior students did not reply to him. He glared at Wang Baoli, feeling extremely indignant. He felt that he had a lot of spirit stones, and even if Wang Baoli could print money, he would ultimately be slower. There was no way he could snatch the pill from him. Therefore, when the auctioneer had struck the hammer twice and was about to deliver the third final strike, he shouted, "I offer 1,700 spirit stones." Wang Baoli turned his head and glared at Shui Yifan. He found Shui Yifan an increasingly sore sight and was bent on going all out. "I offer 2,000 spirit stones." The moment he said that, Wang Baoli finished refining a spirit stone and began to refine a second one. He had already made up his mind. At worst, he would stay back for a period of time after the auction, leaving only after he was done refining all the spirit stones. Even if he became fat again, he had to win the auction. He needed to get the last say to vent his anger. "You!" Shui Yifan's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to speak further while Wang Baoli had taken out the second empty stone to refine, the auctioneer laughed bitterly. He saw that Wang Baoli was a specially recruited student of the Dharmic Armament faculty. He felt that the cleansing pill's price was already sufficiently high and did not wish to offend the Dharmic Armament faculty. He immediately said aloud, "This student from the Dharmic Armament faculty, there's no rush. As a member of the Dharmic Armament faculty, all you need to provide is an IOU and spend it like spirit stones at my Cloud Hawk auction house. After which, you simply need to make up for the amount within a stipulated amount of time. There's no rush." The moment that was said, no one seemed to react except the freshman who drew a gasp. Many people immediately regretted choosing the wrong faculty. "Ah? That can be done?" Wang Baoli was taken aback. His eyes widened, apparently somewhat uncertain. When he saw the auctioneer nod his head in confirmation, Wang Baoli felt a rush of excitement. He immediately felt enlightened, as the adrift him finally realized at that very moment, that the Dharmic Armament faculty was truly formidable. Compared to Wang Baoli's excitement, Shui Yifan was completely dumbfounded. If his senior's words had dealt a blow to him, then what the auctioneer had said was like using a sharp blade to stab deep into his nascent and tiny heart. He felt faint as his body stumbled. The setback and helpless emotions overwhelmed him. When he saw Wang Baoli's smug look, he recalled the running and weightlifting incidents. He then noticed the strange looks that people around him were sending his way. His eyes turned crimson red as he roared, "Wang Baoli, I challenge you." With that said, he directly issued Wang Baoli a challenge. The moment that was said, there was an uproar once again. Wang Baoli frowned as well. When he saw Wang Baoli hesitate, Shui Yifan felt a lot better. He had nearly been driven crazy just moments ago. Although he might not have been as rich as Wang Baoli, but his martial strength was sufficient. He definitely needed to vent his anger. He had thought it through. Even if Wang Baoli did not accept his challenge, he could forcefully attack to teach him a lesson. With his challenge issued, he was about to walk out the auction house and wait outside. However, at that moment, Wang Baoli snorted. He was completely uninterested in such a challenge and could not be bothered with it. His goal was to become head prefect, not be caught up in meaningless challenges. He recalled the auctioneer's words and drew inferences from it. He immediately wrote an IOU of 100 spirit stones and raised it high up in the auction house, shouting proudly, "This IOU for 100 spirit stones will be given to whoever deals with him for me." The moment he said that, everyone drew a gasp once again. This act that caught people by surprise left Shui Yifan dumbfounded once more. Before he could react, the eyes of the senior student who he had recently become acquainted with lit up. With a loud laugh, he charged forward and grabbed the IOU and ran toward Shui Yifan. "I'll do it." The other senior students were reeling in excitement as they charged at Shui Yifan with loud roars. They were even saying things like, "He's mine. Don't you snatch it from me. Darn it, all of you are too fast. This opportunity is a rare one." Instantly, Shui Yifan was surrounded by at least dozens of senior students. "Seniors," Shui Yifan trembled. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. He was pummeled by the dozens of people surrounding him. Amid the blows, Shui Yifan's tragic cries sounded. "I'm a specially recruited student. How can you? That's right. I've long wanted to beat one up." The senior student who had sat beside Shui Yifan was especially enthusiastic. He explained as he delivered his blows, "You previously asked me what snatching money is. Well, this is what's snatching money. Immediately, the auction house was thrown into chaos. Some even took out video equipment to begin a live stream. Zhui Yifan uttered an aggrieved cry. It was tragic, but thankfully, this was an auction house. Soon, massive numbers of guards came in to pull the crowd apart. If others had been fighting, the Cloud Hawk auction house would definitely have dealt with it harshly, but since the fighting parties were students of Ethereal Dao College, it did not dare offend Ethereal Dao College, which always took the side of its students. These students were always a trouble for it, despite its powerful background. The students were like ancestors, entities not to be provoked. Therefore, all they could do was persuade them and pull them away. Only when everyone was sent out did the commotion come to an end. As for Wang Baoli, he had long left. A young lady working at the auction house led him around while looking curious and charming. He wrote an IOU and took the cleansing pill away before he was sent out the auction house. The service was excellent, and before Wang Baoli left, the lady even deliberately leaned toward him and asked for his contact details. This made Wang Baoli realize how impressive he was. Pleased with himself, he returned to the Dharmic Armament faculty. He sat in his cave abode and felt the desire to become head prefect become more intense. The Dharmic Armament faculty is indeed impressive. If I can become head prefect, that will be my first step toward the pinnacle of my life. Wang Baoli was delighted. Just as he was about to take the cleansing pill, he suddenly smacked himself on the forehead. I can't be so careless. I need to remember many of the lessons written in the high officials' autobiographies. I was too rash today and ended up being high profile. I should keep a low profile. Wang Baoli approved of his realization and, after some reflection, calmed his agitated emotions. Only then did he take out the cleansing pill that he won at the auction. After looking at it carefully, he took a whiff and swallowed it. The pill instantly melted the moment it entered his mouth. A warmth immediately rose up from his abdomen, like a roaring wave, and spread through his body rapidly and forcefully. This was the first time Wang Baoli had eaten a pill. Furthermore, it contained a sizable number of precious herbs, making it extremely potent. Wang Baoli's body trembled as a result. Wang Baoli's breathing hastened as he began to sweat profusely all over. He hurriedly took off his clothes and sat there naked. He was alarmed when he saw his sweat pores secreting black impurities that looked like slag. That's scary. As the impurities were purged, he clearly felt that his body seemed to turn more permeable. Even his blood qi was much richer than before. Amid Wang Baoli's delighted surprise, the impurities continued purging for 3 full days until the medicinal effects wore off. After he washed his body thoroughly, he looked at his round body and smooth skin before laughing loudly. It's indeed a good pill. After he admired what he felt was a perfect bodyline, he put his clothes back on and took out some ice spirit water. He finished a huge bottle before eating some snacks. Filled with anticipation, he began refining spirit stones. He wanted to know if he could break the bottleneck of 75%. Chapter 16, Superior Grade Spirit Stones. Chapter 16, Superior Grade Spirit Stones. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Unlike the sword sun, the moon in the Spirit Inception era remained the same as in the previous eras. It scattered its soft light across the entire Lower Academy Island. On the various faculties' mountain peaks in Ethereal Dao College's Lower Academy Island, the spot with the richest spirit chi was not the Dharmic Armament Peak, but it was still one of the better ones. After all, the Dharmic Armament faculty students cultivated their daily to refine spirit stones, resulting in immense spirit chi expenditures. Unlike the students from other faculties, this near-limitless supply of spirit chi and the unique refinement tricks were not provided for nothing. Every year, they had to submit a certain number of spirit stones as their end-of-year exam, and it was quite a considerable amount. Similarly, other than lectures in the 3 main halls being free, everything else in the Dharmic Armament faculty, such as eating or going to special cultivation chambers, required spirit stones. This ensured that the Dharmic Armament students made good use of their time to refine spirit stones. The alchemy faculty was similar, but it was not as exaggerated as the Dharmic Armament faculty. As for the other faculties, they had even simpler means of earning money. Certain cultivation grounds that were meant only for their own faculty students would also be open to other faculties. the fees collected from the students of other faculties were extremely high. For instance, Mount Scenic Cloud of the Beast Taming faculty, the 8 Treasures Chart of the Array Runes faculty, Frost Ice Tower of the Traps faculty, and the Lava Chamber of the Combat faculty were cultivation areas that aided those who were about to break through from the Blood Chi, phenomenal success level to the Physical Seal level. Every day, many students from other faculties would head to these places. This alone was enough to provide for most of each faculty's daily expenditure. At that moment on Dharmic Armament Peak, invisible spirit chi was flowing slowly, splitting into thousands of portions that were slowly being directed by the Dharmic Armament students. However, at a spot nearer the summit, the specially recruited students' cave abode, more spirit chi surged over than in other student areas. Inside the cave abode, Wang Baoli was reeling in excitement. He was constantly circulating the great void chi devouring art, sucking large amounts of spirit chi into his body, then sending it through his arm to condense in his palm. As he saw a spirit stone rapidly appear in his palm, his eyes lit up. "I've broken through! Ha ha, I've broken through!" The excited Wang Baoli sensed the spirit stone in his hand rapidly surpass 75% purity. When it reached 76%, he could not hide his excitement. In his joy, he took out a bag of snacks after refining one spirit stone and began eating. "I should work harder and aim to break through to 80% purity as soon as possible." After finishing a few bags of snacks, Wang Baoli wiped his mouth and began refining again, but he suddenly turned vigilant. "I have to be more careful, I can't let history repeat itself. If I don't pay attention, I might make myself into a huge fatso again." Wang Baoli approved of his realization since his recent weight loss experience had simply been too painful. Even if he had stepped into the blood chi level of the ancient martial realm, the process was truly something he did not wish to experience again. The path of losing weight is an arduous and long road. Only someone as determined as me can succeed. Wang Baoli sighed as he encouraged himself. He was very pleased with his realization, and after pondering for a moment, he felt that he needed some encouragement. Therefore, he took out a bag of snacks and chomped on them. After finishing the snacks, he patted his tummy and began refining spirit stones. Perhaps his luck was good, or maybe the cleansing pill's effects were thorough, but the spirit stones Wang Baoli refined in the following days constantly improved, and his body no longer accumulated spirit fat. It was as though spirit chi would no longer accumulate as spirit fat after he got rid of the large amounts of impurities in his body. Instead, his body adapted to the speed at which spirit chi rushed through it. Smooth flows raised the purity of spirit stones and also subtly strengthened Wang Baoli's body. It improved his blood chi level quite considerably. As such, this made Wang Baoli even happier. Only when he realized that he had remained slim as his spirit stone refinement reached 80% did he gradually tone down his vigilance, and instead fully immerse his body and mind into it. Slowly, time passed like water. In the combat faculty, Zhui Yifan, who had been badly beaten and was in pain, was gnashing his teeth in a cave abode, but he felt helpless. He was not in the same faculty as Wang Baoli. Many methods and tricks could not be used. Wang Baoli. Zhui Yifan felt extremely indignant. He pondered for a long time before recalling that he did have friends in the Dharmic Armament faculty. The Spirit Stones Hall's head prefect, Jiang Lin, might not have an especially close relationship with him, but it was still good. Getting his help was likely fine. He immediately took out his voice transmission ring, and after making the connection, Zhui Yifan smiled. "Wang Baoli, I still have means to let you know my prowess even if you are in the Dharmic Armament faculty." Days passed one after another, and soon, 2 months had passed. Over the past 2 months, Wang Baoli's spirit stone purity had slowly increased, and when it reached 84%, his blood chi realm reached the perfected state. If this was known by the combat faculty, they would probably lose their minds. After all, Wang Baoli's speed of improvement was much faster than the combat faculty students, who specialized in the cultivation of ancient martial arts. Haha, it looks like the side effects of the great void chi devouring art have been completely resolved by the cleansing pill. The excited Wang Baoli was increasingly convinced that his purchase of the cleansing pill was justified. From the looks of it, I should be able to reach the 85% level. I want to reach 90% as soon as possible. I shall become head prefect and embark on a journey toward the pinnacle of life. Wang Baoli became excited just thinking about it. He sucked in the surrounding spirit chi and condensed it in his palm as he continued his plan of exceeding 85% purity. However, ever since school began, Wang Baoli, who had been engrossed in the great void chi devouring art, had seldom attended classes in Spirit Stones Hall. He did not know that there was a natural bottleneck at 85% purity when it came to spirit stones. To be precise, although spirit stones below 50% purity could be used, they were only deemed ordinary spirit stones. Only at 50% was it considered inferior grade, medial grade spirit stones needed to exceed 75%. As for the demarcation between medial grade and superior grade, it was 85% purity. A spirit stone was considered of superior grade once 85% was reached, and if one reached 95% and above, it was considered a supreme grade spirit stone. Typically, a single spirit stone of such quality was extremely valuable, something only masters could refine. And this bottleneck was something that required students who cultivated in the chi fostering art to have opportunities and proficient skill before it could be broken through. However, the completely overpowered Great Void Chi devouring art revealed the bottleneck the moment it encountered it. When the purity of the spirit stone that Wang Baoli was refining reached 84% and was about to approach 85%, his body suddenly quivered. An unprecedented suction force abruptly manifested from the slowly spinning devouring seed. The degree of this sudden change far exceeded Wang Baoli's preparation and imaginations. Nearly all the spirit chi in his cave abode was instantly sucked dry. The vacuum seemed to form a natural black hole as though a hole had appeared in the sea of spirit chi. Immediately, the massive amount of spirit chi seemed to quiver as it surged over. Thankfully, the Dharmic Armament Faculty's mountain peak had a spirit chi gathering array formation that instantly stabilized the imbalance. Wang Baoli's suction speed was fast, and the amounts drawn were massive, but compared to the spirit chi in the entire Dharmic Armament peak, it was still nothing. It did not attract the attention of others. People would, at most, notice a pause in the flow of the surrounding spirit chi. However, to Wang Baoli, the sudden increase in the suction force and the spirit chi that surged into his body like a bursting river left his mind abuzz. He failed to direct the overwhelming amount of spirit chi in his body to his palm in a timely fashion, and it rapidly accumulated to form spirit fat. As the spirit fat increased at a discernible pace, the spirit stone in his palm finally crossed a purity level of 84% under this sudden surge and reached 85%. It was no longer a medial grade spirit stone but a superior grade spirit stone. Streams of light emanated from the resplendent and crystalline spirit stone. Although it was inferior to the one that teacher Zhu had refined in class, the difference was not particularly great. It was similarly a superior grade spirit stone and extremely costly. But Wang Baoli was unable to feel happy. He stared at his indescribable body in a daze as the spirit stone in his hand dropped onto his belly with a plop before falling to the ground. When he looked down, all he could see was his stomach and not the spirit stone. Moments later, a tragic cry resounded from the cave abode. Wang Baoli was close to tears as he anxiously raised his arms and looked at his stomach before bursting into sorrowful cries. No, my formerly perfect figure. Why did this happen? In Wang Baoli's anguish, he tried to stand up but realized he was unable to do so. This nearly drove him crazy as he felt a cold wind blow past him. It felt like countless fatso forefathers were walking over from every direction, smiling at him as they waved their hands like they hoped to reunite with him. All I want is to be head perfect. Why am I encountering so many difficulties? Amid Wang Baoli's grief, he struggled to get up and squeezed his body through the cave abode's door. He was relieved when he realized that he could still leave the cave abode. He had really been afraid that he would be too fat to fit through the door. If that happened, he would truly have been doomed. Thankfully, it was late at night, and no one noticed the happenings at his cave abode. If not, they would definitely have been stunned, thinking that a particular beast had descended. While reeling in anguish, Wang Baoli gritted his teeth and began fervently running around the island again. But this time, it appeared to be ineffective. Even though he had taken the chance to head to the weightlifting grounds while it was empty, raising the weights crazily in the process and even adding more weights, the effects were negligible. It failed to achieve the outcome he needed. Heavens, what should I do? Wang Baoli was extremely anxious as sweat rolled down his forehead. Finally, he sought help from the Spirit Internet and searched for weight loss tips. The seemingly omniscient Spirit Internet was filled with random information, but it did not deter a fatty who was only thinking about losing weight. Fatties were always able to sharply pick out a potential weight loss technique from what appeared like ordinary news to others. For example, the combat faculty's lava chamber. The combat faculty's lava chamber is pretty much hell, it's such a torture. I sweated like it was raining in there. That place is a place that torments people. I only spent 5 minutes in that place and lost half a kilogram. I kind of pity myself. When he saw all sorts of criticisms about the lava chamber on the Spirit Internet, Wang Baoli's breathing hastened as his eyes lit up suddenly. Lava chamber. Lava chamber. Wang Baoli felt like a drowning person who had grabbed a life-saving straw. He immediately raised his head and looked at Combat Peak before flying over. Under the moonlight, one could see a massive beast-like figure charge away with a whistling sound. I want to lose weight. Chapter 17, specializes in bullying our combat faculty? Chapter 17, specializes in bullying our combat faculty? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the most popular training ground of the combat faculty, the lava chamber contributed in supporting the finances of the faculty. Its uniqueness stemmed from the magma plume buried underground, which spread throughout the entire mountain peak and reached the bottom of Green Forest Lake. It had a long history, and it was stated in the history books that the lake had not existed about 1,000 years ago. There was only a famous volcano that had existed there. The geological formations changed over the 1,000 years, forming the Green Forest Lake. It had hidden the magma plume until Ethereal Tao College chose this plot of land. It was only after the Spirit Inception era that they had the ability to guide the magma out and create the combat faculty's lava chamber. It was an extensive region and looked like a behemoth's head from afar. In the middle of the beast head's brows was a flame totem. Even at night, the burning flame did not seem to extinguish. If one entered through the behemoth's mouth and ventured deep into the combat faculty mountain's interior, one would encounter more than 100 sealed cultivation chambers. Every cultivation chamber had an array formation that could draw upon the underground magma once activated and make the cultivation chamber reach a stunning temperature immediately. Typically speaking, those who could enter the lava chamber had cultivation levels of the perfected blood chi level. Many would have hopes of using the high temperatures to force their body to seal all their sweat pores shut. By insulating themselves from the heat, they would be aided in entering the physical seal level. After all, the 3 levels of the ancient martial realm were all about building a foundation. The goal was to craft a flawless body in whatever circumstances they were originally in. Blood chi was to ensure vigorous vitality, allowing a mortal to be able to withstand the stunning metamorphic changes the body would experience in cultivation. The physical seal level was about sealing off all the sweat pores of a person's body. By isolating the inside from the outside, not only would the body become detached, it could also prevent any blood chi from leaking. Once this delicate control was achieved, one could not only produce strength much greater than the blood chi level, one could also forge toward the physical seal level seamlessly. Precisely because this was the unique characteristic of the physical seal level, the lava chamber had very extraordinary effects, up to a certain level, when it came to helping to break through. In theory, if one was determined enough to enter the lava chamber without any qualms about death, they could draw on the magma plume to a particular level and temperature. It could lead to either death from heat stroke or the successful achievement of the physical seal level, breaking past the blood chi level. However, such people were uncommon. Under ordinary circumstances, being able to last more than 2 hours was an impressive feat. Even Zhui Yifan had only managed to last 6 hours. In the 30 or so years since the beginning of the Spirit Inception era, one extraordinary person had appeared in Ethereal Tao College. The person had sealed himself in the lava chamber for 3 days and 3 nights, creating a legend that remained untouched to date. The person was the previous Federation president. Legend had it that one day after he came out of the lava chamber, he said one sentence that shocked Ethereal Tao College. It also became a famous slogan of the Tao Enlightenment faculty and used by countless people. I am enlightening myself on the Tao. It was late at night, and when Wang Baoli's rotund figure rolled over, he directly charged straight into the behemoth's mouth. There were still quite a number of people cultivating in the lava chamber, and although the number was fewer than in the day, about 90% of the cultivation chambers were full. On the display board outside, one could see that the indicator lights of 7 cultivation chambers were still unlit. There were people coming in and out the behemoth's head, and in fact, there was no need for anyone to stand guard at the entrance. Each chamber required a student's Dow College identity card for entry. As for the spirit stones charged for the chamber's use, it could be settled through the identity card. Up to this day, no one had dared owe a spirit stone debt to the combat faculty's strongmen who focused on cultivating in ancient martial arts. Although there were many students entering and exiting the lava chambers, Wang Baoli was too fast. Many people only felt a wind blow past them and vaguely saw a red fatty dashing away. Before they could even identify him, his figure had disappeared. However, Wang Baoli had underestimated his influence. I think I saw a red meatball. It looks quite familiar. It seems I have an impression of that in my memory. Outside the lava chamber were a few combat faculty students who were about to leave. They were left collectively stunned as they exchanged glances and saw each other's eyes widen. Wang Baoli! He became fat again. As they exclaimed outside, Wang Baoli dashed deep into the mountain through the behemoth's mouth and found an empty cultivation chamber. He quickly took out his identity jade pendant to open the door, and after squeezing his body in with some difficulty, he heaved a sigh of relief before closing the door. As he rubbed his painful belly, Wang Baoli felt even more depressed. If I were any fatter, I wouldn't have been able to enter. The cultivation chamber was not large and was only about 10 square meters in size. The other students would find it spacious if they came, but after Wang Baoli sat down and looked at his surroundings, he immediately felt like he was sitting in a tiny cage. This feeling left him despondent. He subconsciously wanted to take out snacks to vent his anger but realized that he had not brought any in his eagerness. He was nearly driven mad at that realization. I want to lose weight. Wang Baoli clenched his teeth and, through great difficulty, found the controls to the array formation. He activated it without hesitation, and immediately, a hot surge of air spewed out from the ground. It instantly spread through the chamber, and other than the spot where he sat being a little normal, the other areas began to glow red. At such high temperatures, Wang Baoli still found it difficult to breathe despite there being a ventilation hole. It took him quite a while to catch his breath as sweat was constantly pouring out of his body. Unlike how others attempted to seal their sweat pores in the chamber, Wang Baoli did the opposite. He tried his best to relax his body and open up all his sweat pores to absorb the heat. It's not enough. Wang Baoli wiped away his sweat, and after sensing the spirit fat in his body, he adjusted the temperature again. Immediately, the already scorching temperatures were raised quite significantly. However, Wang Baoli felt that it was insufficient. Therefore, he kept adjusting the settings until the surrounding 4 walls started glowing red. Although his lips were parched, even to the point of feeling like his organs were about to be cooked to a crisp, he was delighted to realize that his spirit fat was gradually breaking up when the heat passed through his sweat pores. Praise the heavens! Wang Baoli instantly became excited. He quickly maintained the heat and closed his eyes, withstanding the torturous feeling of having his spirit fat melt. Although the temperature was high to the point of feeling like he was almost evaporating from it, he put up with it while clenching his teeth in excitement once he noticed his fat decreasing. 2 hours passed, and Wang Baoli was still enduring the grueling heat. It continued for 4 hours, 6 hours, until it was bright outside. The combat faculty's lava chamber had no lack of students visiting it. Every morning, there would always be people lining up to enter. People were waiting at the moment, not feeling any sense of urgency since there were more than 100 rooms. Those who entered would usually exit in less than 2 hours. Soon after, there were people entering and people exiting. The people who were waiting would chat with each other to kill the time. They would also occasionally look at the lights on the display board. When one of them went off, it meant that a person had come out. Time slowly went from dawn to noon before it turned to dusk. Batches of students entered and exited, but at that moment, a keenly observant student who had been waiting for a long while noticed an abnormality. Strange, room 39's light seems to have never gone off. Have any of you seen it go off? He was only asking the students beside him out of curiosity, but gradually, when everyone carefully searched through their memories, They seemed to realize that none of them had seen the light go off. All the students outside the lava chamber were immediately alarmed. They spent another 2 hours watching it, and when they realized that room 39's light remained lit, the shock they felt was hardly describable. "Guys, look at room 39. Heavens, we have already been observing it for 4 hours. It has never gone off at all. I recall that it was lit even in the day. Did that actually happen? Are you guys seeing things? How is it possible? The one with the longest record is Shui Yifan. All he managed was 6 hours." As the crowd discussed, this rare phenomenon immediately piqued their curiosity. Therefore, the crowd decided against cultivating that day and instead sat outside the lava chamber to observe. They slowly turned short of breath as their eyes gradually widened. After several hours, when it was late in the night, the number of students outside the lava chamber kept growing. There were nearly 100 students with mouths all agape in shock as if they had seen a ghost. There were constant discussions with many sending voice transmissions to their friends. This matter also broke out on the Spirit intranet. A godly person has appeared in the combat faculty's lava chamber. According to estimates, the person in room 39 of the combat faculty's lava chamber has lasted more than 20 hours. A record has been broken. It has completely broken Zhui Yifan's record. The thread on the Spirit intranet instantly gained attention across the entire Lower Academy Island. It drew gasps when the students from all the faculties saw it. The lava chamber was famous, and there was only one person in history who had spent more than 20 hours in there. If the light to room 39 extinguished at that moment, it would have been fine, for it made sense. However, while countless people on the Lower Academy Island were paying attention to this matter, the light continued staying lit until dawn. This caused an uproar throughout the Lower Academy Island. This even caught the attention of the teachers. No one entered the lava chamber anymore. Everyone stood outside, staring at room 39's indicator light that remained lit. Heavens, it's almost 2 days. He's about to challenge the previous Federation president's record. Who is he? I will offer 10 spirit stones for any clues. Once confirmed, it will be given out. Be it in the actual world or on the Spirit intranet, there were all sorts of discussions happening. Finally, the few students of the combat faculty who had been outside the lava chamber 2 nights ago posted a notice on the Spirit intranet. The person in the lava chamber's room 39 is Wang Baoli from the Dharmic Armament faculty. I can swear that I saw him roll in there quickly while dressed in his specially recruited student robes. The moment that was said, the other faculties did not react much to it and only felt skepticism. However, there was an uproar among the students of the combat faculty who had been dealt a blow by Wang Baoli, especially Zhui Yifan and his friends. They were burning with rage as they stormed straight for the lava chamber. Darn fatty Wang. You didn't go to the beast-taming faculty's Mount Scenic Cloud, the Array Runes faculty's 8 Treasures chart, or the Traps faculty's Frost Ice Tower, but targeted our combat faculty. Are you bullying us from the combat faculty? From their point of view, this new action by Wang Baoli was a sequel to the running and weightlifting provocations. Chapter 18, Physical Seal Realm. Chapter 18, Physical Seal Realm. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. While the entire Lower Academy Island had become rapturous and Zhui Yifan along with his friends were burning with fury, Wang Baoli, who had lasted 2 days and nights in the lava chamber, was completely covered in sweat. He was even seeing stars. He found breathing difficult and was almost at his limits. The lava chamber's interior was at a very high temperature, evaporating Wang Baoli's sweat. This made clouds linger inside the lava chamber. I feel like I'm almost cooked. Wang Baoli was shuddering with fear. He was really worried about being cooked alive. That would be quite a huge joke. There was a certain group of people in this world who were especially stubborn and also very terrifying. These people were known as dieters. During the weight loss process, they would feel a special kind of happiness that would intensify as the effects of the weight loss became more apparent. It would reach an astounding level. Especially, if one could achieve stunning results in a very short amount of time. Wang Baoli was clearly such a person. He was barely putting up with the worry that he would be cooked alive. However, when he saw how much his body had slimmed down over the past 2 days and nights, he suddenly felt very excited. Screw it, I'll either cook myself alive or unmistakably slim down. Wang Baoli clenched his teeth as he raised his right hand to strike the array formation switch. Immediately, the lava chamber quaked once again as even higher temperatures immediately surrounded him. The entire lava chamber appeared warped. Wang Baoli's body and even his breath were fiery hot. His body, both inside and out, felt like it was burning. The reason he could endure for so long was that his body had accumulated large amounts of spirit fat. As he experienced the burning, his spirit fat melted and spirit chi spread across his body, constantly nourishing his flesh and blood. Under this nourishment, his blood chi was also being enhanced, especially when the temperature was increased. Immediately, the blood chi within Wang Baoli radiated out of his body as a red glow. If anyone were to see the vibrant blood chi, they would definitely be alarmed. The mightiness of the blood chi that exuded violent intent far exceeded the level of other people in the same realm, perhaps due to the absorption of the fiery hot temperatures. With him already nearly at the perfected blood chi level prior to this, after 2 full days of the sweltering heat, his blood chi had reached the limits of the human body. He was only a little short of breaking through to the physical seal realm. It could even be said that he could have broken through already, but Wang Baoli had been forcefully repressing it, causing his body to barely maintain himself at the blood chi realm and not reach the physical seal realm. He knew very well that once he stepped into the physical seal realm, he would be insulated from the hot air, forming 2 different worlds inside and outside his body. Then, his weight loss plans would end up ineffective. Under this forced insistence, Wang Baoli's body began to tremble involuntarily as his fat gradually reduced. As he experienced his pain and excitement, there were more and more people gathering outside the lava chamber. The gasps and exclamations became more common. 3 days. Could this Wang Baoli have died inside? That's way too much. Heavens, is he doing it to break through? While many people engaged in discussion, Zhui Yifan and company went from anger to depression. There were really no 2 ways about it. There had only been one instance of someone being capable of staying in the lava chamber for 3 days in Ethereal Dao College. The discussion about Wang Baoli on the Spirit intranet turned more intense. Amid the discussion, someone even began accepting bets on whether Wang Baoli would be able to break the former Federation president's record. Hence, under the close scrutiny and discussion among countless people, the day soon passed, and night came. There were still many people outside the lava chamber paying close attention to the matter. There were even some students who looked very professional. They were even holding recording devices and live streaming. There was a long-faced youth whose hair was tied up into that of a Daoist's hairstyle, and he had quite a number of freckles, but his eyes were very bright. He held his recording device high up and was speaking loudly in excitement. "Thank you, Clear Sky, for your cave abode. Thank you, Ash, for your airship. Hey guys, I'm your host, Little Daoist, and your support is the greatest motivation for me. We are now beginning the countdown to the most exciting moment. After this night passes, Wang Baoli will have broken the record. Send your gifts. As long as someone gives me, your host, Little Daoist, a rocket today, I'll dig up the secret as to how Wang Baoli managed to endure for 3 days and 3 nights at the cost of my life." That night, as such live streams happened outside the lava chamber, the Spirit intranet seemed to boil in excitement. The youth, who called himself Little Daoist, even live streamed the entire night without succumbing to fatigue. When the rays of dawn shone on everyone, Wang Baoli's body also reached its limit inside the lava chamber. He was bright red, and his entire body was swaying. Losing weight is so miserable. Wang Baoli realized that he could no longer repress his blood chi realm any further. With a lamenting cry, loud booms that sounded like drumbeats instantly emanated from his body. The booms echoed and stirred up the devouring seed in him. Immediately, a stunning suction force began devouring all the heat in the lava chamber, causing an unprecedented level of heat to fill his body. As the clouds swirled around him, his spirit fat shrank at a discernible pace, and all his sweat pores also closed rapidly in that instant. Finally, as though they were sealed, his body's interior was insulated from his exterior completely. At that moment, the 4th night passed outside the combat faculty's lava chamber. Countless students were already shocked to their very cores. At that moment, the amount of time that the indicator had remained alit for lava chamber room 39 had surpassed Ethereal Dow College's record. There were even teachers paying close attention to the matter, and the talk on the Spirit intranet also turned more intense. It's been 3 days and 4 nights, Wang Baoli has broken the record. He has surpassed the former Federation president. Among the crowd, the shouts from the live streaming students came from everywhere, especially the long-faced youth. He held his recording device high and screamed at the top of his lungs. Guys, did you see it? Wang Baoli has broken the record. Shouldn't such a marvelous moment be a time when gifts are given? I'm repeating. As long as I receive a rocket, I will find out the secret. As a din erupted outside the lava chamber due to the cacophonous discussions by the students, room 39's indicator light suddenly went off. Someone noticed it almost the instant the indicator light went off as he exclaimed, "Look, the indicator light has switched off. Wang Baoli is coming out." The live streaming little Daoist was even more excited as he dashed through the crowd and stood right at the front. He did not forget his live stream and said loudly, "Wang Baoli is about to appear. Guys, do you have any rockets?" At that moment, all eyes outside the lava chamber stared at the entrance simultaneously. Every student watching the live stream on the Spirit intranet waited in anticipation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they immediately felt a surge of hot air billow out from the behemoth's mouth, and it instantly spread in every direction, raising the temperature of the surroundings quite substantially. It's so hot. Room 39 must have opened. It's the gust of hot air that came out of it. The hot air surrounded them, instantly filling the crowd with anticipation once again. Immediately following that, a figure slowly appeared in front of them. It looked like a little fatty. He was walking out one step at a time while leaning with one of his hands against the wall. With his appearance and his figure becoming clear, a suppression more stunning than the blood chi realm spread out. It was Wang Baoli. He had thinned a lot more than when he first entered the lava chamber. However, he was a little pale and looked a little weak. Yet, the aura his body exuded was extremely keen, it had an indescribable, suppressive might that could acutely be felt. This was precisely the aura, a result of being insulated from the world, that one could clearly feel after the physical seal realm was broken through. Such an aura did not last very long and would typically become unobvious a few days after the breakthrough. The instant Wang Baoli appeared, the people outside the lava chamber let out incredulous exclamations. This aura! He has indeed broken through the physical seal realm. His entire body is independent, as though he is isolated from the world. This is the physical seal realm. Exclamations erupted, stunning Wang Baoli, who had just come out. His mind was still abuzz. He was not only physically weak due to the rapid weight loss, the high temperatures had also made him mentally exhausted. So, he was somewhat dazed by the huge crowd in front of him. At that moment, the live streaming students in the crowd rapidly approached, especially little Daoist. He was the first to step forward and appear beside Wang Baoli. He seemed to be extraordinarily excited as he raised the recording device high to include Wang Baoli and himself. He was extremely passionate. "Guys, look! This is our fellow student, Wang Baoli. Although his face cannot be seen entirely on screen because it is a little large, you should still send some gifts. Those without gifts can also subscribe to my channel." The long-faced little Daoist looked excited as he looked at Wang Baoli. He did not care about Wang Baoli's status or feelings. He knew very clearly that with him live streaming, even if Wang Baoli was irritated by him, he would not act out since it was happening live. Wang Baoli was still somewhat in a daze as he took a glance at the long-faced little Daoist, and saw the number of people and gifts in the recording device that he was holding high in the sky. His exhausted face naturally suffused a look of disparagement. "Is this how you live stream? With that bit of popularity, you won't get many gifts. A total of just 2 rockets? Did you give them yourself?" Upon hearing that, little Daoist turned a little embarrassed as he quickly changed the topic while facing his recording device. "Guys, do you find Wang Baoli handsome or not? If he's handsome, reply 1, if not, reply 2. Are you a newbie? How can you do that? Wang Baoli frowned and grabbed the recording device and aimed it at his face, shouting in the process. Brothers, if you find me handsome, reply 1. If you find me especially handsome, reply 2. Those that do not say a word are agreeing to the fact that I'm the most handsome person in the entire universe. Little Daoist was taken aback. Instantly, the screen was filled with unprecedented activity. The word shameless filled the screen. Wang Baoli looked at the dazed Little Daoist with a smug look. See that? Look at the amount of activity. Guys, as long as you send a rocket, Little Daoist over here will spend 2 hours in the lava chamber. The more rockets he receives, the longer he will spend in there. In the span of a few seconds, the screen was filled with more than 20 rockets, with them whistling across the screen. Little Daoist was instantly dumbfounded as he widened his eyes in shock. He drew a gasp and felt his back turn cold. A cold sweat broke out as he was about to utter something as an explanation when Wang Baoli threw the recording device back at him. Did you see that? This is how you get gifts. Wang Baoli held his hands behind his back, feeling pleased with himself. He thought to himself, how dare you say my face is huge? With an inward snort, he left under the watchful gazes of the astounded crowd. Little Daoist was left holding his recording device, with tears nearly streaming down his cheeks. He saw rockets constantly whistling across his device's screen. Chapter 19, Great Void Twisting Technique. Chapter 19, Great Void Twisting Technique. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After the 3-day, 4-night ordeal in the lava chamber, Wang Baoli noticed that all the students he encountered on his way back to the Dharmic Armament Peak would invariably stare at him. His breaking of the record was simply too astounding. Quite a number of Lower Academy Island teachers had also begun to pay close attention to Wang Baoli. After all, it had not yet been a year since school started, and although Wang Baoli's breakthroughs were not considered the fastest, the impact he delivered was unmatchable. Furthermore, his feats happened one after another, causing quite a buzz on the Spirit intranet. It made every student on the Lower Academy Island, be they freshmen or senior students, know of Wang Baoli. While on his journey back, Wang Baoli had logged into the Spirit intranet and learned of the various matters that had happened while he was losing weight. He felt very wistful. All I did was lose some weight, but I ended up causing such a stir. I'm just too extraordinary, this won't do. I am someone who will become the Federation president, so I need to keep a low profile. Wang Baoli coughed dryly as he walked to his cave abode, feeling pleased with himself. He took out some ice spirit water and gulped a big mouthful. Immediately, he felt a lot more refreshed. Losing weight sure isn't easy. As he recalled his weight loss process, Wang Baoli took out a bag of snacks with a sigh. Again, he wolfed down the snacks noisily. I have to stay alert, I cannot make myself grow fat again. Losing weight is just too tedious. Wang Baoli constantly reminded himself. The thought of the lava chamber's high temperatures left him with a lingering fear as he took out another bag of snacks. I absolutely cannot become fat again. Having resolved himself, Wang Baoli spent an entire afternoon eating snacks before he patted his belly. His eyes were filled with determination as he began pondering over his spirit stone purity. The moment he thought of the crazy absorption of spirit chi once his spirit stone reached 85% purity, Wang Baoli fell into a dilemma. He sought out a lot of information from the Spirit intranet before gaining some confidence. In future refinements, he would increase his control. He would work hard at maintaining the speed at which spirit chi surged in, even at the cost of him being a little slow in the refinement process. As such, although his spirit stone refinement became slow, his meticulous way of handling things prevented the sudden increase in spirit fat. After solving this problem, Wang Baoli felt at ease. He felt that becoming head prefect was already something close at hand. With this burning desire, he began attempting to raise his spirit stone purity. However, pleasant times were short-lived. A month later, Wang Baoli was depressed to discover that his spirit stone purity had once again hit a bottleneck. He was unable to break past a purity of 86%. This was the second appearance of a bottleneck. In his depression, Wang Baoli took out the black mask and, after some hesitation, chose to activate the hallucination realm. The scene in front of him turned blurry but revealed itself to be the familiar icy snow plain when it became clear. Cold winds whistled as Wang Baoli quickly lowered his head to touch the black mask in his hand. Despite staring at it for some time, the words on the mask were still about the cleansing pill from before. Nothing had changed. Odd. Does it need me to say it out loud? Wang Baoli scratched his head. He recalled that the mask would change while he was muttering to himself. Looking suspiciously at the mask, he whispered, "Mask, oh mask, tell me, is there a way to allow me to break the bottleneck of producing spirit stones with 85% purity and achieve 90%, and beyond?" After Wang Baoli said that, he stared at the black mask intently. It was just a few seconds before the words on the mask turned blurry. The entire mask even phased away a bit before new words appeared slowly. "There's indeed someone in there." Wang Baoli drew a gasp as his heart thumped in his chest, and he looked at the words. Great void twisting technique? There were a lot more words that appeared this time. Wang Baoli was stunned when he read everything. It was because the answer the mask gave him was no longer about a pill, it was a cultivation technique that resembled a martial art. Such martial arts were common in Ethereal Tao College, especially with the combat faculty having many types. For example, there were many kinds of twisting techniques. It was nothing surprising. This left Wang Baoli a little puzzled as he carefully looked at it again. According to the explanation, the reason for the bottleneck was that the devouring seed in Wang Baoli's body was unable to completely fuse with his body, making it difficult for him to do as he wished. The twisting technique was the best method for speeding up his body's fusion with the devouring seed. Once he cultivated it successfully, not only would he increase the devouring seed's suction force, he would be able to intuitively disperse it to any part of his body, allowing him to devour at will. When that happened, he would break past the 85% purity bottleneck and achieve perfection. The first attack here is nothing but bending fingers, isn't it? Wang Baoli blinked. He was clever to begin with, and the great void twisting technique did not appear to be anything special. He raised his left hand and grasped forward. After practicing a few times, he decided that he might as well control the hallucination realm and form a middle-aged man. The man had a blurry face and his cultivation level was around the blood chi realm. He immediately charged at Wang Baoli the moment he appeared. Wang Baoli widened his eyes as he similarly advanced forward. With his physical seal realm speed and strength, he threw out a fist, immediately sending the sparring partner's figure into a retreat. With a flash, he came close to the sparring partner and grabbed his palm. When he found his opponent's finger, he tried bending it backward. "This is way too easy," Wang Baoli mumbled. A black beam suddenly flashed from the black mask. At the same time, the entire hallucination realm instantly distorted. A cracking sound instantly spread in every direction. "What's happening?" Wang Baoli jumped in shock as he hurriedly retreated to observe his surroundings. He realized that the cold wind had turned even colder. Some of the animals in the distance also looked somewhat different. Before Wang Baoli could carefully observe his surroundings, the sparring partner he had conjured earlier suddenly looked up. He was still at the blood chi realm, but he seemed to be an entirely new person. With killing intent emanating from him, he rushed toward Wang Baoli. Although it was still the same person, he gave Wang Baoli a completely different feeling. Without having any time to think, he struck out directly, but this time the sparring partner did not dodge the instant Wang Baoli threw out his punch, but, in some inconceivable manner, wrapped Wang Baoli's wrist. Wang Baoli immediately felt an indescribable numbness spread through his entire arm. His clenched fist immediately relaxed, and even his strength seemed to dissipate. As for the sparring partner, he used his momentum, grabbed Wang Baoli's finger, and yanked it upward. "It hurts. Stop. Stop. Stop." The excruciating pain felt like lightning that spread through Wang Baoli's body. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat as he could not help but let out a tragic cry. His body seemed to lose all its strength instantly, and he stumbled as a result of his opponent's yank. In response to Wang Baoli's cries, his sparring partner immediately released him and took a few steps back. He continued looking at Wang Baoli expressionlessly. As he held his finger, Wang Baoli panted and looked at his sparring partner with lingering fear. He then looked at the black mask and had a nagging feeling that everything that had just happened was a result of the mask. he immediately felt indignant and somewhat peeved. What's so impressive about bending fingers? I was just not prepared. Again. Wang Baoli's sparring partner charged forward the moment he said that. This time, Wang Baoli was prepared. He did not throw out a punch and instead kicked. When his opponent dodged, he grabbed the opportunity to throw a punch at his opponent's temple. But this time, a strange scene appeared. Even though it was clearly Wang Baoli who had taken advantage of the dodge to attack, a suction force was suddenly released by his opponent. It seemed to manifest as an invisible hand that grabbed Wang Baoli's arm and yanked him, allowing the man to change his punch direction. After Wang Baoli's opponent spun around to grab at his finger, the finger was instantly bent. The familiar feeling of pain surfaced once again as Wang Baoli hurriedly yelled for a stop. However, he felt even more disgruntled inwardly, almost to the point of being driven crazy. The finger bending was just too painful. Even Wang Baoli, who often berated others for being shameless, felt that such an attack was extremely shameless. The feeling of not being able to use his strength while his opponent aimed to bend his fingers drove him insane. Again. Moments later, Wang Baoli's pale expression turned for the better. This time, he decided not to use his hands again as he began fighting with his sparring partner once more. Soon, Wang Baoli's finger was grabbed by his opponent once again. His body went limp as his hand was raised high. Before his opponent bent his finger, he was already lamenting inwardly. Heavens, you are too much of a bully. I hid my hands the entire time, but you still managed to bend my finger. Ah, it hurts. Wang Baoli was driven to tears, but he was filled with hate inwardly. He could not control the boundless eruption of emotions. His opponent was only at the blood chi realm, and he was already at the physical seal realm. Yet, his opponent was able to grab his finger every single time. The excruciating pain, the resentful feelings, and his helplessness made Wang Baoli extremely aggrieved, along with other emotions. I refuse to believe it. Again. Wang Baoli clenched his teeth and charged forward once again. Time passed inside the hallucination realm. Wang Baoli's tragic cries continued incessantly in what followed. They turned shriller and more tragic until one day later. When Wang Baoli left the hallucination realm, he felt weak. He lay in his cave abode and looked at his 10 fingers with tears rolling down his face. Heavens, this finger-bending technique is just too much. There's also the suction force. There's no way to dodge that at all. I have to learn this move, it's powerful. Wang Baoli had already realized that the black mask's flash had changed the sparring partner, making it use the great void twisting technique on him. If not, there was no way to explain the suction force. It was clearly in accordance with the first move of the great void twisting technique. The suction force would form a force that resembled a black hole after the devouring seed spread across the body. After personally experiencing the incisiveness of the great void twisting technique, Wang Baoli's interest was aroused. He felt that, not only would the great void twisting technique resolve the problem of his spirit stone purity, it could also equip him with combat arts. This made him determined. Even as he rested for the night, his mind was constantly analyzing and thinking. At daybreak, Wang Baoli quickly ate some snacks for breakfast and entered the hallucination realm once again. Days passed as the shrill cries in the hallucination realm continued. Not only did they not decrease, they increased in frequency. As Wang Baoli's ability to withstand pain increased, his recovery time reduced. This resulted in him having his fingers bent a lot more often. It hurts. Heavens, who created this twisting technique? My finger almost broke. Finally, even though Wang Baoli was a tenacious person, he was almost at his limits. He was already on the brink of insanity. He even lamented over the unfortunate fact that humans had fingers. Therefore, he thought of a solution. As he negotiated with the mask by muttering to himself, he conjured another junior sparring partner. It was completely different from the previous sparring partner, and it became the target of Wang Baoli's frustration. Every time he had his fingers bent, he would spar with the junior sparring partner, transferring the pain and anger he had onto him, bending his finger in the process. Through this ability to vent his frustration, Wang Baoli managed to persist with his training. Another month passed. And Wang Baoli was depressed to realize that the junior sparring partner he used to vent his frustration was just too weak and rigid. He was completely unable to sustain the madness he was feeling or enhance his combat experience. More importantly, the junior sparring partner did not cry. He would stare at him expressionlessly no matter how his fingers were bent. Wang Baoli found this unacceptable. Simultaneously, he had finally gained some insight and experience from his constant battles with the senior sparring partner over the months. He could not hold down the urge to let others experience what he had experienced. Hence, he thought of the Fight Club. Chapter 20, Fight Club. Chapter 20, Fight Club. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Sparring with the junior partner does not enhance my twisting technique at all. Wang Baoli left the hallucination realm with anger and helplessness after having his finger bent. He began eating his snacks and pondering. Finally, he clenched his teeth and left the cave abode while munching on the snacks. He departed Ethereal Dao College and headed for Ethereal City. To Wang Baoli, he was in desperate need of actual combat. He had been driven crazy by the senior sparring partner, and more importantly, he realized that although the Great Void Twisting technique was shameless, it was very powerful in actual combat. To truly grasp it without being tortured by the senior sparring partner, the only way was for him to spar with other real people. By doing so, he could speed up his mastery. Therefore, he instantly thought of the Fight Club. With this thought in mind, Wang Baoli entered Ethereal City and went straight to the Fight Club. When he passed by a toy shop on the way, he stopped in his tracks as an idea came to him. After entering and exiting, he was no longer in his school robes, and he had an additional, rabbit mask. I'm a specially recruited student of the Dao College after all. It's best if I keep a low profile. Wang Baoli felt that he had been appropriately prudent. As he touched the mask close to his chest, he felt rather pleased. The mask made him feel affectionate. By wearing it on his face, he immediately felt that a domineering air could be felt because of his cuteness. It looked quite mighty. Feeling pleased, Wang Baoli walked toward the Fight Club with his hands held behind his back. Fight clubs existed in the 17 main cities of the Federation. Each of them covered a huge area and contained many battle arenas. Everyone was provided with a platform for freestyle fighting. Be it in the past or after the Spirit Inception era, fighting remained a popular sport. Ancient martial arts underwent a renaissance, particularly with the dawn of the Spirit Inception era. All of humanity began cultivating, causing freestyle fighting to become a popular sport across the Federation. There were even quite a number of experts with all sorts of ancient martial arts techniques. No matter the city or time of the day, the Fight Club was always the loudest spot in the city. Ethereal City was no exception. It was exemplified by the very moment Wang Baoli arrived. The oval building in Ethereal City, which looked like a giant fist from afar but like an ancient Roman Colosseum close up, had excited shouts erupting from its open roof. Come on, let's fight again. Is anyone challenging me? As long as you win, you can take away 10 spirit stones. Uncountable voices filled with belligerence and excitement constantly emanated out of the area. It made pedestrians who passed the Fight Club involuntarily halt and take a look. Occasionally, there were people eager to try as they stepped into the club. Wang Baoli felt pumped when he heard the thundering voices in the club. A sense of excitement rose in him for no reason as he hastened his footsteps to step into the club. The moment he walked in, tumultuous voices almost overwhelmed him. In front of him was a massive hall. The hall was so huge that the ends could not be seen from Wang Baoli's position. All he saw in the distance was what appeared to be the hall's center. Erected there was a gigantic crystal ball that was about 1,000 feet wide. It was very eye-catching. Surrounding the crystal ball were countless men and women dressed in different attires. They were chatting with each other while others were looking up information beside the crystal ball. Apart from that, there were crowds everywhere. The sounds that arose from discussions and cheers made anyone who entered the club feel like they had arrived at a market. Wang Baoli also noticed countless doors in the massive hall. Some were closed shut, and others were open. Any door that was opened would close once someone stepped in. Clearly, those doors permitted entry to only one person. This place is huge. Wang Baoli drew a gasp. Even though he had mentally braced himself while outside, he was still shocked by the interior's sheer size. He squeezed into the crowd after a while. After some probing, he realized that the Fight Club was split into 3 levels. The first level was the hall. The second level was the true combat area of the Fight Club. As for the third level, it was seldom open to the public. It was only opened when an important match was held. There were 2 methods to get to the second floor. One of them was to enter through one of the 4 big entrances to the second floor. The other way was to rent an arena. That way, one could accept challenges from others on the second floor as well as challenge others. The doors in the hall were prepared for the latter. Out of the 2 methods, the former was easier, but it did not provide for privacy. The latter was clearly safer and more private, but it cost more. Regardless of which method was chosen, one had to register at the crystal ball in the middle of the hall and pay the requisite spirit stones. If it were anyone else, they might have chosen the method that required less money, but for the Dharmic Armament Faculty's Wang Baoli, who could write IOUs like it was money, it was nothing. Hence, he walked toward the crystal ball with hands by his back. I came here to practice the bending of fingers. Spirit stones and stuff like that just mean putting on a little more meat. With this thought in mind, Wang Baoli was increasingly convinced by how extraordinary he was. He registered his identity at the crystal ball and obtained information from it. After learning of the rules, he paid a number of spirit stones to rent an arena. He looked around and saw an open arena door. He directly stepped in, and the moment he entered, the identity verification he had obtained from the crystal ball was recognized. The arena door closed as a gentle female voice echoed. "Dear customer, welcome to the Freestyle Fight Club. Please take note of your anonymity while in here. If necessary, please mask your face before you enter battle. Regardless of whether you begin a battle or return, all you need is to specify your location and shout, 'Begin combat,' or 'Return.'" The voice explained the club's rules and raised certain matters that needed his attention. It's quite anthropomorphic. Not bad at all. Wang Baoli was very pleased with the implementation as he walked forward. In front of him was a passageway with the lights around him producing a soft glow. It looked very comforting, and at the end of the passageway was a chamber. Inside it was a bed, a simple table, a chair, and a mirror. The main purpose of this place was for resting. Another purpose was for the visitor to change their clothes or hide their identity. Standing inside the chamber, Wang Baoli regulated his breathing. He felt like he was a general about to head to war as his eyes were filled with a determined look. "This place shall be where I, Wang Baoli, shall have my first battle at bending fingers." Wang Baoli patted his belly as he took out the rabbit mask. As he slowly put it on, the bearing he exuded changed completely. The adorable rabbit mask and his rotund body were quite jarring. But Wang Baoli was very pleased with his image. After looking at himself in the mirror, he walked straight to the middle of the chamber and looked up before saying 2 words softly. "Begin combat." The instant he said those words, the ceiling above him opened, and the platform beneath his feet raised him high up, making him appear on the second floor of the Fight Club. Boisterous roars louder than the first level immediately inundated him. In front of Wang Baoli was an arena enveloped in transparent glass. The arena was 100 meters wide. Standing there, one could see countless crowds as well as other similar arenas through the glass. The arenas on the second floor probably numbered in the hundreds, perhaps above 1,000. There were constant battles taking place in them. The spectators' cheers and fighters' roars spread out like heat waves. The people there were mostly masked, clearly unwilling to expose themselves. Wang Baoli took a deep breath and looked at his surroundings. His heart could not help but race. This environment was both unfamiliar and stimulating to him. He had learned the rules from the crystal ball previously, so he understood that after renting an arena, he could set the number of spirit stones offered and wait for challengers. If the challenger clinched victory, they would win the spirit stones offered. Furthermore, one could restrict the challenger's cultivation realm. And once the challenger was defeated, they would have to pay an equivalent number of spirit stones. Similarly, they could also walk out to challenge others. This is what made this place a freestyle fight club. However, this place did not permit killing. They placed even greater emphasis on the privacy and freedom of their customers. If anyone broke the rules, the club would expeditiously resolve the matter. As he repressed the excitement in him, Wang Baoli quickly set the number of spirit stones for his arena. After some thought, he decided to set 10 spirit stones to attract the attention of others and increase the frequency of his training. He sat to one side and began waiting eagerly for a challenger. But after waiting for quite a while, no one challenged him despite many people sweeping their gaze over. Many people felt suspicious when they saw Wang Baoli's appearance and the 10 spirit stones. They found it odd. After all, 10 spirit stones was quite a sizable amount of wealth. How long will I have to wait? Wang Baoli began losing his patience 5 minutes later. He looked around and decided to leave the arena and join the crowd. Since no one was challenging him, he might as well challenge others. I should begin simple. Wang Baoli worked his way through the crowds and saw the glass-encased platforms around him. Finally, he chose an arena that awarded 1 spirit stone and walked over. Sitting cross-legged in the arena was a stout man with a keen glint in his eye. He had a burly body and a cultivation level at the blood chi realm. He gave the crowd a hawkish look, and when he noticed Wang Baoli's eager eyes, he sneered and curled his fingers at Wang Baoli. "Bunny, come. Spar with me, your grandfather." Wang Baoli glared widely as he directly leaped up and stepped into the arena. Although there was a crowd around him, many of them were not interested in a battle of such a level. However, many people halted to take a look when they saw the burly man's stout figure and Wang Baoli's rabbit image. Upon seeing Wang Baoli accept his challenge, the man's eyes immediately lit up. He roared with laughter as he stood up. His ordinary blood chi cultivation instantly rose to that of the physical seal realm. With a sinister grin, he charged at Wang Baoli. The crowd outside the arena were stunned. The man's cultivation levels before and after were just too disparate. "I love lowering my cultivation level to lure in bunnies like you. I'll teach you a good lesson today." The man's laughter echoed as his blood chi emanated. He came close to Wang Baoli and raised his thick, fleshy palm and smacked at Wang Baoli's mask. Wang Baoli almost instinctively raised his right hand as the devouring seed within him activated. He directly used the twisting technique that had distressed him greatly in recent days. As the suction force spread out, the man's body was pulled toward him. The direction of his palm attack changed as he stumbled a few steps. Wang Baoli nearly grabbed the man, but his reaction was extremely fast. With a low growl, he quickly turned his body and successfully took a step to dodge Wang Baoli's grasp. He actually managed to dodge. This infuriated Wang Baoli. He closed in on the man, and at that moment, the man was gasping for air. The man could tell that something was amiss as he immediately retreated. At the same time, he gave a soft bellow and clenched his fists before unleashing a barrage of fist blows in a bid to avoid Wang Baoli. Soon, the two were exchanging blows in the arena. To Wang Baoli, this was his first battle in all senses of the word, and this man made a very suitable sparring partner. Gradually, Wang Baoli began moving faster. The way he attacked also began to change from what it was before. It could be said that he was undergoing a metamorphic change. The glint in his eyes turned brighter as it was filled with excitement. In contrast, the man's forehead was sweating bullets. He looked like he had seen a ghost, and he had already realized that Wang Baoli, who appeared inexperienced, was rapidly improving. He was even forced to seal off his sweat pores to prevent his blood chi from spreading to exchange for greater speed and strength. Even so, he was still no match for Wang Baoli, who only effused a cultivation level of the blood chi realm. Darn it! Where did this bunny come from? The man became increasingly alarmed. He clenched his teeth, and with a light grunt, he leaped up and extended his right palm. As though he was using a single palm to prop up his entire body, he came charging at Wang Baoli. It was the only combat technique he had grasped. Cosmic Hand. The surrounding spectators were immediately attracted by the battle. Many people exclaimed when they saw the appearance of the Cosmic Hand. But the instant they exclaimed, the situation in the arena changed drastically. When the stocky man's Cosmic Hand approached, Wang Baoli's eyes flashed. The senior sparring partner in the hallucination realm surfaced in his mind as he directly took one step forward. The devouring seed suction force instantly emanated as he attempted a snatch. This attempt made the stocky man's expression change as his palm was once again dragged aside. And this time, he failed to dodge. Instantly, his finger was grabbed by Wang Baoli and bent backward ruthlessly. A tragic cry came out of the man's mouth as his body quivered. His legs went limp as he nearly knelt down. He instinctively tried to pull his finger away, but Wang Baoli's hand was like a pincer. Due to the suction force, his struggles were futile. A string of curses ran through his mind as his voice changed in pitch. Ouch! It hurts. Let go. Ha ha, do you admit defeat? At that moment, Wang Baoli was brimming with excitement. He looked at the burly man in front of him and seemed to see a tragic reflection of his recent self. The feeling of bending fingers was excellent and made him feel invincible. He immediately fell in love with the twisting technique. The crowd outside the arena watched in shock with mouths agape. Moments later, they drew gasps when the burly man pleaded for mercy as he admitted defeat, resulting in an uproar. Did he just bend his opponent's fingers? Heavens, to think this can be done. That's just too shameless. Chapter 21, Call Daddy. Chapter 21, Call Daddy. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. As the crowd booed, the stout man who had his finger bent by Wang Baoli quivered. His eyes were filled with tears. The pain from having his finger bent was truly heart-wrenching. It was driving him mad. The pain was difficult to describe. It felt like all his strength had been drained as an excruciating agony pulsed through his finger like waves. It left his scalp tingling, and he began to hate the fact that he even had fingers. This experience made his hate intensify, but he did not dare reveal any of it. His body could not help but conform with Wang Baoli's motions, afraid that a slight tug from Wang Baoli would break his finger. However, he could not resist feeling a deep sense of indignation. After all, anyone would definitely feel extremely disgruntled if they had their fingers bent while in combat. If he could have gotten away with it, he would have bitten down on Wang Baoli's flesh, but now that his finger was in Wang Baoli's hand, all he could do was curse inwardly at Wang Baoli's shamelessness. He nearly cracked his teeth from forcefully clenching his jaw as he immediately begged for mercy. Let go, please. It hurts. I admit defeat. Admitting defeat makes you a good child. Wang Baoli did not think of himself as a merciless bastard. Feeling deeply satisfied, he released the finger and left the arena while the man had an aggrieved look of fury. With a pleasant feeling, Wang Baoli felt like he had vented most of the feelings he had from being tortured by the senior sparring partner. That feeling made him find the freestyle fight club excellent. It's not your fault losing to my best move. You can only blame me for being too strong. Wang Baoli sighed. He looked as though he was invincible. Had the fatty forgotten the tragic cries he had let out back when his fingers were bent? Clearly, by feeling completely at ease and delighted, he had automatically overlooked the tragic state he had been in while practicing that move. If gazes could kill, Wang Baoli must have had his heart pierced 1,000 times by the stout man so as to nullify the hate stemming from having his finger bent. The moment Wang Baoli stepped out of the arena, the surrounding spectators immediately booed incessantly. However, all of that was automatically ignored by Wang Baoli. In his excitement, he happily began searching for other arenas, and soon, he found one. After watching it for a moment, he stepped forward. His opponent was a very arrogant youth. Upon noticing Wang Baoli's impending challenge, he immediately said coldly, "Report your name." Wang Baoli blinked and didn't answer immediately. He knew that the youth was very fast and agile after watching him. He believed that it would take some time if his opponent kept fleeing. Hence, the best solution was to get his opponent to come forward of his own initiative. When he heard that, a glint flashed faintly in his eyes as he took on a humble stance and cupped his fists to bow. "I am..." Before Wang Baoli finished his sentence, the youth's eyes flashed as a contemptuous scoff escaped the corner of his mouth. He leaped up and whistled over at an extremely fast speed. He arrived in front of Wang Baoli in an instant as he threw a punch. "Trying to use tricks on me?" Wang Baoli's eyes lit up. Not only did he not dodge, he even took one sudden step forward. He slammed toward the incoming youth like a mountain as he roared. "Come on, fight me head on if you have what it takes." The youth sneered. He took a few steps that looked like missteps, but they miraculously avoided Wang Baoli and appeared behind him. You are so fat. What's more, you are giving me spirit stones for free. It must be hard on you. As the youth ridiculed Wang Baoli, he threw a right punch at his back. Before the punch connected, a suction force was emitted by Wang Baoli, causing the youth's figure to momentarily jolt under its influence. As the youth's expression changed in shock, Wang Baoli turned around instantly. His right hand had a stronger suction force as he snatched his hand forward and grabbed the youth's finger. With a smug smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, he yanked it upwards as he roared, "Kneel!" A tragic cry came out of the youth's mouth as his body instantly turned limp. He felt an unprecedented pain when Wang Baoli roared. As though he had lost control of his body, he subconsciously plopped to the ground kneeling. Let go. It hurts, it really hurts. Wang Baoli glared at the youth. I hate people who are up to devious tricks. Quickly admit defeat and call me daddy. The youth was pushed to the brink of insanity as he was about to swear. However, the moment Wang Baoli used some strength, the youth's voice immediately turned into an even shriller cry as he quickly yelled, Daddy! Daddy, I was wrong. I admit defeat. Wang Baoli only felt a comfortable rush as he released his hand with rapturous laughter. He left the arena feeling pleased with himself, and he began searching for his next sparring partner. The youth in the arena rubbed his finger as he glared furiously at Wang Baoli's back. He gnashed his teeth but was helpless. He was simply unable to curb the sense of indignation in him. This battle had been noticed by the surrounding crowd. Gradually, it attracted the attention of those in the vicinity. There were even some who had seen Wang Baoli's 2 successive battles. Their expressions turned odd. Did this fatty come here to bend fingers? That's just too sick. He bends fingers the moment he attacks. Wang Baoli began his 3rd battle under the watchful eyes of the small crowd. It continued to his 3rd, 4th, and 5th battles. He became more excited the more he fought. His movements became more practiced. From needing some time to bend fingers in the beginning, he could eventually bend a finger accurately in an instant, no matter who his opponent was, once they attacked him. During this period of time, there were a series of tragic cries coming from the club. Heavens, let go! It hurts. It hurts too much. Rabbit, you are shameless. If you have what it takes, don't you bend our fingers. Let go. Daddy, I was wrong. I admit defeat. The Freestyle Fight Club no longer felt the same with Wang Baoli's appearance. As tragic cries ensued, more and more people paid attention to Wang Baoli. The hubbub and discussion spread everywhere, attracting the attention of more people. How shameless. He's just too crafty. This fat rabbit doesn't look weak, but why does he enjoy bending fingers and making people call him daddy? Darn it, he doesn't even spare the fingers of women. As people discussed the matter furiously, Wang Baoli walked out the arena with his hands behind his back. Under the angry gazes of the crowd, he walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out in search for his next sparring partner. He was unafraid since he knew the rules of the Fight Club. However, having caused quite a commotion, the expressions of many people in the various arenas would change the moment they saw him. They would immediately close their arenas. This left Wang Baoli somewhat depressed. Soon, however, Wang Baoli excitedly took out his identity token that had been given to him by the Fight Club. There were several challenge notifications. It left Wang Baoli in high spirits as he rushed back to his arena. There were already hundreds of people around it. Quite a number of them were familiar faces. They were his past opponents, such as the youth and the first man from before. When they saw Wang Baoli return, all of them glared at him angrily. Oh, it's you guys. No rush, your turn will come. To be honest, I understand what all of you are feeling. Wang Baoli laughed out loud as he greeted them and went into the arena. The moment he entered, the youth who had tried to pull a ruse but ended up calling him Daddy rushed forward. Rabbit, I challenge you. With that said, the youth used his astounding speed to charge at Wang Baoli. He was disgruntled about his loss since he had not been prepared. He was determined to not have his finger bent this time. However, it only took a few more seconds before his tragic cries echoed throughout the arena. "Daddy, I was wrong. I admit defeat." Wang Baoli had bent the youth's finger with a wistful look. He looked at the youth, impressed by his intelligence, before letting go. However, just after the youth walked out of the arena, he clenched his teeth and turned around before anyone else entered. He charged in again, his eyes bloodshot. Again. He was feeling extremely disgruntled. Although the bending of fingers was painful, he felt that as a student of Ethereal Tao College's combat faculty, he had to seek revenge. Amid his roar, he changed his strategy. Instead of using his hands, he used his feet. Clearly, he had underestimated Wang Baoli. Soon, his finger was located by Wang Baoli as his tragic cries reverberated everywhere. "Daddy, I was at fault." In the end, even Wang Baoli was shocked. The youth resembled the former him greatly. He would charge in, again and again, moments after admitting defeat. His eyes ended up crimson red as though he wanted to bite someone. Even Wang Baoli found it quite frightening. The crowd around him increased in number as it reached more than 1,000. The people who had their fingers bent by Wang Baoli gnashed their teeth in hate. They despised him greatly. Shameless, way too shameless. This fat rabbit only knows how to bend fingers. I'm willing to offer 1 spirit stone to whoever takes him down. With these people's angry roars, the crowd increased in size as it became even rowdier. The youth did not let up, but each attempt inevitably ended in him shouting, "Daddy." In the end, all 10 fingers of the youth had turned purple. He was taken out of the arena on a stretcher looking as though life held nothing for him. Soon, others stepped forward to challenge Wang Baoli. They were of all genders and ages. Much later, a petite girl wearing a kitten's mask ran off in tears after having her finger bent. The surrounding crowd erupted in outrage as a result. "I can't take it. He actually bent the finger of my beloved cat goddess. What af **** cur. I'm still willing to give a spirit stone to any expert who can beat the living crap out of that fat rabbit. If you can take off his mask, I'll add on another spirit stone." Wang Baoli looked at the unrestrained crowd outside and instantly shuddered in fear. He quickly closed his arena. Standing there, he coughed dryly and felt that it would be a little embarrassing to show his fear. He patted himself on his tummy. "That's it for today, I won't continue. The opponents are so weak that it's meaningless." Wang Baoli shook his head with a sigh. As the surrounding crowd produced even louder roars of anger, he calmly shouted, "Return." As the platform sank, he slowly returned to his chamber, which isolated him from the uproar outside. "This club is quite a nice place." Wang Baoli heaved a sigh of relief after entering the chamber. Excitement rose up in his chest again as he took off his mask, feeling pleased. He kept the mask close to his chest as he briskly ran down the passageway. When he came out of the door, he was already on the first level. The moment he walked out, he heard angry bellows from the crowd. "Who's rabbit? Do you dare come out? Darn fat rabbit. If you have what it takes, reveal your identity and let us fight here." Chapter 22, It's Crushed. Chapter 22, It's Crushed. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. The din was deafening. There were even many who appeared out of the second level's exit. All of them were surveying their surroundings with ferocious looks, hoping to find traces of Wang Baoli. This scene immediately left Wang Baoli alarmed. He was not afraid of a single person, but if it was a legion. Wang Baoli blinked. He felt that it was not embarrassing to cower in front of a legion of people. Thankfully, the club had people of all shapes and sizes. He was not the only fat one present, nor was he very conspicuous. Wang Baoli quickly left the club and returned to Ethereal Tao College. The crowd failed to find Fat Rabbit in the club and burned with aggrieved anger. They clenched their teeth, resolving to teach Fat Rabbit a good lesson the next time he came. However, not everyone visited the Fight Club daily. Similarly, there were too many people in the club. After all, its clientele was made up of everyone who liked fighting in Ethereal City. Therefore, although there were many people who had witnessed Wang Baoli's dominating actions that day, few people noticed him in the beginning when he came again 3 days later. Even if there were some, they were few in number, and the news did not spread. This allowed Wang Baoli to visit the fight club every other day. Every time he went there, he would begin as an unknown during his first battle and rapidly develop to the point of driving everyone spectating mad. Slowly, after visiting the fight club more than 10 times, the legend of the fat rabbit who bent fingers slowly spread despite his attempts at maintaining a low profile. I heard that a fat rabbit who loves bending the fingers of others appeared in the club. The rumors mention a fat rabbit who is extremely evil. When he fights others, all he sees is their fingers. I even heard that the bastard is quite nasty. If he isn't able to bend fingers the entire time, he will not even spare his opponent's toes. All sorts of rumors and discussions constantly spread within the club. It did not reach a point where everyone knew of the fat rabbit, but eventually, the moment Wang Baoli appeared, he would instantly gain an audience. It even reached the point where Wang Baoli realized that people paid attention to every entrance on the first floor. Not only that, he had also learned from others that people had organized themselves into a rabbit annihilation alliance. This left him astounded. Thankfully, he was already very skilled in finger bending from fighting hundreds of times. He felt that he needed to keep a low profile and decided to end his training. These people are too unreasonable. Since it's a freestyle fight club, why must they be so agitated? I'm not bending fingers but practicing my twisting technique. Wang Baoli was peeved. In fact, he had been entering the hallucination realm nearly every day to fight the senior sparring partner. He would only head for the club after being tortured to a certain extent. This cycle not only allowed him to vent his stress, it could also increase his technique greatly. He went from completely not being the senior sparring partner's match, with him being instantly taken down, to being able to resist him for quite some time. This improvement gave Wang Baoli hope. Although he did not dare head to the fight club, Wang Baoli continued training by himself and, with some confidence, took a deep breath before opening the hallucination realm. The biting cold wind and the fluttering snowflakes encased the area in ice. The familiar surroundings made Wang Baoli hold his breath and focus. He looked at the sparring partner that slowly materialized nearby, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Over the months of fighting the senior sparring partner, he had become somewhat infuriated from having his fingers bent countless times. This time, I'll definitely make you admit defeat. Wang Baoli loosened his arms for a moment as his aura instantly changed. It was staggeringly sharp. If Wang Baoli was said to have been an inchoate sword in the past, the present him had rapidly metamorphosed after numerous battles in the club, turning him into a sharp, unsheathed sword. Although he was not extremely rich in combat experience, he had long exceeded his former self. The instant the senior sparring partner appeared, Wang Baoli's speed rose suddenly. He instantly jumped forward and appeared beside his opponent, raising his right hand to grab forward. The senior sparring partner had the same expression as usual. He did not retreat and instead advanced. The suction force in him suddenly emanated as he grabbed at Wang Baoli. Almost at the instant they were about to touch, a glint flashed in Wang Baoli's eyes. He released his suction force as an invisible vortex appeared between the two of them. As they tugged at each other, they collided. With a bang, Wang Baoli retreated a few steps. The senior sparring partner was no different. No one was able to gain the upper hand when the suction forces were unleashed. Wang Baoli's eyes wore a look of excitement. He rapidly approached once again, and soon, he began exchanging blows with the senior sparring partner in the hallucination realm. He was fast, but so was the senior sparring partner. Gradually, their figures meshed together. They would blast backward when the suction force reached its limit each time. It caused the surrounding snow to rapidly fly toward them before violently scattering outwards. Others would definitely have been alarmed if they were to see this scene. In fact, Wang Baoli's battle with the senior sparring partner had surpassed the level of physical seal. Even a pulse enrichment expert would be surprised by this battle. In fact, what they were competing in was, more importantly, the control of their suction forces other than their speed and bodily strength. This demanded minute control, with the need to be adjusted all the time. Only with different release frequencies would the desired effects be achieved. Not only that, the suction force was not only directed from the palm, but from the entire body. This resulted in many variations when it came to battle strategy. Thus, the need to judge their opponent's battle strategy and lure their opponent into a trap developed in the duo's battle. As the sounds of their clashes shook the surroundings, time slowly passed. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Wang Baoli was already panting heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had not had his finger bent by the senior sparring partner up to his point. It made him very confident. It's time to end this. Senior sparring partner, I'll let you have a taste of how awesome it feels to have your finger bent. Wang Baoli roared with laughter. The instant the senior sparring partner approached, his eyes emitted a strange glint. All his sweat pores instantly sealed shut as he used a technique of the physical seal realm. Immediately, the world inside and outside his body seemed isolated from each other, forming two separate worlds. At the same time, the devouring seed began releasing a maniacal suction force under his control. It instantly reached its maximum strength as his body trembled. Unknowingly, he had even slimmed down a little as though his body shape had changed. By sealing his physical body, the suction force was unable to fully permeate his body. This resulted in a vacuum. The instant the senior sparring partner came in front of him, Wang Baoli roared. He removed his physical seal realm instantly, and the suction that was brewing in strength was unleashed at full force. Amid the booms, the surrounding wind and snow surged over. The senior sparring partner clearly did not expect this move from Wang Baoli. His body was finally under the suction force's influence when it came close, causing him to stumble a little. This slight misstep gave Wang Baoli a chance. In his maniacal laughter, he took one step forward and landed in front of the senior sparring partner. His right hand grabbed his finger like lightning, and with his excitement and stirring feelings, he yanked it upwards ruthlessly. "Kneel down and call me daddy." The senior sparring partner's body jolted, and just as he was about to kneel down, a black glint flashed in his eyes. The glint was identical to the light in the black mask. Simultaneously, a fleeting smile tugged at the corners of the senior sparring partner's mouth. He raised his other hand rapidly, pressing down on Wang Baoli's wrist firmly. Not only did he manage to stand up straight by pressing down, his suppressive force made Wang Baoli cry out. His palm immediately lost its strength as he failed to grab his opponent's finger. His suction force had, for some unknown reason, been severed instantly. Just that alone could be ignored, but when the senior sparring partner got up, he rapidly raised his right foot and kicked Wang Baoli in the crotch. A cry more tragic than any before erupted from Wang Baoli. It was sharp and ear-piercing. People who had never experienced this before could never imagine such a cry. Wang Baoli even felt that he had heard a crack. His mind instantly went blank, overwhelmed by the unprecedented pain. It left him crying tragically as he lost all his strength. He rolled around on the ground, his hands at his crotch. Wang Baoli was almost in tears. Cold sweat drenched his shirt. Even the cold winds were unable to make him feel cold. His entire being was on the brink of insanity. He was whimpering in pain with a voice that had a different tone to usual. "They're crushed. Heavens, they're crushed." The senior sparring partner did not continue. He stood by the side, watching Wang Baoli without any expression. Only after some time, when the intense pain had somewhat eased, was Wang Baoli able to quickly pull open his pants with a pale expression. He heaved a sigh of relief when he looked down. However, the lingering fear in his expression turned more intense. Shameless. Despicable. Wang Baoli looked up and clenched his teeth. The hate he had for the senior sparring partner was indescribable. He had been filled with confidence and believed that he could finally turn the tables, but he had never imagined that the senior sparring partner would have such a despicable move. He wished to continue sparring with him but was too afraid. He even wished to protect his crotch, but he realized that he could not do it in the hallucination realm. It appeared that there was something different after the senior sparring partner changed. Finally, Wang Baoli left the hallucination realm extremely depressed. He struggled outside for a long while. On the one hand, he would have to experience the excruciating pain if he continuing the sparring, and on the other hand, there was his anticipation of becoming head prefect. Finally, the latter won over the former, and with a loud roar, Wang Baoli entered the hallucination realm again. His tragic cries would occasionally echo throughout the hallucination realm. Every time, Wang Baoli would feel as though his crown jewels had been crushed. Half a month later, his mind was in a mess, almost to the point of going crazy. Even when he walked through the Dow College, he would instinctively cover his crotch when anyone gave him a glance. All of this left him burning in a depressive anger. He aimed his sights once again at the Freestyle Fight Club. I want to engage in real combat. Chapter 23, Shameless Fat Rabbit. Chapter 23, Shameless Fat Rabbit. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. Wang Baoli did not particularly want to go to the Freestyle Fight Club. He did not wish to maintain a high profile, but he had no other choice. The junior sparring partner never reacted no matter how hard he kicked, perhaps a result of its construction. He found this unfair and was also driven crazy by this revelation. Therefore, he placed his sights once again on the Fight Club. Don't anyone provoke me. Wang Baoli, who had been kicked in the crotch for half a month repeatedly, was fuming with anger. He left the Dow College with a belligerent attitude. After stepping into the club, he found a door and entered after settling the simple administrative matters. Soon, he appeared on the second level's arena with his rabbit mask donned. Despite half a month having passed, he still attracted the attention of others and was quickly recognized. The club's second level was thrown into an uproar. It's the finger-bending Fat Rabbit. Fat Rabbit is here. This shameless bastard has finally appeared. Finger-bending Fat Rabbit is in the house. The hubbub spread as many people immediately took out their voice transmission items. Many places in Ethereal City, where people were busy at work, received the news. For example, in an upscale district in Ethereal City, there was a huge, extensive manor garden. It was clearly very expensive to own a manor garden in one of the 17 main cities of the Federation. In the garden, two beauties were sparring. The younger beauty looked 16. She had reached the physical seal realm in ancient martial arts, and she was dressed in loose training attire. Her plaited hair was moving along with her body's actions. Her pink skin was extremely smooth and tender, dripping with the rolling sweat. The woman sparring with her looked a little older. She was in her 20s, but she was more beautiful. She was dressed in tight clothes and had beautiful facial features. Her cultivation level exceeded the physical seal realm, at the early stages of the pulse enrichment realm. Sis, you are finally back. You don't know how shameless that darn Fat Rabbit is. It's so embarrassing to have such a person remain in our club. The young beauty clenched her teeth as she tried to get her breathing under control. Perhaps Wang Baoli could not remember her as she was one of the hundreds of challengers he had faced, but he had left a deep impression on her, the girl who had worn the kitten mask. Upon hearing her younger sister's words, the older beauty laughed. Just as she was about to console her, the young beauty's voice transmission ring trembled. She came to a halt and immediately widened her almond-shaped eyes after hearing the transmission. Sis, Fat Rabbit has appeared. You have to help me and teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, in a training chamber of the combat faculty in Ethereal Dow College's Lower Academy Island, there was a youth beating a humanoid wooden puppet with brutal savageness. The wooden puppet was clearly custom-made. Ignoring its fat shape, it wore a rabbit mask that was similar to Wang Baoli's. How dare you make me call you daddy? I'll beat you to death. As he fought, the youth suddenly stopped and looked at his voice transmission ring. His eyes lit up as he looked up and roared with laughter. Fat Rabbit, I'll make you call me daddy this time. Many similar scenes happened in various places throughout Ethereal City. Countless figures rushed from every corner of the city to the club. The clamorous discussions in the club kept growing. There was a huge crowd around Wang Baoli's arena, with people from other arenas even giving up their fights to rush over. In the hour after Wang Baoli's arrival, he had already encountered more than 10 challengers. All of them had their fingers bent as they cried tragically and admitted defeat while calling Wang Baoli daddy. Wang Baoli was also very depressed. His opponents were too weak, and he could instantly defeat them by bending fingers. There was no need for him to use his crotch-kicking killer blow, he had not had a chance of using it yet. If he had forcibly used it, it would have failed to achieve the effects of a sparring partner. This frustrated Wang Baoli as he looked at the crowd around him. He proudly puffed up his chest and said indifferently, "Is there anyone with a bit more skill? All of you are too weak." The moment he said that, the crowd became even more furious. They already found Wang Baoli shameless, and now, they were being mocked. All of them immediately raised their voices. "Fat Rabbit, don't bend fingers if you are so capable. That's right. If you have what it takes, fight us with your fist." Wang Baoli glared at the crowd when he heard them. "You people only know how to shout. If you have what it takes, don't be a coward. Come on up if you are that great." Wang Baoli's response was like pouring gas onto a flame. It caused the crowd to explode as their shouts formed sound waves that permeated the surroundings. Even the club's staff rapidly ran over to guard the vicinity, afraid that it would devolve into chaos. Wang Baoli was given a fright as well, but he calmed down when he saw the staff. He stood there and continued provoking the crowd. Sweat beads covered the staff as they smiled wryly. It was rare for such a scene to happen in the club. Furthermore, the average person did not possess the ability to make so many people shout so agitatedly. Wang Baoli could not be bothered with that. He raised the number of spirit stones needed to challenge him to 20 spirit stones. This number immediately eliminated a large number of weaklings, preventing many from entering the arena without thought. As Wang Baoli became impatient from waiting while he considered lowering the number of spirit stones, a voice suddenly boomed from outside the arena. "Fat Rabbit, your daddy is here to challenge you." As the voice rang out, everyone immediately looked over. Wang Baoli glanced out of curiosity and immediately saw a familiar youth. He was walking over briskly with arrogance and confidence. The youth was dressed in white combat clothing. He had a peak physical seal aura that was not concealed in any way. Not only that, he had even brought equipment with him. They were two specially tailored gloves. The two gloves were tightly worn on his fists, completely protecting his fingers. It made it impossible for others to grab and bend his fingers. The youth was feeling extremely complacent while he wore the gloves. He strode forward and ran straight for the arena amid the excited cheers of the crowd. "It's Lu Zihao from Ethereal Dao College's combat faculty. Fat Rabbit has bent his fingers numerous times in the past. He prepared special gloves this time. Well done. Haha, it looks like there are quite a number of clever people." With the gloves, Fat Rabbit's finger-bending technique is rendered useless automatically. Amid the crowd's excitement, Wang Baoli deliberately took a look at the youth's specially tailored gloves. He coughed and took a few steps back, as though he was bracing himself for a powerful opponent. Upon seeing Wang Baoli's reaction, the youth became even more excited as he directly leaped into the arena. "Fat Rabbit, all you are capable of is bending fingers. You will definitely lose this time." The youth laughed loudly, but he did not underestimate Wang Baoli. He charged forward with astounding speed, dashing straight for Wang Baoli. He had practiced the same scenario for a long time in the Dao College's training chambers. He was confident that he could quickly make Fat Rabbit know the might of his Savage Wind Fist, which he had trained arduously. As expected of a combat faculty student. This stance of his is enough to make him the cream of the crop among those at the physical seal realm. This battle will be good. Fat Rabbit is finished. The crowd watched with excitement, prepared to see an impressive battle unfold. The situation in the arena changed instantly as Wang Baoli retreated a few steps back. When the youth approached him, Wang Baoli suddenly took a few steps forward. His right hand raised up, but instead of bending fingers, he pressed down on the youth's wrist. Especially with the suction force from his palm being so fast, the youth found it difficult to dodge. His wrist was directly grabbed by Wang Baoli as his joints were twisted. This pressure resulted in a pain no weaker than the bending of fingers. It instantly surged through the youth's body as he held back from screaming. Just as he was about to retaliate, an astounding suction force spread, causing his movements to slow, as if trapped in a quagmire. Wang Baoli's surroundings seemed to become a kind of domain due to his control of the suction force. This slowness only happened for an instant. If Wang Baoli had employed other methods, it would have been a waste of the opportunity, unless he could subdue his opponent in one strike, since his opponent could recover. But the twisting technique was all about defeating the enemy with one strike. This technique was, in essence, about allowing the weak to defeat the strong. Instantly, Wang Baoli pressed down on the youth's wrist and used the instant when he was occupied by the pain of having his joints twisted, kicking out his right foot with an incredible speed, straight for the youth's crotch. "Call me daddy." Wang Baoli growled deeply, but he still held back. Despite that, the youth widened his eyes when his foot landed. The color in his face went from a normal shade to a stark white before quickly turning red. Finally, it became purple as the pitch of the voice escaping from his lips changed into an extremely sharp cry. "Oh! Oh! Ouch!" the youth cried in pain as he collapsed to the ground while clasping his crotch. He instinctively shouted as tears flowed down his cheeks. The clasping of his crotch made all the surrounding men draw a grasp as they instinctively covered their crotches. What had happened was too impactful for men. It was very easy for them to identify with the pain, leaving all their scalps tingling. Even the surrounding guards drew a cold gasp of air. Perhaps due to them being able to identify with the pain, soon, the angry roars exceeded those from before. They erupted in an unprecedented manner. How shameless! If you have what it takes, permit those in the pulse enrichment realm to challenge you. Darn it! He actually kicks crotches. I offer 30 spirit stones to anyone who takes off Fat Rabbit's mask. I want to know who he is. Amid the crowd's din, Wang Baoli watched the youth struggle to crawl out the arena with pity. He knew his opponent's pain acutely and also felt a lot more comfortable. Is no one challenging me? Wang Baoli coughed dryly as he looked at the crowd. The Freestyle Fight Club's challenge rules allowed for one to set a realm higher. However, Wang Baoli obviously did not do so. He restricted it to a realm below the pulse enrichment realm. When news of him kicking crotches spread, the contemptuous voices increased around him. However, the number of people who challenged him was noticeably lower. The crowd might have felt indignant about his bending of fingers, but crotch kicking left a chill in everyone's heart. None of them dared challenge him frivolously. Wang Baoli was being too ostentatious at the moment. He stood by the side of the area and began mocking the onlookers just like before. To think that no one in such a large club dares to fight me. How disappointing. Slowly, there were some who could not tolerate Wang Baoli and stepped up disgruntledly. Half a day passed as tragic cries reverberated constantly. Wang Baoli's crotch-kicking technique was also constantly honed as he became more skilled in it. As for the atmosphere on the second floor, it reached a whole new level. It forced the club to increase the number of guards. Many cameras were facing that arena like the club was facing a terrifying enemy. In the club's security room on the third floor, there were even quite a number of people bracing themselves for more trouble. They were paying close attention to the situation, afraid that it would devolve into something uncontrollable. This darn fat rabbit. If I possessed the authority, even I would want to see who this bastard is. A few pulse enrichment experts gritted their teeth while inside the security room. Chapter 24, I won't fight you. Chapter 24, I won't fight you. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. There was a rowdy din throughout the Fight Club's second floor. Angry and aggrieved roars boomed incessantly in waves as the atmosphere was punctuated by all sorts of contemptuous voices. Shameless fat rabbit. All you do is bully us at the physical seal realm. If you've got guts, permit challengers at the pulse enrichment realm to enter your arena. That's right. How can you consider yourself capable when all you do is bully us at the physical seal realm? I'm unconvinced. Those who tragically had their crotches kicked, as well as their close friends and relatives, cursed the loudest. Wang Baoli was also very disgruntled hearing them. I'm at the physical seal realm. What do you mean I'm bullying those at the physical seal realm? Stop shouting, come on up and fight. Perhaps, Wang Baoli's crotch kicking was too visual, it resulted in fewer people daring to challenge him. But now, Wang Baoli's skill at bending fingers and kicking out of the blue was improving with practice. He did not realize that he seemed to have an innate talent for that form of battling. In the end, he was able to create his own moves and kick crotches in different ways. At times, he would kick from the front or from the side, and at other times, from below. He even stretched his leg out from the back and curled his foot back. As Wang Baoli delivered various styles of crotch kicking, the crowd cursed, but their hearts chilled. They identified with the pain more acutely as their crotches seemed to ache. The denouncement and curses only increased. If someone was thin-skinned, they might have been drowned by the denouncement, but Wang Baoli was a thick-skinned person to begin with, even so when he was wearing a mask. All of this made him feel like a fish in water. He felt he could let himself go, and his mocking skills were ever improving. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? You were shouting quite loudly just now. Didn't you say I shouldn't bend fingers? Come, I guarantee you that I will not bend a single finger. Just as Wang Baoli was smugly issuing a challenge, a woman's voice was suddenly heard. Even in the rowdy club, it clearly reached the arena. I'll spar with you. Although it was a woman's voice, it sounded very sonorous and powerful. Accompanying the voice, the crowd rapidly parted to form a path. Gazes instantly landed on that open path where two women were walking over. They were two beauties of different ages. The young beauty was dressed in a training robe, and she wore a kitten mask. The older beauty did not wear a mask. She had excellent features, and her attire was captivating. It showcased her curvaceous body, allowing her entire being to suffuse stunning beauty. Especially with her wavy hair, it made her exude charm. The fighting spirit in her eyes made her look like a wild panther. It attracted every man who fixed their sights on her as their hearts raced. Even more stunning was her aura. It was not at the physical seal realm, but at the pulse enrichment realm. The blood chi realm had tremendous amounts of blood chi, which resulted in a leak. Physical seal was like sealing one's body, allowing one's strength to converge. However, it was difficult to maintain it for long and energy would eventually disperse. The last of the ancient martial realms was pulse enrichment. All meridians in the body were sealed shut, allowing one to maintain peak performance for prolonged periods of time. Every sliver of strength could be pushed to the extreme, and it could be considered the pinnacle of body and soul. They were no different from humanoid killing machines. Her appearance immediately caused the surroundings to burst out in exclamation. It's the young mistress of the club, Ju Lu. Ha ha, Fat Rabbit is in trouble. This is Ju Lu. The club is run by her family. She abhors evil and has used her authority to expel the vile before. I heard that she attends White Deer Dao College and is graduating very soon. I have even heard that the military has offered her a job. Goddess. She's my goddess. As the woman walked over, the breaths of the surrounding people hastened. Many burning eyes were fixated on Ju Lu, making her the focus of all. Wang Baoli blinked. He did not know who she was, but after hearing the exclamations from the crowd, he immediately got an understanding of her background, leaving him shocked. This was especially when he heard that her cultivation level exceeded the physical seal realm, leaving Wang Baoli wary. He was there to find a sparring partner, not to be beaten to a pulp. He swept his gaze, and before Ju Lu arrived in front of the glass barrier of his arena, he gave a light cough. Sorry. I only accept challenges from those below the pulse enrichment realm. Young lady, your cultivation has exceeded the requirement. I won't fight you. Besides, my killer blows are too powerful. Once they are unleashed, it will put me in a difficult position since you are a girl. So, let's forget it. I'm tired already and shall be leaving. Wang Baoli immediately felt that the speech he delivered was perfect. He had not exposed his age and had also rejected her. Nor did he appear cowardly. After he was done with his words, he sighed with regret as he held his hands behind his back and walked toward the exit. Everyone immediately booed. The beauty who wore a kitten's mask dressed in a training costume glared at Wang Baoli as she shouted with the crowd. You want to leave? At that moment, Ju Lu, who was standing outside the glass barrier, had a contemptuous look in her eyes. She abhorred evil, and she felt that it was her responsibility to expel a vile person who did shameless acts like bending fingers from the club. Furthermore, he had bullied her younger sister. How could she spare him? She raised her right hand and produced a purple jade card. She pressed it on the glass barrier, and immediately, the sealed arena opened. This scene immediately left the crowd excited. Cis Authority has used her authority again. Ha ha. This fat rabbit is in deep shit now. Cheers filled the second floor. As for the crowd in the security room on the third floor, they shook their heads helplessly. Wang Baoli was similarly given a shock. He rapidly took a few steps back and looked at Julu, who entered his arena, with widened eyes. Her pulse enrichment aura left his eyes constricted. He wanted to curse, finding the club too shameless, for he had never expected this to happen. He rapidly retreated as he yelled, "I'm a customer. The customer is king. You cannot hit me. I will complain." As Wang Baoli said those words, the surrounding security turned hesitant. The experts stationed in the security room on the third floor were rendered helpless as well. It was not the first time they had seen the young mistress do such a thing. They knew that, even if they did stop her, they just needed to delay their arrival. "Go ahead and complain. It's not like this is the first time I've received complaints." In the arena, Julu's eyes were filled with arrogance. She was confident she would be able to teach the fat rabbit a lesson that he would remember before the club stopped her. A glint flashed in her eyes as her early-stage pulse enrichment cultivation instantly erupted. Her speed increased to its limits as she charged at Wang Baoli. When she heard the surrounding crowd cheering for her, she felt even more convinced that what she was doing was right. The speed of the pulse enrichment realm was too fast. She was in front of Wang Baoli in the blink of an eye as she raised her right hand to grab at his mask. At that dangerous juncture in time, Wang Baoli cleared away all his thoughts. He rapidly retreated as his accelerated away. His mask missed Julu's grab by a hair, but as a pulse enrichment realm expert was too powerful, the winds her movement stirred struck Wang Baoli and left him stumbling backward. Wang Baoli was infuriated as he shouted loudly once again, "A clip joint. You people are running a clip joint." However, Julu ignored him. At the instant Wang Baoli retreated, she spun around and raised her right foot for a sweep. With a thud, she struck Wang Baoli and caused him to retreat even further. It did not end. Julu's attacks resembled a blistering storm. Her realm had already surpassed Wang Baoli's, and she had begun accumulating combat experience from a young age. She held the absolute initiative by attacking at that moment, and in a flash, she had closed in on Wang Baoli and was attempting to grab his mask. Wang Baoli was already infuriated. He could ignore that the place was a clip joint, and he could tolerate the use of her authority and her bullying of the weak, but she was even going as far as to take off his mask. She was going overboard. "You are going too far," Wang Baoli roared. He no longer cared about the differences that stood between them. Although he had never fought an opponent at the physical seal realm, his will to fight had similarly erupted after being bullied to such an extent. The moment he spread his devouring seed, he immediately sealed his body. Julu was also left shocked with every breath taken. Her body was partially pulled as she came to a momentary pause. Just this brief moment allowed Wang Baoli to rapidly approach her with savage-looking eyes. He raised his left hand as he grabbed Julu's finger and yanked it up before bending it. "Kneel down and call me daddy," Wang Baoli bellowed as a sharp pain instantly tore through Julu's body. The pain left her nearly in tears, and despite trying to escape, Wang Baoli's palm was like a suction pad. She was completely unable to extricate herself despite being at the pulse enrichment realm. However, she had rich experience in combat. As her strength erupted, she tolerated the pain and twisted her body. Although she failed to escape, she was able to throw a punch at Wang Baoli's temple. Wang Baoli's eyes had a savage glow in them. He did not dodge, but instead twisted his body slightly. He quickly raised his right hand. As Julu's back was facing him, he pressed down at her wrist when she swung her fist backward. With a mighty press downward, a cracking sound was heard. After twisting her fingers, even her wrist was twisted. Waves of agony inundated Julu as they drove her mad. However, she was indignant and extremely disgruntled. She raised her right foot and kicked out at Wang Baoli's crotch. This kick stirred up a howling wind. Once it connected, the outcome was obvious. Wang Baoli knew the meaning of a sparring session, so he knew how to hold back. As a man who had been taught a good lesson by the senior sparring partner, he knew the pain. The senior sparring partner had no emotions, and although it was a hallucination realm, the pain was an actual experience. But now, Julu was not holding back any of her strength. She was attacking with full force. This left Wang Baoli furious. He instantly unleashed his suction force, which was emitted from his chest. Instantly, this made Julu lose control of her kick as it changed direction. The force pulled her upward, and due to her instability, most of her kick's strength was lost. As for Wang Baoli, he did not hesitate to raise his right foot at the cost of being kicked in the stomach. He gave a sharp kick at Julu's buttocks. "Get down!" With a boom, both of them struck each other simultaneously. Wang Baoli's fat was thick, but even though Julu's kick had lost most of its strength, it still managed to send him retreating several steps. Julu let out a tragic cry that had never been heard before. Her buttocks were kicked by Wang Baoli as she stumbled forward. The pain left her unable to heed her image. She held her buttocks as she skipped around. Looking from afar, her buttocks were dissimilar in size, looking rather jarring. The crowd failed to react the instant that happened. Only when everything was over did the club's security rush over. Wang Baoli was panting as he glared at the buttock-clasping Julu, holding back his urge to deliver another kick. Recalling that the club was run by her family, Wang Baoli harumphed and stood at the spot where he could leave. He controlled the platform to descend, returning to his chamber. He held his tummy as he took off his mask. He quickly left the passageway and, taking advantage of how the people on the second floor had not fully reacted, immediately left the club, pretending like nothing had happened. Only when he left the place did he heave a long sigh of relief. He pressed down on his hurting tummy, but he slowly became excited before feeling puzzled. This twisting technique is indeed useful. It can actually fight the pulse enrichment realm. But, why do I feel like it's meant for a woman's self-defense? Could the person in the mask be female? Wang Baoli hesitated for a moment, but when he thought about how useful the twisting technique was, he no longer held much suspicion about it and left excitedly. However, on the second floor of the club, there was an unprecedented uproarious shock when the crowd finally came to. Chapter 25, Great Void Twisting Technique Phenomenal Success. Chapter 25, Great Void Twisting Technique Phenomenal Success. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The voices on the club's second floor were extremely vehement. The impression Wang Baoli gave all of them was that of a fat rabbit who bent fingers, twisted wrists, or kicked crotches. While all his offensive skills left people shuddering in fear, his actions also garnered him a lot of hate. His kicking of crotches especially left the scalps of others tingling. They could acutely identify with the pain and only found it utterly shameless. From their point of view, be it the bending of fingers or the twisting of wrists, they were all acts of lowly hooligans. As for the kicking of crotches, that was even less acceptable. Even worse, he had an extremely sharp tongue. He had provoked and challenged the crowd from the arena. Thus, under the instigation of the victims, it created a contemptuous denouncement. In everyone's eyes, Fat Rabbit was nothing but trash, one who only knew how to resort to tricks and be extremely shameless. However, what appeared to be an extremely shameless battle technique in everyone's eyes had been used by Wang Baoli to defeat a pulse enrichment realm expert. Their preconceived notions crumbled as a result. All the contempt they had turned into shock at that very moment. He actually defeated someone at the pulse enrichment realm. Heavens! A shameless battle technique that bends fingers, twists wrists, and kicks crotches is actually able to produce such formidable might. That's not right. It's difficult for an average person to achieve that. Fat Rabbit must have spent many years to achieve his present skill. Gasps sounded as an uproar erupted. Those that were frequent visitors of the club were aficionados of ancient martial arts. In fact, they had no strict rules deep in their hearts. They could accept something up to a certain extent as long as it had been proven effective. Although Wang Baoli's technique was shameless, the battle had proven that the battle technique was effective. As such, many people on the club's second floor gasped as they felt moved. Some even spent spirit stones to seek out video recordings of the hundreds of battles that Wang Baoli had engaged in. They began studying those recordings. As there were many people on the second floor, and with Julu's status, news of Fat Rabbit immediately spread. By then, Wang Baoli had already returned to Ethereal Dao College. After one day of training, he realized that he had gained new insights into crotch kicking. Therefore, he entered the hallucination realm again to train with the senior sparring partner. Time passed. Although Wang Baoli's cries continued echoing in the hallucination realm, the frequency was gradually decreasing. Outside, news of Fat Rabbit spread, and it finally reached an all-time high. Fat Rabbit's reputation was no longer limited to the club. There had been several ethereal Dow College students that day at the club. After recovering from their shock, they had begun researching and studying. Therefore, be it on the Dow College's Spirit Intranet or the Spirit Internet that connected the entire federation, many videos of Wang Baoli's fights began to appear. Every video went from having 0 viewers to becoming a viral hit. Everyone who watched it drew a gasp, especially the challengers from before. When they watched it again and recalled the pain they suffered, they became even more motivated to study it seriously. These videos were quickly spread in a short amount of time and were used as learning material by more and more people. There were even people who sought out twisting techniques in ancient martial arts. In fact, that was the original version. What Wang Baoli had learned was clearly a modified version. Matched with the devouring seed's strength, it resulted in a unique twisting technique. Certain things were immediately different the moment it had an origin and outlet. For instance, what Wang Baoli employed was no longer treated as a shameless battle technique by others. Instead, it had become a combat art. This is what combat is. That's right. More than 1,000 years ago, combat fights were only performances. In our present world, combat is fraught with dangers. It's a battle that decides life and death. That's reasonable. In the face of life and death, no one will care if you bend fingers or kick crotches. That would just be too pedantic. As such opinions spread, there were even organizations that appeared to side with Wang Baoli. These organizations were all spontaneously formed. They showed their ardent approval of what Wang Baoli did on the Spirit Internet. Soon, news of Fat Rabbit also spread throughout Ethereal City. All of this made the number of people learning twisting techniques increase. There were even arenas in the club with people bending fingers, twisting wrists, and kicking crotches. Although it still garnered contempt, it slowly became a trend. However, the club quickly announced a restriction: they banned crotch kicking. This was, in effect, condoning the twisting technique. It made even more people passionate about bending fingers and twisting wrists. The twisting techniques were still effective. Although they lacked the horrific effects of Wang Baoli's devouring seed, they were still incisive to a particular extent. This trend even slowly spread to Ethereal Dow College. Some of the combat faculty students began practicing it, especially the youth who had been forced to call him daddy numerous times. He crazily trained in his training chamber, studying videos and practicing his twisting technique. I will definitely learn of your identity. When that happens, I, Lu Zihao, swear to make you call me daddy. While the youth trained crazily, Ju Lu, who was watching videos by the window in a luxurious room in the fight club, was the same. The room was very exquisite. From inside, one could see nearly half of Ethereal City. Amid the swirling clouds, the city appeared like an immortal's world. The decorations in the room were even finer. Every object looked very expensive. Ju Lu, who was inside this luxurious room, was dressed in her home clothes. She was staring at a projection playing a video of Wang Baoli. Losing to someone at the physical seal realm had been a huge blow for her, especially having her buttocks kicked. This made her usual arrogant self fume to the point of insanity. Although she was researching it, she had no intention of learning the twisting technique. Instead, she was trying to think of all possible ways to counter the technique. However, the scenes in the video caused her to quickly lose control. Her fists clenched tightly, and it was at that moment, her father, president of the Freestyle Fight Club in Ethereal City, walked in. Upon seeing his daughter's livid face, he smiled bitterly as he gave a sigh. "Lulu, why are you so worked up?" The president looked like he was in his 40s. His figure stood tall and straight, and although he had a little white hair on his head, his cultivation realm was no longer at the ancient martial realm. He had long surpassed mere mortals, and he was completely unfathomable. "Dad, are you telling me that darn Fat Rabbit's identity or not?" Ju Lu looked toward her father as he approached. This was not the first time she had raised such a request. "Cut it out, Lulu. The privacy of our customers is the foundation of our club's establishment. This rule cannot be broken. You are about to report to the military soon, so stop working up a fuss." The president shook his head helplessly and gave her a few assuring words. Noticing that his daughter was still infuriated, he felt his head ache. Thankfully, a subordinate had a report for him. He left after comforting her with a few more words. Julu was left in the room as her chest heaved up and down. She clenched her teeth moments after she stared at the video. "Fatty, I'll definitely identify you." Many people in Ethereal City, mostly victims of Wang Baoli, were just like Lu Zihao and Julu, and although their adamant words failed to amount to a curse, they were able to make Wang Baoli sneeze several times. "Someone is thinking about me again." At that moment, Wang Baoli, who was snacking inside his Dao College cave abode, sneezed. He quickly drank some ice spirit water before feeling much better. As he snacked, he mumbled to himself. "I've become too famous recently and have to keep a low profile. I'm the person who will become the Federation president after all. Other than the fame that arises from becoming an official, I do not want any other kinds of fame." Wang Baoli strongly approved of his decision to use a mask early on. After he finished his snacks with great delight, he patted himself on the stomach and took a deep breath. He activated the hallucination realm before continuing his sparring with the senior sparring partner. Days passed by. Wang Baoli became more skilled at the twisting technique, and eventually, his fights with the senior sparring partner were all extremely intense. His talent in wrestling also stood out during the training. The number of times he was kicked in the crotch decreased until, one day, the senior sparring partner could no longer kick him. Wang Baoli began his counterattack. But this counterattack did not bring him any joy. Instead, it only gave him nightmares once again. The senior sparring partner's battling technique changed yet again. From twisting wrists, it developed into the twisting of his shoulders, neck, knee, or other joints on his body. It was as though every joint on the human body was a target of the twisting technique. The battles that resulted in Wang Baoli having his joints twisted time and time again left him screaming in pain, but he would return to the hallucination realm again. He wished to visit the fight club again, but once he recalled how he had offended the club's young mistress, Wang Baoli held back sorrowfully. He began to raise his techniques bit by bit in the hallucination realm. Thankfully, his foundation had been made robust, and the senior sparring partner's changes were limited. It allowed Wang Baoli to slowly grasp the twisting technique as his body fully experienced the pain of his joints being twisted, allowing him to improve his skill. Only after another 2 months passed, when he defeated the senior sparring partner, did Wang Baoli walk out the hallucination realm. He looked at the blue sky dotted with white clouds outside his cave abode, feeling extremely excited. "Finally, I've attained phenomenal success.